Ladies and gentlemen, guess what time it is? It is, can y'all hear me? Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. All right, y'all in the back, y'all can hear me? Even though I still got the wrong mic on, here we're gonna turn the mic on, having struggle streaming already. All right, here we go. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for being here tonight. It's about to go down. I see 10 people in here. I see 11 people coming. Let's go, baby. Let's go ahead and hit the like button, subscribe button. We got a hell of a conversation going on tonight. We got some guys in the back it's about to go down, as one of them said. So thank you so much for being here. Corey, I see you in the building. Sean Bolden, I see you in the building. Who else we got in here tonight? We got grooming and reviews. You already know he here. Victor Loops, he in the building. What's going on, my boy? All right. We all here. More people will come later on. I got some guys in the back who we're going to start with, and know they're going to be here when we end with the rest of the guys that's coming through tonight. We got a hell of a conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Our girls' trips for hoes in remission. Oh, yes. Sounds like a sermon on Sunday morning, don't it? Our girls' trips for hoes in remission. See, this whole talk has been going around for a while. I've been a part of two great panels for the last few days. Shout out to Trigger Mike. Yesterday was what does a hoe look like if it's a female. Today was what a hoe look like if it's a male. There was a great conversation in both of those panels that I was in. I had a great conversation with those guys. So tonight we want to talk about these girls' trips. For me, I think these girls' trips are a mess. I think that for a woman to want to be out with females 5, 6, 7 days in a row, they're not just going down there to have a margarita and lay on the beach. No. I think that everything you do, you want to have fun, you have fun while you're single. But for married women and women who are seriously dating and who are engaged, you have to let that life go when you decide to settle down and to be with a man. You can't be traveling with your homegirls, especially your single homegirls. Okay? When it comes to these girls' trips and all that. It's not. Once you get married or in a serious relationship, you travel with your man. You've done all the traveling with your girlfriends. You done suck penis in Amsterdam and Pittsburgh and California. It's time to let that go. Now you with your man. And now you should be doing stuff with your man. All those years you gave your homegirls, okay, you gave it to them, cool. But now it's time to do it with your man. So ladies, if you're married, seriously dating or engaged, get your ass together. Can I say it again for the people in the back? Get your ass together. Because men out here are not putting up with it no more. Men are getting tired. Men are tired. Men are tired of trying to teach something that your daddy didn't teach you or that your mama didn't teach you. Well, mostly your mamas, because your mamas, the elderly women, as so eloquently put by my brother, lost in translation here, and he'll say it to you in a minute. He'll be up here in a second. But it is for the elder women to teach their daughters how to be wives, how not to be drunken with wine. So that's right there. That's telling you right there. Your daughter, you shouldn't be out in the streets when you're married. You shouldn't be getting drunk when you're married. You shouldn't be doing all this girl trips and stuff when you're married. Even from a biblical perspective, it's there. But I'll have lost in translation. You know me and lost in translation getting that word. We unstoppable. All right. So again, guys, thank you so much for being here tonight. Before we get started, I got a what's this? A Cash App for $5 here. It says supporting the nation of Wigwam, and that's it. So I appreciate you for that $5 super chat. But again, before I play the song for the Cash App, I just want to say again, if you think about coming for me, because the other night we had a great show. We're going to start the show out by talking about that show on Tuesday. We had a great show, great conversation. And I want Kansas City Matt to tell y'all what it is. When y'all coming for me in my email, y'all coming for me in my IG, y'all coming for me. And so I want Kansas City Mac to tell y'all what I want to say to you right now. Kansas City Mac, come on.
You got to bring ass to get ass.
That is correct. All right, that is correct. And when you don't show up, I'm just going to... So thank you, Kansas City Mac. I appreciate you. All right, so thank you so much again for that Cash App. I'm going to go ahead and play you something real quick. What I got for you. I'm going to give y'all a little Eddie Murphy. I ain't heard Eddie in a while. I'm going to give y'all a little Eddie. I think Eddie would be appropriate for this moment. Where's Eddie at? If I didn't get rid of his ass. Did I get rid of Eddie? I think I did. All right. I'll go ahead and give y'all this because this is how we start the barbershop. When I come back, you see the face of every man that's going to represent this conversation tonight.
Wait. Hold on here. Is it the barbershop? Is it the barbershop?
Yes, it is.
It's the barbershop.
Yes.
Wait, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all.
You gotta tell who the pop down.
Man, ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell?
All right, that is correct. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight in the building tonight, all the way. Listen, this guy just won. He's a new family member over here, Black Man Unfiltered. The award ceremony was the other day. If you guys missed it, we gave him Simp of the Year. Give it up for my brother in the building tonight. Easy Money Jones. Yeah. Good to see you, man. I'm gonna let you speak in just a second. Next up, all the way from Michigan himself, the man with a plan, and it's about to go down the aisle again. Give it up for my brother. JT is in the building tonight. Oh shit. Yeah. Hey, listen, you cannot go through life thinking everything is going to be happy and everything is going to be, happy-go-lucky. Sometimes you got to have a little pain. And so tonight, we got our pain in the building tonight. Our pain. Yeah. Now, next up, listen here. If your girl is out of line, this man needs to write a book because his name defines what it is that he wants to teach you. Let's give it up for the man himself. If your wife out of line and she need grooming, let's give it up for my boy, Grooming and Reviews in the building tonight. Last but not least, this man is a preacher. This man is a stripper. This man is a Holy Ghost dancer. And this man is a great romancer. Give it up for yours truly. He gives participation because he's lost in translation. Give it up for my boy.
In front of the millions and millions.
Yeah, play it again. One more time. Everybody got to
In front of the millions and millions.
That's right.
That's it, baby. That's it. Man, it's so good to see you fellas in here tonight, man. We got 17 watching. I don't know how many likes we got so far. We'll keep up with that in just a second. However, I do want to thank you guys for being here tonight because this is a conversation I got to have with some real men in here tonight. We got Easy in here tonight. We got Our Pain. We got Grooming. We got Lost in Translation. Oh, Lord. I forgot to send this to one more person. I got a surprise.
You know you fucked up like that.
Yeah, I got a surprise for you niggas tonight. Hold on. I'm gonna send it to him right now. We got somebody coming up here. Yeah, hold on a minute. Get your ass in here. I'm sending a message right now. Get your ass in here. Yeah. He'll be here in just a second. All right, guys. So I want to talk about the show on Tuesday. Did anybody get a chance to watch the all-women panel on Tuesday?
I called a piece of it pretty good, actually.
Oh yeah,
okay,
that was good. That
okay.
was
So
fine.
what are you guys' thoughts about the show on Tuesday? We'll start with Our Pain and we'll go up. Go Our Pain.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting because, of course, I think the chickens are coming home to roost. You guys know what I felt about what Jess Hilarious said and all his responses we're getting from the rainbow community trying to fight back. But I think it's a timely discussion. I think the women need to, take it more seriously. I think sometimes I don't think they understand the gravity of the situation. Based on some of the conversation, I know Courtney was, the most forceful person on the panel. I think whether she was the most relevant or not, it's debatable. But she had a lot of good points, and it seems like she's out in the community, and she seems like she's always ready to fight anyway. She's always ready to fight anyway.
Shout out to Courtney.
So I thought it was a great panel. I thought it was great. I thought it was good. I thought it was you. I think your viewers I think you got some good numbers on that one too.
I did, man. We had close to 100 and probably between 120, 125 watching at one time. We went up all the way up, came back down. We had 1,000 before 4 o'clock in the morning. We was at 1,000 views already.
You over 1,300 right now, bro.
Yeah, and so a lot of people enjoyed that conversation. A lot of people had something to say in the comments after that conversation. And so that's so, you know, well, I'll tell you what that segues into in a minute. But grooming and reviews, what were your thoughts about Tuesday and how the ladies spoke up and out about how they feel? Because a lot of people think that we as men, we built that conversation and we're saying that women are thinking this way, but you heard 9 women on Tuesday speak.
Well,
their
I'll be
mind,
straight
so.
up, and I want to bring a couple of things. I'll add to that conversation, if it's not too much. One, they're 100% right. Everything they were saying, like, you know, a woman's a woman, a man is a man. End of story. I don't want to hear, but if you're a man, you're a man. You're a woman, is a woman. And this didn't happen to me, but I know situations that people are at a bar, they're hooking up. Guess what? That is not a woman. Somebody literally nut checked that woman, and he went down. I'm like, I would have killed him. Personally. So let's keep that in mind. Like, a woman is a woman. Hey, I don't know how you cut the apple. I don't care how you slice it, how you cook it. End of story.
All right. Lost in translation. What are your thoughts?
Man, it was good seeing the ladies come together like the Wonder Twins activating. You know what I'm saying? With all the sisters of love. But they were on point, man. I enjoyed the conversation. They basically realize exactly what's really going on. You know what I mean? And these people are talking about they the replacements. No, you're not. You got to be wanted to be a replacement, and we don't want that. You know what I'm saying? So I think the ladies held their own, man. They did a good job.
But before you go one more thing, do you really think maybe I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I didn't get the feel that they took full accountability for the position that they're in?
Yes.
I don't know if maybe I didn't see that part.
You know what I think it is, Arpain? I think what it is that they were probably silent when it was going on, which sometimes can implicate, implication, you know what I'm saying? So now that it's coming out and these guys are, making a mockery of womanhood, now it's like, all hands on deck. First y'all was, hey, go girl or whatever. Now it's like y'all messing up now.
So it's kind of like it doesn't matter how we got here, we're here.
Right.
But you also forget one thing. This is completely out of the women's control. They're doing it, and we have no power. Hey, no, you cannot do this. They're just doing it.
Yeah. All right. Well, easy money. I got you, JT, already, right? No, I didn't. JT, what were your thoughts on the show Tuesday?
You know, it was dope, bro. The thing is that the women, they spoke the way that they're supposed to speak. I don't think that they went 100% all the way in, and that for that reason is because they got to make sure that they have us as men that have their back. But I think they did an excellent job at how they express themselves for starters. You dig what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If anybody want to know what I'm saying and why I'm saying it the way that I'm saying it, all you have to do is just go 4 months back when we actually had some members of the LGBT community that came on to the Black Man Unfiltered podcast network, and you will see exactly what I'm talking about. These guys, and I'm gonna call them guys, they were very disrespectful. They thought they were women, and they were talking to us as if they were women.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna revisit it. Remember, I told you if you do it, if they didn't get past, if they didn't get rid of that and they didn't get rid of it. I watched it a couple of days ago, and we're gonna refer to that because there's a lot that people can learn from what's happening right now. So absolutely. I think that the women did an excellent job when it comes down to fighting for womanhood. They're really going to be fighting for womanhood now. It's not going to be versus heterosexual men anymore. It's going to be versus men that actually want to take their place. And if anybody don't think that that's what's happening right now, I don't know where you at. You up under a rock or something. You got blinders on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because one of the people, T.S. Madison, one is a trans as well, and she got on and said something today. She said that they're fighting to be equal to women. There shouldn't be a difference between them.
But you also talking.
A woman who says she's biologically a woman, and a woman saying that she's a trans woman. She said it shouldn't be any of that. It should be when I walk up, it shouldn't be, are you trans? It should be, oh, hi, young lady, or this is the woman of the year, or it shouldn't be any differences between them. All of them should be considered women.
So T.S. Madison should not be authority of anything. First and foremost, T.S. Madison is a formal, I think formal still, porn star. Screwing men. What we talking about? What we talking about? I can knock that person right on out the box, right off the rip.
Pause.
Yeah, you said knock it right at the box.
Well, you know, one thing I'm gonna add though, that person T.S. Madison, I never heard of, I never saw her before. But the most important thing she said
Look like Lizzo.
is that black women and black trans women need to gang up against men. That was the most important thing I heard us for a most strike. Well, I knew it was coming, but that's the plan, to get the black women and the trans against black men. And so that hatred and feminism is alive and well, and that's how they became buddies in the first place.
And why are paying? So they can get rid of the women.
And the women don't, but the women are being used. Trojan horse in their asses. No doubt.
I actually had a conversation with somebody today, and there's a really good friend of mine here, and he said straight up to me, men are losing their rights in this country. And I believe that.
Losing.
There you go. Hey, I hear you, R-Pain.
No,
I'm not going to go there, brother. I'm not going there yet.
No, we're gaining our rights back.
We're trying to get them back.
We already lost our rights.
Yeah.
We're gaining them back.
Don't remind me.
That's what happens when you fuck with men. We fight back. That's what we do.
Man, Easy Money. Did you get a chance to watch your show from Tuesday?
I did not, unfortunately, but picking up on the context clues, sounds like there was a conversation about trans women, biological women, how the biological women feel about the trans women, the contingent of trans women, saying that there shouldn't be a difference, right?
Yeah, that's part of it.
That is correct.
Okay, so I mean, just real quick, so it's a little complicated from what I understand. And what I mean by that is that there's a small contingent of folks within the T community that are causing like this ruckus, right? And it's creating one of those situations where the squeakiest wheel gets the most oil. But in this particular case, this is really a fight that shouldn't be taking place, because a woman that is a biological woman has a monopoly on womanhood, because there are certain things that within our society, womanhood tends to signify the menstrual, the ovulation, the menopause, and a trans woman, frankly, cannot experience those things. So there's clearly a difference there. And like I said, I'm not educated enough to go that much deeper than that, but there's clearly a difference there.
Right. And the question of Tuesday night was, what is a woman? They also had a pediatrician. I had a video of a pediatrician talking about when boys come into, he want to get the boys. I don't know if y'all paid attention to this part. He want to get the young men before their penises start to get erected, because she want to give them hormone blockers to stop the natural order of things so they can be the female that they want to be. And she said infants up to 3-month-old babies can tell the gender that they want to be. And so they can start blocking them at that age.
Bullshit.
Oh, hell no.
And so we watched that entire video, and the women were disgusted. When I tell you, they were like, what the hell? They were disgusted. And she said that when she gets a child into the room, she asks children, do you want your parents here? If the child say no, the doctor has to ask, the pediatrician has to ask the parents to leave. Even if they're children, they're being able to make their own decisions. And she's asking these babies, do you want to be a male or female? She's planting the seed. And the baby, some of the little boys will say, I want to be a girl. And she'll tell the parents, I'm going to subscribe him some hormone blockers. I'm going to give him.
What state was that? California?
It was Tennessee, because Courtney was actually with Matt Walsh, and they did something together to try to stop them. And they're still working to try to stop it, because the laws are not against it yet, right? But they're saying children can make their own decisions right now from the time that they're probably infant to 3 months old. She said, I've had children come into my office that were 3 months old that decided that they wanted to be another sex.
Hey, black man, isn't there emancipation laws already?
There are, yeah.
So what the fuck we talking about?
Dude.
What the fuck are they talking about? How the hell can you, if there's emancipation laws already, if we're talking about a child making adult decisions, because isn't that an adult decision?
It is.
That means that what they're trying to do, think about that. If you can't drink alcohol until you're at the age of 21, 19 in most countries, then how the fuck can you make a decision about hurting yourself? Because that's really what it is.
But
at the age of 3.
But I want to add something to that though, JT, because you're making sense. They say that a child does not mature mentally until they're 25. But you're saying a 3-month-old child can tell you if they want a penis or a vagina. Now, or we can add something else to that. You saying that a 15-year-old girl don't know what she's doing when she's seducing a man or trying to have sex with a grown-ass man. Right?
Right. They on two sides of the lukewarm.
Right. But now you're saying that a 3-month-old baby can tell you if they don't want a penis or not. Get the fuck all the way up out of here. That
so
is
they're gonna have to let all the so-called pedos out the prison if they go out there and they say that a 3-month-old can make those type of decisions.
Yeah.
You gotta let all the pedos
I have
out.
a question here. Those laws you mentioned, what are they? I'm not familiar with that.
In California, they already have, I think it's AR, whatever. They passed one in 48, Resolution 48, that says that an adolescent can have gender reaffirming surgery without the parents' permission, under threat of sending the parents to jail if they try to stop.
Yeah.
And it's
hell no.
Already on the books.
Yeah, it's called child abuse now. If you don't allow your child to be who they are, it's child abuse.
So let me I know, because this could be, you could take over your whole show on this one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can get in and out.
The thing is not the argument about 25 years old or 18 and drinking. The fact is, when you talk about a small minority of people, that's not true. There's a power structure in place letting this happen, because we shouldn't even be having this discussion. 90% of the American population is against this shit. It's some astronomical number. And I don't understand how we got here. I really don't. How are we talking about this? And we've been so conditioned to just go with what the government in a lot of like the insurrection was bad, right? But that's probably the first time in a long time, I'm not talking about BLM shit, that some people got mad enough to do something crazy. But nobody's doing anything but complaining. This shit we shouldn't even be talking about. I don't even know how we got there. It's crazy. But anyway, that's another story.
Hey, real quick, Payne, before
what's up, girl? Go ahead.
Hey, real quick, guys, I just want to remind you that January 6th was illegal, and we're talking about, at the end of the day, people doing what they want with their own bodies. That's not illegal. Just want to say that.
Not people, bro. Not people. He tried to do it. You tried this time, but we got you.
I didn't try anything. I was successful.
No, you wasn't. Hold on.
You walked off camera fast like a
Listen,
bro, I'm right here. What do you mean?
So
listen, we're talking about children, brother. We ain't talking about children.
Yeah, remember, transgender surgery, by the way, with parents' consent is no different from allowing the daughter with parent consent to get a nose job, boob job, which, by the way, is all legal with parent consent. Anything that does with, and why do they allow doctors allow that? Because of self-esteem issues. Guess what? If you're going to be outraged about kids with parents' consent doing something that doesn't violate your individual rights in any way, shape, or form,
it does.
You say something about boob jobs? Make sure you say something about nose jobs.
No, it does.
I'm gonna let y'all cook.
Nigga done came on here and made an uproar.
Tyrese, let me tell you something, Tyrese. When we're talking about the kiddos, bro, and these kids are going in making their own decisions, even if the parent don't like it. Some of these states don't require consent. They're asking the child, do you want your parent in here or do you not? They're
That's not
asking them, that.
Is that-
Do you want your
okay,
parent in
first
here or do
off,
you not?
is that law or is this something being
In
proposed?
California, it is.
It's a law.
Really? Because we just had this conversation
hold on.
on another
Hey,
panel
Tyrus,
before, and it
Tyrus,
still required
Tyrus,
parents consent.
there are kids at the
You say it
schools
doesn't.
right now. There are kids at the school right now getting C-19 shots, and the parents don't even fucking know it.
Right. So I disagree with that. Anything, I want to be very clear here. Anything allowing minors to do something without the parents' consent, I don't support.
That's the point I'm talking about.
So I want to be very clear. But no. This conversation goes. We've already heard this conversation from the women. It's not about parent consent pain. It's about stopping it, period.
Yes.
You see,
Yes. If we can help it, yes.
You're going to take them out. It's not about just stopping it until they're adults. It's about stopping it, period. And I'm not with that.
Okay, I am. I'm with it. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I have kids, and now I have a grandson, and I got a lot of. It's gonna be another generation that's out there. They gotta mix with these motherfuckers.
Wait, hold on. So then, hold on. You would support women telling you to get a vasectomy or not?
No, I won't. Fuck you.
Why not?
You don't tell me.
Now it's your body, your choice. Now all of a sudden, right?
It is my body. It's always been my body.
Well, guess what? That's that kid's body, and that's
is not.
That's not JT's body.
No, hold on, bro. Let's keep it clear. That's a kid.
Yeah,
I am the mother. I'm the one. I'm the one that tells my child what happens and what don't happen until they're adult.
Right.
Until they are adult. We're talking
JT,
about
what did we just say though?
Man,
this conversation doesn't
we're not even going to play semantics with this.
We were talking about
right now.
This conversation never ends at parent consent. This whole panel right now, if you can vote, this whole panel right now, the majority of this panel would vote to end transgender surgeries, period.
Yes,
if you were allowed to. Let's be very clear.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because it has 100% fail rate. It has 100% fail rate. It's not successful surgery.
It doesn't have 100% fail rate.
Give me one. Give me one. Give me a 90-year-old.
There's plenty of people who's gone through the transition that don't regret it.
Transgender
oh my God. Tyrus, there are people right now who went through the surgery who are advocating against it. They're advocating against it.
Just like there's women who got boob jobs and are now advocating against it. There's women who got abortions and are now advocating against it. Just because they made a decision with their own body and now regret it doesn't mean anything.
So for children,
stop
it's okay.
that
So
nonsense.
you're okay. So hold on. So I just had so you watched the show, right? You seen the lady, the pediatrician, say she's talking to kids and trying to block their puberty when they're
and I disagree with that on the jump, BM. It's the same, but here's the thing.
Well, what you arguing about?
A few months ago on the very panel, I had also mentioned that just because you're a licensed doctor doesn't mean you have some quack opinions and quack beliefs. For example, right here in the state of Ohio, a licensed physician, let me repeat, a licensed physician 2 years ago stood up in the state legislature and testified under oath that the COVID vaccine makes you magnetic. That metal will stick to your chest. It will give you magnetic powers. We had licensed professionals go up and down trying to claim that the COVID vaccine will give you cancer, especially with the 5G towers. Y'all remember that nonsense? Those were licensed professionals. So just because somebody says something crazy, what does that mean? But by the way,
you talking to yourself, damn, bro.
How many children
the same conservatives will always be like, well, I don't trust the scientists about climate change. They're not always right.
But I'm saying, how many children go to this woman's doctor's office every day?
One person says something, and you take it as gospel. Come on, guys.
Tyrus, how many children visit this woman's office a day?
How many children?
That's what I'm saying.
How many children go to other doctors besides her, BM? You see, what about?
No, it's not. You can't, bro. You hold on. You didn't answer the question. How many children go to her?
Right.
I don't know how many JT does the entire transgender community go to her?
So Tyrus, if it don't matter, Tyrus, let me ask you this question. We're gonna move on to the show. If it don't matter, Tyrus, and none of this stuff matters, everybody should be able to do what they want to do.
I didn't say it didn't matter.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Is it okay?
About then, bro?
Is it okay for me? Is it okay for you have daughters and I have three, right? I have daughters, you have daughters. Is it okay for me to take my daughter to an all-male daycare center?
If that daycare center allows you to, go ahead.
So you would drop your daughter off at an all-male
daughter
daycare
in
center.
that situation, that's on you and your daughter, bro.
We can move on, black man.
Yeah, man.
Hey, sorry that I want to make sure that every individual American maintains their autonomy over their own body. My bad that I'm not like y'all trying to take people's individuality away.
Nah, because most of these folks, let me.
Illuminated, check your IG. Illuminated, check your IG. Check your IG. Illuminated, check your IG. All right, guys. So I want to say this. We're gonna go ahead into the show because we can talk about that for a minute. That's a whole show by itself. So the women, they can't.
By the way, Tyru, you did get defeated.
I definitely didn't get defeated. You guys didn't say anything.
Your point was defeated.
No, it wasn't. Why? Come on, JT.
You got to bring ass to get ass.
Nerve to say I'm attracted to transgender last show, bro. So me and you got permanent beef.
You are you are trans attractive. That's what you that's what you.
Oh, so you wasn't joking? You was dead ass serious about that?
Hell yeah. You know
wow.
I did that.
Okay.
What?
All right, hey, I know where we stand now, JT. You smiling, but I'm gonna come get you now.
Oh, you already know what it is, partner.
What's going on? Hey, so we got Ruthless. We got Ruthless Truth in the house for the first time, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, shout out to the transgender community. I support all you guys. I support equal rights for all Americans. So screw anybody over here trying to take your rights away like Vladimir Putin.
You got to bring ass to get ass.
You need to be taken out.
Ruthless Truth in the building.
It's about to get hot tonight, y'all.
We got Illuminated Revelation in the building tonight. All right, we got Mr. Bennett coming up.
313 in the building.
Hey, Mr. Bennett, did you hear the rumors about Errol Spence and he might retire?
Honestly, hey, look. At this point, I wouldn't blame him if he.
I think his eye is worse than people think.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, he's talking about retiring. I heard Stephen A. Smith say today, don't retire, just wait a year and come back and rematch him.
The problem is he's only fought once in 3 years. You don't
Damn.
get better. You don't get better. Remember, he could have fought Keith Thurman earlier in the year as a tune-up for this fight. He didn't. He only fought Ugas last year, and then it was another year before he fought then. So he's 33 years old. More time off to quote-unquote rest. Part of the problem is you're not going to stay sharp. So, he's at an age now where, he could try to move up to 154, but really, if he stepped away, because especially after a beating like that, I mean, he's got to look at that. And
in boxing years, what would you say he is, Mr. Bennett?
43. He's 33 years old, but those accidents, the retina, everything, and there was multiple. I think there was another accident he was in. Yeah, but that just takes years off your life. And I'm thinking he's well set, he's well taken care of. And again, if he's got to watch that beating over and over again, if you lose your confidence as a fighter, you're done. So I can't see him. I would like to see him step off, but that's his decision. I can't make it.
Now, what I want to say is this: as we move on, Mr. Ben, did you get a chance to watch the show from Tuesday?
I was in and out on it, honestly.
Okay.
I saw Truce taking incoming in the chat there, but yeah, I mean, I can kind of generally see where the women were coming from as far as trying to understand their and keep and maintain their identity as women, and the fact that they're having to relabel themselves as cisgender women and whatnot. I can certainly understand their feelings there, but as I've always said on this issue, and this is really the only thing I say because I don't think I'm educated enough, when we talk about the Black community, I think we got a lot more problems than that community to be dealing with in these spaces. So we need to look at what's going on with the heterosexual community. We're not setting the proper examples to be looking at other people at this point. Take care of our planks before we look at another person's spec.
BM, real quick. Should my computer go over here? Because I'm trying to connect it to the big TV.
You where you going, wireless?
No, wire, straight wire, Ethernet. Like I'm trying to set. You hit me up.
Are you gonna go through the wall? Are you gonna run it around?
I'm gonna put the cables underneath, like tuck it under.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that'll work.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hell yeah. Thank you guys.
All right. So we got Ricky in the building tonight. Ruthless Truth in the building tonight.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ricky.
All right. So, and we got Illuminated Revelation. He's shaving his legs right now. He'll be back in a minute. But I do want to get my boy Ricky's comments and Ruthless, but Ruthless was here first. Ruthless, what are your thoughts about what you've heard so far? And then we'll move to Ricky.
Anti-government. Niggas need to stop voting because you niggas acting like the government's y'all daddy. And every time you vote for them motherfuckers, they implement most shit. Homosexuality in the schools.
Yeah, call me illuminate.
They want to put the woman at the front, right? They put Kamala Harris in the fucking vice presidency. There's this shame y'all niggas like, look, this is what we feel about y'all. At the end of the day, man, particularly my black people, right? We need to, once again, we participate in America's ideology. America's the devil. And they never did like blacks. They have a certain discrepancy against blacks. And they truly have made it clear, right, that they can go on without us if they had to. So with that being said, right, we are in a situation to where we got dudes up here supporting LGBTQ, all this kids got rights and all this old shit, right? The government's getting more defiled. They're going into our homes and they're strongholding it. They really putting us in a bad position, right? To where we got to fight with our women. Now we got to fight with our kids. Nigga, I'm the boss. Nigga, I'm running and paying all these bills, but the government coming in and saying, nah, nigga, yeah. Touch him. You want to say anything to your girl, we'll lock you up. You chastise your kid, we'll take everything from you. So it's kind of a situation where I see voting and all this participation has been a straight lie because they have not benefited us in any kind of way that I can see. I digress.
All right, Ricky, what's going on, man? What are your thoughts on what you heard so far, man?
They're liars, bro.
I didn't
They're liars.
I didn't hear nothing really, to be honest with you. I mean, you campaigning for a kid who don't know if they want pizza or chicken nuggets, but they got the right to make a decision on what if I'm a boy or a girl. What is this? This is what it come to as men. Is this what it's come to? Right? That men can't simply tell the difference between what's natural and what's not. Because you scared, because you scared you're gonna hurt somebody's feelings.
What is the percentage of transgender kids?
Because you're gonna hurt somebody's feelings.
We're talking about the minority amongst the minority. We are talking about
why is it that you can't allow nobody to speak?
And
how about you answer that question? Why is it that you cannot allow anyone to speak?
Because you're not saying anything. That's
so if I'm not saying anything, why are you talking
about the fringe of the fringe?
Why are you
talking about taking away parents' individual rights to choose their direction of their kids? And you're not paying their bills?
So my question is this: when you say that the direction of their kids, so why can a kid make a decision that an adult should?
Same reason why they JT mentioned it before. They have what's it called? Where they can go to the court and file as independent or legal adults. We got all sorts of legal loopholes around here. You know how much red tape is in the government?
Can I ask
how much
before you get on a rant, Tarus, like you always do?
Wait, I'm answering your question. I'm just answering. Hey, just because you don't like how I'm answering your question, I'm going to answer your question.
To be honest with you, sir. To be honest with you, sir, I don't care if you answer it or not.
Well, then don't ask me a question. If you don't care what I'm going to answer, don't ask me.
If you never interrupted me, you wouldn't have got asked the question.
Like I said, if you actually say something worth of importance, I won't interrupt you.
If I'm not saying anything of importance, why are you talking?
I'm talking over you because I am saying anything important. Are you not
like I said before, right? Like I said before, if we're at this point in the world as men that we cannot identify things that are of the natural order, what is that saying?
So
what is that saying? I'm not asking you nothing.
What is
I'm not asking you nothing. I'm not asking you anything. I am not asking you anything.
Well, I'm asking you something. What is your
I'm not going to answer you.
Order?
I'm not going to answer you.
You're going to use terms like natural order. You need to look at the panel and define
what is natural, Tarus.
Define
what is natural
order, sir.
What is
natural order?
What is natural, Tarus?
I'm asking you. You're the one
you tell me because
you're
got
the
all
one
the
who said it. You're the one who said it.
No, you tell me because you got all the answers.
Ricky Williams, what is natural order to you?
No, you tell me because you got all the answers. I can't finish what I'm saying.
Now all of a sudden you want me to do the work for you?
You tell me.
You want me to do the work for you?
You tell me.
Ricky, you've already proven in a short amount of time that you have no idea what you're talking about. You using terms that you have no idea what they
tell
mean.
Me.
You tell the panel. What is
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
I don't
right?
know. That's why
I have no idea.
The term natural order. Do you hear me?
Let me know when you're done, female. Let me know when you're done,
because
bro.
it does not apply.
Let me know when you're done, female.
Hey, I'm gonna keep talking if you're gonna let me. If you're gonna let me take over the show, I'm gonna keep talking.
Do what you do. Do what you do.
Hey, BM. Hey, host. Can you get this guy? Can you get this guy away from me because he's not saying anything right now? Look,
all right.
So you're gonna use terms like natural order.
Motherfucker always interrupting people.
I'm gonna need you to define it, and then I'm gonna need you to show examples of what you mean by natural order. And then you're gonna need to tell me why people should use your morality.
You never
and
let a
your
person
version of
finish their
natural
thought.
order compared to
Whenever somebody
else's
disagrees
version
with you,
of what
you
natural
want
order
to
is.
interrupt. Was
So,
I interrupting you when you was
do me
up
a
here
favor,
talking?
No, but I don't care. I'm gonna keep interrupting you.
Then I don't fucking care, bitch. I don't give a fuck.
You sound like you do.
I don't give a fuck
so let him,
about you,
hold on,
bitch.
Tyrus, let him get his out, and
Yo,
then you can
okay.
say what you got to say. Let him get his out. So what you were saying, Rick?
Pussy-ass
Go
nigga,
ahead.
man.
Go ahead, Rick. Get yours out.
Make sure your wife wipe your ass from front to back, bitch.
Hey, get a wife first, bitch.
I've been married for 27 years, nigga.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, yes.
No, you haven't.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
These men like this is the problem with the black community.
Why?
These men are the problem.
Why?
Because you a female with a penis.
No, I'm a dude defending other people's right to make their own decisions.
The right to do what?
Dudes like you are the problem because you
The right
keep
to
trying
do
tell
what?
everybody what they can and can't do with their own body. You're the
Again,
problem.
it's a child's body.
Yes, and their parents' consent. Right? At the end of the day,
if
you care about the child's body, then you should be outraged about boob jobs and nose jobs too.
I am.
But you're not. No, you're not.
Because
Because the only thing you ever come up here whining about
you know what?
is what other people are doing.
You talk like you know me when you don't know me from a can of paint.
Bro,
And
I
this
know
is the
you get
fact.
some of the stupid shit you be saying though.
So what was
It's
stupid
real
that I
easy.
said?
It's real easy.
What was stupid that I said?
Everything, such as natural order. You still can't define what natural order is. I just answered your question directly, Ricky. You see how that works? You asked me a question, I answered it. You
Let
said
me know
something
when you're
stupid
done.
like natural
Let me
order.
know
Now
when you're
please
done.
define it.
Let me know when you're done, because you're
I'm
never
done.
done.
I'm waiting for you to define the word, by the way.
Let me know what you done.
I just said I'm done.
For you to sit up here as a man and ask another man to explain what the natural order is, let everybody know what your mentality is.
As you as a man who can't even define what natural order is, lets me know you dumb as fuck.
Why do I have to define it?
Well, if you're gonna use those terms, you should explain what the natual order is. So, Ricky, here's your opportunity.
Why do I have to define the natural
everyone what
order?
the natural order is. Here's your opportunity.
Why do I have to define the natural order?
Just say it. What is
Because
so
you don't
hard
know what
about
it
saying
is?
what the natural order is?
Because
Bro,
you don't
I'm not
know what
gonna
it
do this
is?
dance around you, bro.
Do
I'm
you
not
know
gonna
what
do
it
this dance
is?
around you. Come on, dog. I just gave you
Do you
ample
know what it
opportunity
is?
to define what natural order is, and you can't.
Do you
just
know what it
refuse
is?
to. You just refuse to.
Do you know what it is?
I'm asking you. I'm not the one using the term, Ricky. You are.
Do you know what it is?
No, I don't.
Gentlemen,
So tell me.
y'all know what the natural
So
order
tell
is?
me and tell the audience what is natural
Gentlemen
order.
on the
How hard
panel,
is that, Ricky?
do y'all know what the natural order is?
Absolutely.
Then please, guys, enlighten me. What's the natural order?
Chat, do y'all know what the natural order of things is?
Ricky, why can't you tell me what the natural order is?
Why do I have to tell you, Tarush? You know
Why is it
everything.
so hard
Remember
for
what
you
I
to-
said, what you
Bro,
said is
come
that
on,
I
bro.
don't know nothing.
I asked you a simple thing. Just define it. And you
I
can't.
asked you a
just
simple thing to
absolutely
stop
refuse
interrupting
to.
me. Did you do
You
it?
know what? I'm going to do the work for you. I'm going to do the work
Did you
for you. I'm
do
going
it?
to pull it up on
I
Google.
asked you not to interrupt me. Did you
BM,
do
I'm going
it?
to pull it up
Okay,
on
so
Google
hold
real
on,
quick.
guys.
I'm going to stop
Hold
talking.
on.
Stop talking.
Hold on. So let me ask this. So let me say this real quick.
Bitch,
So
bro.
let me move.
You a
Let me move
full-fledged
on.
bitch. When I see a bitch, I call a bitch. You a full-fledged bitch.
Bro, I get called all kind of shit, bro.
I know you do.
Yeah, I know. And it doesn't bother me.
I know. Good. I hope it don't. You used to it.
Yeah, I am. All my life. And guess what? I'm still winning, bro.
Good for you.
In philosophy, the natural order is the moral source from which natural law seeks to derive its authority. Natural order encompasses the natural relations of beings to one another in the absence of law, which natural law attempts to reinforce.
Let me reintroduce myself.
Should I read that again?
Rick is stupid,
Should I read
bro.
that again? Because I swear I said morality, right? I accidentally defined the word for you. Morality. So now, Ricky, you need to explain to everybody.
Hey, bro,
I don't need to do shit,
morality, bro.
Sweating over me. You don't run me.
Bro,
I don't have to do
Wikipedia
shit.
don't
Hey,
count, bro.
Okay, Ricky, I give you
I
an
don't
opportunity to show your
Who the fuck
intelligence,
do you think
and you
are?
constantly
Who do
prove
you
that you
think
have
you
no
are?
intelligence.
Answer me that
I'm
question,
giving you a
bitch ass
chance.
nigga. Who do you think you are, bitch?
I'm
Who do you
hey,
think
bro,
you
you
are,
can do
bitch
all
ass
the name
nigga?
calling you want. You still looking stupid.
I don't
because
give
I
a
asked you
fuck,
simple
bitch
question
ass
and you
nigga.
can't. You just
I
can't.
don't give a fuck, bitch ass
Okay, bro.
nigga.
Well, then guess what? Well, then guess what? I'm
What
going to
hoe
talk to
ass
the
nigga?
audience
What?
because I'm actually
What
educated.
vagina
I
man?
actually make sure
Female
to
with
use
opinions.
words that
You
I
should
know
be
what they
bleeding. That's
mean.
why you agree.
Okay,
Shut your hoe ass up. You's a
bro.
hoe.
I'm not gonna shut
You
my
a
whole
hoe
ass up,
hoe.
bro.
You a
I'm
hoe
not.
hoe ass nigga.
Bro, you can
Can't
call
even
me
shut your
whatever you want.
motherfucking
You
mouth,
still
bitch.
dumb as fuck,
Shut
Ricky.
your
I'm
ass up,
sorry, dog.
bitch.
Ricky,
Female
you can
ass
say
nigga,
whatever
bitch.
you want.
Shut your
I'm
ass
going
up.
to go to
If I
sleep
knew
at
you in
night,
real life,
sound
I'd
asleep,
smack the
and you
shit
still
out your
gonna be
bitch
dumb
ass.
as fuck when we
All
get
right,
off.
hold on.
I'll
So listen.
smack fire out your bitch ass.
No, you're not gonna do shit, Ricky. You're not
Because
gonna
you
do
on the
anything.
internet, hoe ass nigga.
You're just an
Because you on the
internet warrior,
internet,
bro.
hoe
You're
ass
not
nigga.
gonna
I'll
do
smack
anything.
fire out your
Ricky,
bitch ass.
you're not gonna do anything.
Shut your bitch ass up.
You're not gonna do
Shut
anything.
your
And I'm
bitch
not gonna
ass
say
up.
it because you're not
Hold
gonna
on,
do
Shut
anything.
your bitch ass
Bro,
up,
you're
bitch
not gonna
nigga.
do anything.
Tyrese,
Bitch
somebody
ass
send a
nigga.
Bro,
Fuck you,
yeah, what's
bitch
up, BM?
ass nigga.
Tyrese, somebody send a $10
When I
cash
ask you
app
to be
and say
quiet, you
mute you
keep
for 10 minutes,
me
please.
respect to get respected.
Nah,
Fuck
what?
you bitch
BM,
ass nigga.
I can't hear it over this emotional ass dude right now.
Bitch
What you
ass nigga.
Somebody send a
Fuck outta
$10
here,
cash
bro.
app and said mute you for $1 per minute.
Oh ass nigga, man.
They
Shut
said
the
mute
fuck
you for
up.
10
Hey,
minutes.
hey,
Tyrese.
at least, hey, unlike Ricky BM, at least I'm bringing you money already. Unlike
Give a
Ricky.
fuck, bitch ass
Okay,
You know
nigga.
what I mean?
so what I'm
Hey,
gonna do,
I show
I'm
up
gonna
here and
mute
This
you
what
got
they
that
do.
shit
This what
popping
bitch
out, boy.
niggas do, right?
I'm gonna
Unlike
mute you.
This
Ricky.
what
Tyrese,
bitch
I'm gonna
niggas
mute
do,
you for 10
right?
minutes.
Unlike Ricky.
At least I'm making money.
I'm
At least
gonna
I
mute
got
you for
dope.
10
That
minutes.
ain't gonna stop you from
I'm
getting
gonna mute you for
smacked,
10
hoe
minutes.
ass
Dude,
nigga.
every last
Your
person on
hoe
this
ass
board
up.
is man.
You's a hoe, nigga. You's a
Okay.
hoe.
Here we
Seen
go,
many
y'all.
of you like in my life. You's a hoe. I'll put fucking hands on your bitch ass.
Okay, guys.
You's
Here
a
we go.
hoe.
All right, guys. So
Let me
Tyrese,
say what
Everybody on
everybody
this
else won't
panel
say.
makes
You a
money.
hoe
What are
ass
you talking
nigga.
about, Ricky?
for 10
What is
minutes,
it?
Tyrese. 10 minutes,
You a
Tyrese. You're
hoe
gonna take a
ass
break for 10
nigga.
minutes. Go fix your wires, Tyrese. Go fix your tie your
No,
wires.
no, no, no. I'm
You's
here
a
now.
hoe.
I'm
And
here now. I'm
everybody
here
else know
That's
you a
$10
hoe. I'm
it
just
all.
the only
And
one
I'm
that
doing
say
a
it.
good
You a
job.
hoe ass nigga. Bitch ass nigga.
They sent $10 for you,
Go get
Tyrese.
your
I'm gonna drop
kids.
you for
Go
10
get
minutes,
your
Tyrese.
kids dick cut off. Go get your kid pussy sewed up. Go ahead. Bitch
Hey,
ass
10 minutes,
nigga.
Tyrese.
Oh,
You'll be back in 10
so
minutes,
now we
Tyrese.
attacking kids. Oh, yeah, you
Bitch.
a real man,
You
bro.
attacking
You a
kids
real.
if you saying it's okay for them to get
I'll
transgenderized,
bring
you
you back.
bitch ass nigga.
I'll bring you back in 10 minutes, Tyrese. They told me they
Bitch
sent
ass
me $10.
nigga.
I can't betray my audience. They say $10.
Fuck out of here, man. Dude's a fucking
Okay.
bitch. Y'all know he a hoe.
Yeah, eating piss Ricky off tonight. Okay. So guys, thank you again for being here tonight.
Hoe ass
It's-
nigga, man.
We done started out rough and rucky. Oh Lord have mercy.
How you expect me to respect you and answer your questions when you can't even shut the fuck up? Soon as I say something that this would happen last week and I ain't say shit. As soon as I say some shit he don't disagree with, he want to jump in like a bitch. But
All
you
right.
want to get everybody want to get, you don't get no respect, bro. You get respect when you earn it. That nigga's a hoe and y'all know he a hoe. But what they gonna make? Oh, Ricky was getting emotional. Yep, with a bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, they said he said go to the he said meet him in the back.
Oh man.
Fuck that nigga, man. I'll smack the shit out that dude in real life, man. Nigga, you don't know me, bruh. And this ain't no tough guy shit. I will smack the shit out of you. Can I finish my point now, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please continue, Ricky.
Thank
you.
Please. Right? So like I said, right? For you to even argue with somebody about what's the natural order of things lets me know that you're off a couple of fucking TikToks in the fucking cuckoo clock. Right? Every man, woman, and child that ain't being seduced, convinced, or pushed an agenda knows that boys are boys and girls are girls. Right? So, like I said, man, if a kid doesn't have the ability to tell you if they want pizza or chicken McNuggets for lunch, what in the world makes you think a child has the ability to tell a parent, the person that is supposed to protect the child, not only from the world, but themselves? Bad decisions that they can make that can't be reversed, things that will stay with you a lifetime. Why would anyone sign on and agree to that? Just because it's legal doesn't make it correct. Just because it's allowed does not mean it's something that should be done. God damn it, you could drive a car with your feet, but should you? We supposed to be men. We supposed to be standing up for what's correct and right and honorable. But then we got men in our fucking community claiming to be for the people who sit up here and co-sign demon time devil shit. And then what we do as men, right? Oh, well, that's your opinion. Oh, it's okay that he feel and look that way until it affects your home. Until it's knocking at your doorstep, right? Then you ready to pull out the chopper, right? When you could have did it and got rid of it by just being a correct person and standing up and fighting when you're supposed to fight it. But like he said, what the fuck do I know?
All right, man. Well, I appreciate y'all, man. Like I said again, this is the barbershop, ladies and gentlemen. This happens at the barbershop. Sometimes, we bump heads, and it's okay. It's okay. That's what the men do. That's what we do sometimes.
I'm not bumping heads. I'll put hands on that nigga. This ain't no fucking games. I don't play with people like that. This not no fucking game. This is what people don't understand. This is a war of spirituality. And when we got men who can't hold the fucking line, knows the fucking problems, cut them down at the fucking knees. Stop letting these men walk around supposed honorable men. That's not honorable. I don't know that man. Give me a reason not to like you. That's what he did, and everybody sit up and just look at him. Fuck that nigga.
All right, but I pray we now let's go into the show. I'm gonna pull everybody back, but let's go to. We're gonna start the show. All right. The question of tonight is: are girls trips for hoes in remission? All right, our girls trip for hoes in remission. That is the question, guys. First of all, I want to ask the question. I remove myself and bring somebody else back up so y'all can everybody on the panel can answer the question. And I have my boy JT moderate for me while I'm in the back because I want to get everybody's perspective. I can come at any time. Pause. So I want to start out with girl trips first, and we'll start in a row. We'll start with Hank. Hank, you driving, boy? We'll start with Hank. And we'll go all the way around from the bottom all the way up through pause again. Up to Lost Translation, all the way back over to Ricky, all right? So, Hank, what are your thoughts about girls' trips when it comes to you and your girl or, being in a relationship and being married? What are your thoughts?
Well, first things first, I'm glad you dropped that transgender man for a real one. So that's first thing. As far as girls' trip, and my lady, she knows we don't do that. We don't do girls trip things. That's not what we're doing. We're doing couples trip. But if the girls gonna go off while they out of town and do their thing, that's fine. The fellas gonna do their thing, and we're gonna come back together and we're gonna collaborate and do our thing. There ain't my woman knows ain't no girls trip going on, so I'm not a fan of that.
All right. Well, grooming and reviews. What are your thoughts? I'm gonna bring you up, JT, so you can moderate for me.
Truthfully, I think, no. If she's in a relationship or she's seeking a serious relationship, no, you cannot be like that. That's when you were a kid. Fuck that shit. You get in line and be a woman. Simple. Be like you're supposed to be. Respectful, like you're supposed to be. End of story.
All right, so next person will be Illuminated. What's going on, Revelations?
Okay. Yes. Let me bring some perspective here. Where my boy Ricky at? Where he at? Let's do this. We're gonna do this from the law dictionary. This is your natural order, Ricky. Let me help you out here. One is Bible. God made male and female, and in that day he made both male and female. That's the natural order. He said, be fruitful and multiply. Now, Black Man is Unfiltered gonna probably kick me off because guess what I'm getting ready to read from, JT?
What
Black's
you
Law Dictionary. See? Now, the adjective transgender, transgender of relating to or designating a person who does not unambiguously self-identify as a male or female, but has characteristics of both. Transgender noun, 1979, a person whose physical sex at birth differs from the sex from which the person later identifies. Transgenic, parents of relating to or describing a living organism that has been genetically altered by introducing recombinant DNA from another organism.
What revision is that, please?
That is the 11th edition. You can get it on Amazon.com, and I advise everyone to do it because these discussions we're going to be having on BMU's show, you're gonna need that because this is.
Did they bring that price down, bro?
Huh?
Did they bring that price down on that Black's Law edition, 11th edition?
No. It's about $100.
No, that's good. They had it at $99.99.
Yeah, it's about 100, but I didn't care
99. Wait, $9.99.99.
Yeah, because some of the stuff I was studying, I'm gonna go ahead and get to the question, but some of the stuff I was studying, it kept referring to different editions. So for me, doing my research is lost in translation. No, we gotta do the etymology. We gotta have the foundation. We gotta get our facts straight. So Ricky, there you go, right there, my friend. You can rest at ease now. That's your natural order. Because as soon as you're saying it, I knew it was in here. But now, girls trip. This is gonna be short and sweet. Nope, not happening. Next, you can move on to the next person.
Rufus Truth, what's going on, man? What's your take on it, brother?
Respect to the panel. What's up, y'all?
Salute.
All right. In my opinion, I think girls trip is just a small part of the big problem. I think women's rights need to be stripped. They need to be brought back down to return the power back to their husbands and their men and their fathers. We have to become more anti-government. So that being said, right, just girls trips is just a general, or I would say a small part of a big problem. With that, we have to definitely kill sexual liberation. We have to kill that. Feminists need to be, bottom line is women need to be just stripped of everything because they cannot function. They cannot function, and I'm not speaking of every, but the majority of them cannot function with this much power or with this much freedom, right? They lost their minds. They lost their damn minds. So, any woman that's going to be in my world and we're going to build, girls trip is not even it shouldn't even be a thought. Because if I think you thinking about it, I'm thinking about getting rid of you. There it is there.
Oh, damn. All right, Mr. Bennett, he ain't in it. What do you think about the whole thing about the girls trip, man?
Well, certainly I've seen on trips I've been on recently, which we'll call, generally sane women, acting up in places where they wouldn't normally act. So certainly I think that was disheartening to see. But if you're going to ask me personally, look, it depends. Like my wife has 4 sisters. And if they want to go on a trip, to let off some steam or whatever, I don't have a problem with it because I trust my wife and I can't see that any of those activities going on, but I can't speak for everyone. So, people are going to feel how they feel about it, but it really depends on the company that you're keeping, the purpose of where you're going. And my wife, she really doesn't, quite frankly, have a lot of quote unquote girlfriends. Her sisters are her friends. And, she has, obviously through my daughter's moms, she certainly has relationships with people and, they may even go to lunch or something, but they're not, hey, let's go to Jamaica for the weekend. That's something that typically doesn't happen. But, if it's her sisters, I don't have an issue with that. Or if they wanted to take their In fact, they were just in New Orleans not too long ago with their father. They took their father down just to break some bread with them. So no issues with that. That's all I have to say on that.
Great. I got a question after that, but I'm gonna let everybody else go ahead and get their take on it. I want my man, the observant Mr. Lost in Translation. Let us know what you think, bro.
Listen, I've seen what goes on these girls' trips. You know what I mean? And it really comes down to the woman you're dealing with, like real talk. Because some women, you know, they know how to act when they go out. They know they represent you. They know that people know you. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. But if you get somebody that don't really care, girls' trips, all this other stuff, I'm like, come on, what are you doing? You know, what are you trying to prove? Because 9 times out of 10, usually they're just trying to get somewhere where can't nobody tell them nothing. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is this: generally, when you get into a place like that, how's somebody gonna protect you? You know, if something happens to you. You know, y'all are a whole bunch of women going on a trip. Who's gonna protect you if somebody decided they want to, you know, take that thing left? So my thing is, if I'm responsible for you, you know, you have to be in a position for me to protect you. And if you want to do whatever it is you want to do, then, you know, so be it. You can't be under my protection. That's how I look at it.
That's dope.
Allah.
Hey, so you run about the same age as me.
Right.
And you remember the 94 Freaknik.
Oh, yes. I remember.
Which will be on the that documentary that they would have.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that probably was the hottest one right there. At that
95
time,
was pretty good too.
95 was good. 96 was the end of it, wasn't it? It was about the end of the real, yeah. So
97 was the last.
It was the last, but it wasn't. 97 started out like 92. So 92 wasn't really, it was a picnic that they had going on. 94 was when it popped off.
Right.
95, 96, and what did you say, 97?
Yeah.
That's when it was really, yeah. So we already understand that. How many guys broke up with their girlfriend when the girlfriend came back and said that she was that she had it taken from her? It was a lot of them. A gang of dudes, because they told her not to go anyway. That was what that it was supposed to be, what, a girl trip and all that stuff that was going on. I'm talking about 30-year-olds. This was supposed to be for college students, wasn't it?
Yep,
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, 27, 30-year-olds, probably some 40-year-olds too that was in there. And when they went down there, they came back home, and you would see
Payne was down there. His old ass. I seen his old ass down there.
But that was that whole girls trip thing. And hopefully that they actually covered it. It was a lot of girls came back touched and violated. So hopefully they do talk about that right there. Mr. Payne, hey man, go ahead. Give me your synopsis.
So as long as I've been married, my wife never, I shouldn't say never, all the youthful years, she never went on a girls trip. Anytime we travel together. And I didn't even have a rule. She never even thought about coming to me asking about that shit. And she, I know her circle of friends, a lot of them are married. None of them are ratchet that I know of. But she has a older lady that she's friends with. They like to go see the leaves change up in Rhode Island and shit like that, so they go a couple of days. I don't have no problem with that. Shit, man, at this point, my wife is she getting freaky like that? She had a long marriage and shit, man. You know what? Fuck it. I'm never gonna know about it. So I ain't even worried about her, man. But so I really ain't. I really don't. I'm not worried about it. I know ain't nothing going on, but she's not the type of woman she is. But I'm not tripping.
Hey, Payne said, if she busts it down this late in the game, I'm just gonna let her bust it down.
I'm serious. But a guy should know, man, that my wife couldn't serve two masters. I don't give a shit. She can't even be a chameleon like that. She wouldn't know how to do it. I'm supposed to be, a lot of us are red pill enough and we could be fooled. But if you know somebody, you know, when you know somebody, I mean, that's why when we got together, I just knew her spirit. I mean, and I'm not like one of these physical guys, and all this shit that all the women I've known. When we got together, man, we were just, you know, I said, just take it sick, you know. So when I looked in her father's eye and asked him to marry her, and he said, "Yeah, man," I said, "This shit's for keeps," and she still caters to me today, till today. You know, so I don't worry about it, man. I never had any problems in the bedroom. Never had any problem anywhere. She just, yo, I need the money to do this. You got to sign this paper here. You got to do this. She don't even ask me no questions. She just trusts me. She just trusts me. And we got through life. We got kids out of college. They're both doing their thing. They're no kids. Very respectful. You know, so I'm saying, man. You know, so she's a keeper. I mean, I'm not going to say she's a unicorn, but I don't worry about her like that.
I gotta say, bro, I have to say, you and Mr. Bennett, man, y'all really hit the jackpot, bro. On some real shit. I love the way that you guys really speak highly of your wife, and not just speaking highly of her as if she didn't really contribute. But the way that y'all speak of her, and I see the multiplication that she did in your life, where, man, I commend you, brothers, man. Most definitely.
Yeah.
Very
Easy
blessed.
Money.
Very
Easy
blessed.
Money Jones. Don't you bring your ass on this panel tonight. No,
Get out of here! Just get out of here! And F you, just get out of here!
Shout out to Brother Clarence, man. He in the chat, man. What's up? What's going on with you, Brother Clarence? But Easy Money, what's your take on it, brother?
So I have no issue with the girls trip thing.
Did I just tell you not to bring that book?
Oh man, nah.
Beta, are you the
Nah, I'm all for the girls trips, man. Like if you want to go somewhere, go.
Easy Money.
Why?
Is that a real question? You want to know why?
Yes, sir. I was going to ask
why?
why. I was going to ask why.
Oh, wait, with bated breath.
Oh, okay. I like that. You're better than my kid. So for me, like I don't have that. Well, how do you say this? Like so me and my old lady been together almost 20 years at this point. We've been married.
Okay. Hey, commend to you, bro.
Yeah, we got 3 kids. We got a nice life together. All of that. We built this from the ground up, and I've got a pretty good beat on who she is as a person and what she's relatively capable of. I don't see my old lady going out to Jamaica getting bust down by Desmond on the beach. You know, I don't think that that's something that would happen. I mean, anything's possible. You know, Sadar Lacy could pop up at my door right now. You know, say anything's possible. But for me, that's not a concern or worry that I have. Plus, you know, I go on my boys' trips. You know, I went to the Lil Wayne concert with the homies, just out with the nice cologne on. You know what I'm saying? I went to Vegas about 2 or 3 years ago with just me and my brother. So, you know, I get to go and do what I want to do and kick it and do hood rat stuff with my friends. And I don't see why my wife shouldn't be able to do the same. Now, that being said, my wife's a homebody, so she ain't.
And that's the problem. She's not equal to you.
Wait, who said that?
Hold on, Ruth. We gotta let everybody go.
No, hold on before we started back. He about to turn the heat back up.
No, I was trying to look to see who it was so I could look at him in the screen.
Yeah, I gotta get Ricky in here because I almost said something to Ricky.
Ricky,
your wife, Ricky. She
Ricky
going on
Bobby.
girls trips. Ricky, what's going? Tell us, Ricky, she going or not?
A girls trip, no. A family trip, yeah.
Yeah.
right? Because I don't trust your girlfriends like that.
Man,
No, let's keep it a bean, right? No, my wife don't go on girls trips. Like she go with her family, whatever, and that's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? If your girl ain't shit, let's keep it a bean. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like my brothers, R Payne. I'm like my brothers, Mr. Bennett. Man, me and my girl, we've been together forever, man. If I don't trust her, who can I trust, right? Who can I trust? Now I definitely understand what Lit's saying. Like if some shit happened, I'm fucking 1,000 miles away. Shit, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? We pray and hope these things don't happen. But I mean, if you're a realist, you understand that shit is in play, right? It's just part of the game, right? But like I said, I'm not the type to worry about that stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I feel, especially in my relationship, we adults. I'm grown. I should be able to move how I want to move because I'm not out here moving, hurting you. You see what I'm saying? And vice versa, right? I have a saying. I don't make problems. I fix them. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not going to sit up there and worry and put myself in a mind state of that my girl may be doing something weird or whatever. Nah, if it shit comes to light, it comes to light. What the definition of a man in these issues is how you handle those issues when they pop up.
This is
right?
the problem.
Right? I'm not going to go out there and make an issue of it. I'm not going to sit up there and put myself into a place in a mindset where I got to worry about it. But if she violate, it's what it is. Right? Everybody got choices and decisions to make. But no, if she wanted to go on a trip somewhere with family, I ain't got no problem with that. They going on a cruise here in September, her and my family. But I'm staying because my daughter's in the hospital and I don't want to leave her by herself.
Oh, praying for your daughter, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, prayers to your daughter, man.
Yeah.
I got a question for Ricky.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, before you start. Hold on. Grooming, did we get you in grooming?
Yeah, you got me in already.
Okay. Let me say this real quick before we move on. Prayers for you and your daughter, seriously, man. If you're a praying person out there, send your prayers, all your prayers to Ricky, man, and his daughter in a speedy recovery. We pray for you, man, on that. We don't want to just bypass that. We want to stop for a moment to make sure we do that for sure. Now, we got somebody in the chat. Before we move on to the conversation, we got somebody in the chat. Y'all know him as Brother Clarence. Brother Clarence says, let's just, answer his questions here. He said, anybody else have any questions, put them in the chat and we'll discuss them. He says this. Is it a trust that's the problem in girls' trips, or is it the principle itself of the woman being out without the man with other women?
Let me answer that one.
Go ahead, Doc.
I'm going after him. It's okay.
Yeah, I got a question for everybody, so I'm gonna let him do this one, and the next question I'll get you to answer. Yeah.
The problem is that if something happens, I'm the one that has to live with the consequences. I'm the one that's going to have to fix that.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Absolutely. Anybody else want to address that real quick? Go ahead.
Yeah.
I have a question for Ricky, but I don't.
Yeah.
No. We will after we do the chat. After we do the chat, we'll go to the question. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, how I look at it, like I was with somebody who she never had fun when she was younger. She was trying to live her life now, but I was like the person, like, hey, you're going to bars. I do trust you, but I don't trust the other dudes who are trying to get their dick wet. And she never understood that. So that's the other way you have to look at it. It's not the person you're with you don't trust, it's the people around her.
Yeah, but let me add to that though, because it's a trust versus a temptation thing, right? One of the things that you could trust, and I'm not an overly religious person, but if you want to walk on a straight and narrow, you have to not only not do bad shit, you got to avoid the temptation of doing the bad shit, right? So I could trust you a lot, but if you're putting yourself in harm's way, then now it's not my trust for you, it's your capacity to stay on point in the midst of all the heathens, right? And that's out of my hands if you're not in front of me. So, I mean, I never had to deal with that because I'm not really worried about it. But I think that's the issue, So when you tell a woman, yeah, I trust you, but I don't trust everybody around you, essentially what you really just is a minced word saying, I don't trust you to have the capacity to ward off the bad spirits. That's what you're telling them.
But in the same token, if you guys are very lucky, your wives didn't want to go out partying with their girls or go have a trade trip. And they were like, listen, if I go on a family trip or I don't go at all. So you guys got very lucky there.
Well, here's the issue you can look at too. I think Ricky, Mr. Bennett, Payne. I don't know about the other brothers. Most of y'all been married for what, over 20 years?
Yeah.
See, so
Yeah, 14 years for me. 14.
Yeah, nobody was asking you BMU. I was talking to the grown folks. so for us,
go ahead.
yeah, I'm gonna send it to you. But
okay.
For us grown folks that's been married over 20 years, what happens, grooming, is your circle becomes smaller and smaller, and that's the thing. When you're younger, you having fun, you getting out there, you have girlfriends, blah blah blah. But as you get older, you get more mature, and your circle just becomes more condensed. Like Mr. Bennett, I agree with what he's saying. It becomes more or less like family oriented, because then your wife don't like being around. To Payne's point, your wife doesn't like being around a lot of ratchet people. They just can't stand it because they see what's out there. And what thing BMU need to have some of these videos that I've seen on YouTube and some of the comment sections of the women that are having regrets, that are leaving a good situation and going out there to see what's up. And my philosophy and my saying is, you're gonna have to get in line, because them other girls was in line way before you. You just getting out there talking about you want to have fun. I read one comment. I wish I would cut and paste and copy it. It was I just got recently divorced, and she was just shouting and praising it. One woman in the comments said, "Hey, I've been divorced for X amount of years. It's not like what you think that's out here." And that's the misconception that's happening with a lot of marriages. They're looking at their quote unquote girlfriends. Or let me put this in, since we're recording. I do not advocate married women being around single women. I do not advocate that. I do not advocate that. I do not advocate that.
And this is just my question, right? Is the woman is the weaker vessel, and man, we are the leaders. So therefore, we can't allow the weaker one to be away from the fold. It's too. This is why God told Eve that your husband should rule over you. This is why God said a woman should not usurp any authority over man, right? God knew what he was doing, right? And then you see what the serpent did to Eve. He manipulated her, right? And she didn't even have the audacity to ask her husband, is this the correct thing to do? She just ate it, because in her mind, right, she knew it was the wrong thing to do, but how to perform the thing at the time of temptation, she failed. And this has been a situation right now, 2023, why we're in these situations we're in, because us men have let our foot off their neck, right? Oh, go ahead. I go out, you go out too. Oh, my woman I don't see nothing wrong with my woman being out and me being out. And that's when happened, all the divorce rate flew up. Now we got all this shit going on. Oh, I'm not happy no more, right? Because we're allowing our women to have, freedom. And this is the man's duty, not only a job, but it's his duty to make sure, the most as he can, is to keep his woman in sync with him at all phases of the journey, and not let her veer off too far from the fold. Because once again, she's the weaker vessel. This is why we are appointed to leaders. This is why we have been given, because our capacity to uphold the standard of what a family looks like is far greater than a woman. As men, we are the acquiesce of the standard of what is excellence when it comes to running the family. So therefore, with that being said, I'm gonna digress, is we can't give them an inch, they'll take a mile. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile, right? So therefore, we have to lead with an iron fist and make sure that we make it there safely, because this journey is a long journey.
Could I finish my point, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I thought you was done. I was passionate.
You just came in here and just did a Terrence Crawford, just yeah, But anyway, back to my point. Well, when it comes to your union is a covenant between you and your wife. So when you guys get together, you talk it out. You're gonna have your ups and downs. You're gonna have your issues, and one thing that I've noticed, coming into these spaces is like married guys come and try to talk to some of the single guys, and they always come back with, hey, it ain't like that no more. It's like this, this and that, and I've seen our pain on one of the panels. They was talking about, I want to jump in and help you so bad, our pain. But I said, you know what? I'm going to let him handle this one. I saw that one, I said, I'm going to let him handle it. I said, no, I'm going to go back to my studies. Because, it's like, how can, if you never owned, my friend always said this, if you never owned a hypercar or Mercedes or BMW or Audi, how are you going to tell me something that I personally own? I'm not saying I have one, but if I personally own it, how can you tell me about that? You can go to Dr. Phil, you can go to studies, you can go to surveys and polls. But if Ricky's been driving this vehicle for 20 years, he knows the tires, he knows the oil, he knows just where to put his seat at. He knows everything about that vehicle. So when single guys come in and try to give married guys advice, I hear what you're saying, bro. But, I have a saying we used to say in ministry, you got to walk a mile in my shoes first. You got to at least give me the first mile. After that first mile, then maybe we can talk. But a lot of the stuff you getting ready to go through, the R. Paynes, the Bennett's, the Ricky Williams, and my brother over here in the corner, some of us has already walked that already. And Hank and all, we walked that already. So how are you going to tell me about something of how this car performs? That's where I have an issue at when it comes to marriage and things of that nature. And I digress.
So am I the only one who's been married for 15 years and trust my wife to be outside on her own by herself? Like, I'm not saying you guys are wrong, but I'm saying I can trust my wife out in public. Like this idea that anything can happen, right? Like she can go and drive and get killed by a teenager texting and driving. I can't do anything about that, right? She could go downtown Cleveland where she worked at, 30 minutes down the street and get into a car accident. I can't do anything about that, right? Like at the end of the day, that's not a child. That's another human being that I'm married to. And in my marriage, again, you guys with the biblical stuff, that's fine. But I've gone on homeboy trips, and I still go on homeboy trips with my bros. But you know why? Because I hang around good dudes. I let my wife go on her trips. You know why? Because she hangs around good women. Like I don't know if I could be in a marriage where my wife didn't let me go to Budapest, Hungary with my homeboys, didn't let me go to the Amsterdam, Netherlands with my homeboys, didn't let me go to the Berlin, Germany with my homeboys, didn't let me go to Zurich, Switzerland with my homeboys, didn't let me go to Prague, Czech Republic with my homeboys. You want to know why? Because my wife trusts me. That's like me telling my wife, nah, you can't go and see your best friend go get married in DC, even though we live in Ohio. Because it's not that I don't trust you, babe. It's that I don't trust guys around you. Do you realize that the only way your wife falls into that situation is if a guy sexually assaults her? Because if you actually trust your wife, the only way anything sexual happens is a criminal act. That's the only way something happens, unless, because if you're that paranoid that your wife's going to do something the moment she's out of your eyesight, you've already told me, damn, bro, are you really the alpha in the relationship? If you that paranoid about your wife falling to temptation, you let me know that maybe that relationship isn't that strong that you projecting. Because if your wife could fall to temptation, that means any dude can snatch her up at any moment. By that logic. But I'm not worried about it. You know why? Because I trust my wife. She's another grown-ass human being with her own needs and her own desires. And we're married because we're on the same wavelength. So if I can't trust my wife to go on a girls' trip and behave correctly, that means I can't trust her going outside on a day-to-day basis, which means we have no business being together.
Damn, something I could agree with your ass on. Holy shit.
Let me ask you guys a question really fast. Because most of you guys are married here. I'm probably the only single guy here. So yeah, thank you, whoever was that. For all you guys. Okay, let's say I see you guys all trust women, but what happened in the case? Let's say she went out, have a few extra drinks, and she got a little tipsy, beyond tipsy, more than she normal drinks. and her friends were not her friends that night and are supposed to take care of her, and things happen then. And out of her control, she's pissed drunk to the point she's blacking out. Then tell me then.
That's a hypothetical that doesn't happen because my wife really doesn't drink. So
You're
I'm
one of the few.
So I'm just saying we can't. You're asking us, I can't speak for all the brothers here, but I mean, you're asking in my case something that just doesn't. It's just not my reality. You know what I mean? It's just not my world, and so I don't spend a lot of my time with these what if then, scenarios, because that's just a waste of my mental energy in space. And
especially with an extreme what if.
Yeah.
Like, come on, can you use a more realistic scenario, please?
Yeah.
But it is a scenario. I'm serious. If you
want to get to real, hang
how
on.
fringe that is. You understand how fringe it is.
However, I think what you should be addressing in that case, grooming, is not the pus, but the cut, right? Why is she allowing herself to get to that point?
That's a good point too.
Your wife was supposed to be responsible enough. I don't care if she's at the grocery store and something weird happens, right? To call you and say, "Hey, come pick me up. Come get me." Right? I agree with Tarus with what he said, man. If you don't trust your girl, who can you trust? That's your wife.
Yeah.
Right? And listen to what I'm saying, fellas. If it's not for you, it's not for you. I ain't knocking your shit. Right? But if you can't trust her to do the right thing, you can't trust nobody to do the right thing by you.
Yeah.
Right?
And I will say one thing. I'm sorry cutting you off. I don't mean to do that. But I will say now the dating scene is a lot worse than when you guys were dating. Just take it as I'm saying it.
Real quick, guys.
Trust me. We see it. We see it. Us married folks see it.
I'm 35 years old.
Hold on, Tarus. We wouldn't. You couldn't.
Either you or Easy Money. One or the other.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, most of us that are married on here grooming, if something, God forbid, was to tragically happen, because we have these conversations with our wives, what would you do if something was to happen to me? I'm gonna be honest with you, my friend. If something was to happen to my dearly beloved, I'm telling you, what you single guys are dealing with now out there, nah, bro. No, I'll just go give me a couple acres and.
See, now I have to push back on that, because I was in 2005. I turned 18, and at that time, the only social media thing that was really popping like that, besides AOL, Yahoo, was Facebook. And at the time, you needed a college email in order to have Facebook. I don't know if y'all remember that.
That was MySpace.
Grooming.
And Black Planet. Don't forget Black Planet.
And Black Planet. Grooming. The same conversations, the same paranoia that these dudes is talking about now, they was saying that crap back in 2005. And guess what? The dudes was talking about that in 1995 and 1985. Like, I seriously doubt the dating game has changed, because something tells me in a multiverse where I, God forbid, was divorced and ended up single, something tells me I'd get married before some of these people on some of these red pillars. Something tells me I would be able to date, get in a relationship, and get into a long-term relationship faster than all these guys saying, man, the dating game didn't change. If the dating game has changed, why is the conversation or the things that guys are complaining about and women are complaining about the same crap that they've been complaining about since recorded history?
It's not the same.
Yes,
No,
it is. Listen to every generation. This country's been going to shit since 1776. Everybody swears the next generation.
It's not the same, man.
Everyone
it's not
else.
the same.
You know what I mean?
It's not the same.
Come on, guys.
When people are getting married less, that's not the same.
The Bible
people getting married less than it was in 2005. That's not the same.
The paranoia that people are talking about. Did you listen to the paranoia that people are talking about?
It's more than just that, man. It's more than just that. Look, dog, they talked about worry about body counts. We wasn't worried about body counts in 2005.
Are you
in 2023?
Wait a minute, Freaknik was hang on, Freaknik was in the 90s, bro. Freaknik was in the 90s, bro.
You think it's the same? We wasn't worried about transgender men in 2005 like that. In 2023, you got to worry about that. Way more than you. Yeah, bro. Let's talk.
Men were absolutely worried about body counts, just like they were in.
No, they wasn't, dog.
They were not.
No, they wasn't. No, they wasn't. No, they wasn't.
My time there.
Hey, Teru, let me put it to you this way.
No, they wasn't.
Let me put it to you this way, because I don't. Here's the thing that's not different. Okay, the thing that's different. You can't say things aren't different because social media has impacted a lot of the way we live. So that has to include everything. But the one thing that's not different is the basic nature of women and men. And that's what people have trouble navigating. So when I argue with these young fucking guys, and excuse my language, I say, listen, I haven't dated in a long time, but I tell them the same thing. I say, I think I have more game than you assholes. Because the shit that y'all talk about, it's the stuff that you don't even need to worry about. If you understand the nature of women, the only thing that's different, the nature of women and men, and not much to us, we're pretty much the same, is the tools that they have and the culture and the environment that they manipulate that lets them run amok. But underneath that, they're still who they are. And they just lost their way. So if you can reach a woman at that core, not that you want to correct the ratchet ones, you could identify some that still has a modicum of the shit that you're looking for. If you can identify it. And that's the key. These guys are so lost in their own way, they can't tell the difference between the 304 and a woman with some shit left.
Mr. Payne, this is why
Illuminated had his hand up. Illuminated had his hand up. Come on, Illuminated.
In 1970, there were 76.5% marriages for every 1,000 unmarried women aged 15 and over. By 2000, this rate declined to 44.4%, and by 2008 to 34.8%. So over the course of less than 40 years, the proportion of unmarried persons who marry each other has declined by nearly 55%.
Right.
That's a difference. It's not the same. That's a difference.
Right. That typically it has to do with the fact that
no, dog, you said it's still the same, brother. But buddy, you said it's still the same, brother.
Rust Belt State went away.
You said it was still the same, though.
But from the topic of this, okay, I'm gonna put it to a perfect analogy. Despite how advanced our technology gets in the military, it still revolves around the central theme of being able to kill the enemy as efficient as possible, correct? Despite the tools,
Tarus, we're not doing straw man arguments. We're talking about men and women.
That's an analogy.
No, it's not. We're not doing that.
That's an analogy because
so you saying that 18 years ain't nothing changed.
Despite the tools today,
we're talking about dating, not killing people. Okay.
I'm using the analogy. Despite the tools that are available
18 years, brother.
Wait, okay, so am I wrong? Despite the tools available in dating, the base emotions are not the same?
Tarus, with all due
yes, it's different. The expectations are different.
That is a straw man argument that is going nowhere for you to get a win. It's okay for you to say you were wrong, bro.
All right, man, I got you.
Hank is correct.
I'll be straight with you.
Straw man arguments don't do nothing but derail the argument, derail the conversation.
I'm on topic. What are you talking about?
No, you're talking about the military, bro.
I specifically said I made an analogy.
But you were trying to win a point by using a straw man argument.
That's not a straw man argument.
Yes, it is, because it's no correlation. There is no correlation, bro. Hank, could you go ahead and finish what you were saying, bro?
Well, what I'm saying is it's a big difference. When 2005, we didn't have to worry about transgender and be able to tell them apart. You could easily tell a transgender in 2005 compared to 2023.
You couldn't though, bro. You're wrong.
No, you could though, because they didn't have. Let me finish. Hold on. Truth. Let me finish, buddy. You could tell the difference though, because they didn't have some of the surgeries they had then compared to now. Yes, you can tell the difference then compared to now.
They had a lot of the same surgeries too.
No, brother, it's more advanced. You're talking about 18 years ago. You don't think that's okay, bro? I got you, man.
Affecting men from dating. How's that affecting dudes from?
Well, first of all, if you think you're talking to a woman, all of a sudden she's a man. That's an effect. That's an effect.
That is so rare. That is the fringe amongst the fringe. Come on, man.
All right, bro. Should you think of the same? I'm gonna let you think of the same.
Drew,
No,
this one,
what I'm
this one
saying
for
is
you.
the
This
base
one for you,
emotion is
Drew.
the same.
This one
The
for you,
tool
Drew. That's
might have
different.
been different, but the base
Let
emotion.
me tell you one that's different. Let me tell you one that's different. Most men now and most people use dating apps in the majority of how they try to hook up. That's a big difference. Because wait a minute. Before you shake your head, easy one.
It's a minority of a
Well,
minority.
no. Guys
It
who date.
doesn't matter if it's 5 people. It's a difference, motherfuckers.
Right now,
I'm
only
just trying to say. Let me just finish the
15%
difference. Let me just
of
finish the
people.
difference before y'all cut me off.
Y'all was saying the same, but if it's just 5 people doing it, it's a difference from the 2005 to 2023. Come on, guys. I know. Look, y'all keep trying to come up with this. I know you and the Roots want to be right, and that's cool. Y'all can be right. If that's what you want that W, take that W, brother. I'll take the L. I'll take the L.
No, we're just having a conversation.
Well, not even about
I'm just trying to ask how
like I know what I'm
transgender
talking about.
affects
I
straight
can't
men
stand
from
when them
dating
fucking
straight
take
women.
them
That's
away
all
from
I'm
you.
asking.
You
That's
know
all
what
I'm
I'm
asking.
Listen,
Well, if you can't tell the difference between if they're trans men or not, again, some people have a hard time telling. You put about a group of 5 of them. You say pick the transgenders. 4 of them are transgenders and 1 ain't. You probably pick 2 or 3 that you thought was straight women.
They not even 0.1% of the population. This is what
They're
I'm talking about.
growing, dog. You bullshitting. They growing.
Well, when
They
they want
growing.
your kids to accept them in schools, there's a reason why.
Hold on.
Because they're coming. And guess what? The population getting big, and you seem like the type that you was talking earlier. You more than willing and accepting them. Well, even if your kids was to say, "Hey, I want to come over and cross over," hell no.
But
not under my watch. We're not doing this shit.
Even with the transgender community maybe being on the rise, that doesn't affect me as a straight man being attracted to a straight woman. So how does that?
But they're not single, so that doesn't matter. You don't have to deal with them issues. You don't have to deal with them issues, my man.
You don't either. You're straight.
It has nothing about. How do you know if she's a woman? You don't know for sure. So now when I come to her, that's got to be one of my 2 questions.
Hold on, Hank. Don't you got a son?
Yes, sir. My son has to worry about this shit.
And he got to worry about that shit.
Yes, he does.
I got 2 daughters, and they're not worried about dating and accidentally.
Now, real quick, man, because times are changing, and when your kids are a part of the world that we're living in today, they have a lot of questions, right? And my thing is this: I heard a lady call the Strawberry Letter on the Steve Harvey Morning Show, and I had just caught the clip of it. Somebody sent it to me, emailed it to me. I think it was Clement Gray. He in the chat, right? He always sending me stuff for shows, and the woman called and said, "My husband and I have been trying to have a child for 5 years. I have not been able to have a child, but my husband has gone to the doctor to get his sperm checked. He's gone to do different type of tests. They can't find anything wrong." She said, "But I've been keeping a secret from him. He does not know that I'm trans." I'm talking.
Yeah, and if he found out the hard way, like in the bedroom, and that transgender got killed.
But I'm alluding to what Hink said is that when you can't tell, this man married this woman. He's really trying to have a family with this woman, and she didn't even tell him that she was trans.
Right, and that's wrong as crap. What's also true is how fringe is that? Like, guys, that's not an everyday occurrence.
Get the fuck out of here with that. It's not an everyday thing. It's growing. It's growing. It's getting worse.
It's different from 2005 to 2023, brother.
JT and Hink, it is not enough. It is not growing fast enough for straight men to use that as an excuse for why they're not dating straight women, though. We got to stop that nonsense.
Hold on,
we got to stop blaming transgender for why these men out here are sad.
What is how do you stop things from happening? Is it prevention or waiting till the shit happen and then you try to stop it?
How about you ask
prevention?
The transgender community is not preventing straight men from dating straight women.
No.
Again, in 2005, you didn't have to ask those type of questions. In 2023, you do. That's why part of the difference I'm talking about. That Taruk said it's nothing different. It's still the same. No, it's not.
I hate to be that.
If I got to be one of my questions, if my son has to ask one of those questions, that's a difference from the time when I was looking to date his mama. Big difference. I didn't have to answer that question.
You still really don't like it.
Okay, and you end up like the situation black man's talking about, brother.
Hink, I seriously doubt you would get played like that. I just got to be honest with you, bro. Like
You talking about? I dealt with this in 2005. That's the problem.
I doubt you would run into that problem.
Tyrus, one night, I don't know if you were on the panel that night, but we was having a barbershop just like we have in barbershop right now. And I put 5 women on the screen. Mr. Benny, you remember that? When I put the ladies on the screen and I asked the guys on the panel, 10 men, which one are real women and which one are transgender women? These motherfuckers could not tell. They could not tell you. They went through every picture and it was like, damn. I'm like, man, no, you trying to fool us, all these real women. And I say, no, bro, every one of them transgender except that last one.
BM, can we answer this? Can everybody on the panel answer this question honestly?
Yes, sir. All of them but that last one.
BM, can everybody on this panel answer this question? Would it be different looking at photos compared to asking that same question if we saw these transgender people in real life? You're saying you wouldn't be able to tell then?
Hold on. I will tell you this. The girl that was on the talk show that came out, we watched that too, when her daddy wouldn't accept her being trans. When she came out, I think it was Mandrell. Mandrell say, bruh, whoever that girl surgeon was, need a damn tip. I mean, if they didn't tell you she was trans, you'd be like, God damn, she would trap you.
No.
To
answer Tyru's question.
What's that? What's the question?
The question was, if you was to take that the 5 same transgendered photos, and this entire panel actually saw these transgendered in real life and was asked to be able to tell, don't you think we'd be able to tell?
No.
I'm saying it's some of them that look like there's some of them that look like they be lawnmowers, but some of them have gone through the entire process. Femininity, titties, big lips, big ass, straight curves, everything, and you can't. Let me tell you something. What do you?
The only way they looking like women, though, bro, is because the women don't look like themselves.
Tyrus,
the only way that they can do it.
What part of the world are you in?
Cleveland, Ohio.
I want you to take a trip to Atlanta, and I want you to walk around that motherfucker for 2 days, and I want you to tell me how many of them motherfuckers you can tell are women and which one are not real women. I guarantee it'll fool you.
I'm asking generally. Is Atlanta really that bad?
If I was a single man, I would not go to date there. I wouldn't go talk to females there. I wouldn't do nothing because it confused the shit out of me.
One of the points, real quick, is that the stylists for a lot of women's dress today are the transgenders. So they make the women of today with the lace fronts and the wigs and all that look just like them. So, I got a thumbnail on my channel for this thing. Is it real or is it Memorex? If you remember all that shit. And I didn't tell people which one is a man or the woman. And if you look at those pictures, you're not going to be able to tell. So this was one of my response to the Just Hilarious thing. And the response by some other guy to Jess. So the black women have been a conduit for the transgender women to take root. They've been their staunch allies, and those chickens are coming on the roost.
Have you seen how these women look, though, Payne? Have you seen how these young women look? Blue hair, green hair. They got them big ass eyelashes. They got caked on shit. It's not hard for these men to be in competition with them.
No, it's not.
The way that they can stop it is to be in their own femininity.
Right.
Natural.
So here's the thing.
Have you seen, hold on, Tyrone. Have you seen one? I'm asking the people on the panel. Have you seen somebody that's transgender that looks like a natural woman? Have you seen it?
No.
Shit, I seen them. They was over in Jamaica. I was over in Jamaica in June. They was out there partying together.
Yep, and guess what? Those women, you're absolutely right. That's why we talk about. I know we're talking about this situation tonight, but let me move the goalpost just a little bit here. Even with the women, they say you can't tell the difference now between a hoe and a good woman you want to marry because they all dress the same.
They stand too
They all
close
dress the
to each
same. The
other.
fishnet
But
stockings
what?
on the woman that want to be married. Fishnet stockings, titties out, ass out, twerking on everybody. The
But
whole
what's
fishnet stockings, ass out, titties out. They're walking side by side. You can't tell.
But what's the litmus? The litmus, though, right? The litmus is that people say, everybody say you can tell. The only reason you can tell is because they look too much like women.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. They makeup is too crispy. Their hair is too laid. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? That's the only way you know.
I got you, Rue. Yeah.
Perfect. They
You're
look
right.
perfect. They look like a damn cartoon character.
Yeah, they did. Yep, and illuminated revelation. I'm gonna let you go, but I'm telling you guys, if you want, Lost in Translation, you're closer to Atlanta than all of us. I'm telling you, if you go to Atlanta and just walk around the mall, walk around those festivals, walk around, and you be like, God damn, she fine. She'll turn around and be like, hey, what's up? You be
I
like,
will
what
let
the
you in a little secret. They
right?
smell.
I'm telling you, bro. Easy
They-
money. Go on down into Atlanta, and they're gonna show you.
They
I got one better
smell
for you guys.
different. They
Go
smell
down to
different.
New York.
That's
Go in
the new
city.
show me
Lost in
state
Translation,
right
what you
there.
say?
Georgia is the new show
They
me
smell
state.
different. They smell different. You can't hide. You cannot hide male pheromones. You can't. You cannot. They smell different.
What?
It smell like cactus.
They smell
Hey,
like
so hold on. So listen, I'm gonna do this real quick. So hold on 1 second, guys. All girls trips are for hoes. Our girls trips for hoes in remission, right? So I
Right.
got a couple of things I want to show y'all. We're gonna take a quick break, but I'm gonna show y'all when we come right back to the conversation, guys. There's this guy who's a flight attendant. I got you illuminated. I got you. I swear to God, I got you. There's this guy who's a flight attendant, and he got some stories. He got a whole damn page for it. And he talked about the women who board his plane, and as they're going on the girls' trips, and they all call their husbands to tell them, "Oh, baby, bye-bye, we love you. Oh my God, I'm gonna be okay." Blah blah blah. Well, he's telling the story of one of the ladies that was on the plane with her girlfriends, right? And I'm gonna play that one first and let y'all see that when we get back to the conversation with illuminated and then grooming. Here we go.
So she calls him on FaceTime, and all of her friends get behind her, and they're all like, "Hi, Scott. Hey, Scott. Don't worry. We'll take good care of her." And she's like, "Okay, honey. Don't worry. I'll be safe. I'll have a great time. I love you. I'll miss you." I hear the husband say, "Okay, be safe. Don't get too crazy, Kelly." She's all like, "You know I love you. I won't get too crazy." And all her friends are like, "Yeah, she'll be great. Don't worry." So now she's saying goodbye, and she's all like, "I love you, bye, mwah, I love you." So she hangs up, and she's like, "Yay, I got that out of the way." And all of her friends are like, "Woo!" And she's like, "I'm gonna get wasted every day. I'm gonna make out with every single cabana boy I can find. Woo!" Whoa. All of her friends are cheering her on, and they're all screaming, and then it gets quiet for a second. And all of a sudden, you hear Scott's voice. "Honey, I'm still here. You didn't hang up."
Oh shit! Oh
Okay,
shit!
now hold on.
Yeah.
Now, hold on. That's part one.
Yeah.
That's part one. Here's part two.
You have never seen a group of women sober up so quickly. She's all like, I was just kidding, Scott." All of her friends are trying to help her out, and they're all like, "She was just joking. It was just a joke." Scott is clearly perturbed. They're all trying to save their girl, so they're all like, "Scott, she knew you were there. She's just joking. It was just a joke." Scott's quiet for a few seconds, and then all of a sudden I hear him say, "So's our marriage." Ooh. And he hangs up. It's going to be a long flight to Cabo for Kelly.
Yes.
That
Absolutely.
That was a Chef Kiss, baby.
Enjoy yourself, baby. 'Cause when you come back home, all your shit is gone.
And that's what I'm talking about, right? It's not, look, life happens, bro. Life happens. It's not that it's not gonna happen to you. It's how you handle it when it's your turn. He handled it as a man. Look, and I hear what the fella's saying. Prevention is the best cure. I completely understand that, right? But why do I have to put myself in a frame of mind and mind space? Or better yet, why would I be with a woman?
Did you hear what I said?
Why would I be with a woman that requires me to put myself in that mind space? Right? People gonna be people. Players fuck up. Hink fucked up before, you know what I'm saying? Right? It's what you gonna do when it happens. Right? It's what you gonna do when it happens. You grown. I don't believe in keeping tabs on. No, I don't do that. Right? Everything you do in the dark gonna come to light eventually. And when it come to the light, I'm gonna burn your ass up. It's just that simple. Right? So the real thing to do is like everybody saying, like the older gentlemen, my brothers in Leeds, right? Hey, trust is paramount. It's paramount, right? Don't give me a reason not to trust you. I relinquish the mic.
All right, illuminated revelation, and then right after that grooming, you jump right in after him.
Well, what I wanted to say before you showed that clip was, as far as the difference, not only that is the mental aspect that Hink was talking about, because being overseas, JT can attest to this too, and the ones that have served over there, it's hard. It's hard to tell the difference, and the psychological effect that has on a natural man, knowing that he's been with something that is not natural. My friend told me about a situation that great dude, athlete, blah, 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 hooked up with this individual, and after he got done, lost in translation, he lost his mind. He was never, ever the same. So when he talks about things have changed, it has changed. And we have to look at the psychological aspect of that. You know, I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for the women. I believe a woman would probably feel the same way, thinking that if she had a natural man and come out, it wasn't a natural man. You see? So when you begin to, like Ricky's point, when you begin to break up the natural order of things, this is the result. Lost in translation, what does he say? God is not the author of confusion.
That's right.
So what we have is a whole confused, just everybody. You mean to tell me people my age, Mr. Bennett age, what is a woman? We have to seriously have that conversation now in 2023. And we got one sitting on the Supreme Court right now that couldn't answer that question. And I hope somebody archives that, so 20 years from now, when all this foolishness is over with, you know, because people are starting to turning and getting away from this mess, you know, this is what you believe. No, this is what your belief system is. You know, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. See, so when you look at the cognitive dissonance, when you begin to look at that, I don't even entertain the them, they, the personal pronouns and all. No, either a man or a woman. That's what I just got through looking up in the law dictionary. They define birth and a parent and all that is that of a boy or a girl. Period. End of conversation. You know, you can't convince me or try to say I'm transphobic or homo. I'm not homophobic, sodomite phobic or whatever you want to call it. I don't care. You are either a man or a woman. Now, in 1974, shout out to Umar Johnson, what he said, the psychological thing that they had, homosexuality was defined as a mental illness. They took it out. Why? Because of the agenda. I think Ricky or one of the other, I think Panelist said, it is an agenda that we're fighting. That's what we're fighting against. Propaganda, agenda, misinformation, disinformation. What is right? What is wrong? What is the saying now? Mr. Bennett, it's your truth. Well, no, Mr. Bennett, you know, it's my truth. Mr. Bennett said it's my truth. So there is no right or wrong. When they came out with the song, they were sending the message. They blurred the lines. They made sure that you weren't going to be able to define what is what. They're redefining words and things of that nature. So when they redefine these words, it's like you go back and look at some Webster's dictionary from the 1800s. These are what these words meant. Gay used to mean happy, but they took that. The rainbow symbol that they got, they stole that. Okay? They stole all that. Everything that we're seeing is stolen property and identity crisis. That's what they're in right now. And that's what America is suffering now. Shout out to Africa. They have formed a holy union saying, we're not playing that over here. Kamala said, hey, if you get this woke agenda, they said, you can keep your $60 million. The president said, we're not doing that over here. They passed a law. Look it up on YouTube. They passed a law. We ain't playing that over here. And the woman, one of the female in parliament said, they would like to talk to you, Mr. President. Excuse me. He said, for what? He just started laughing. There's no conversation. There's no conversation here. So that's my take on it.
Agree with Ms. Gaines that there's a difference between women and men?
If the question is about trans women,
I'm just asking, is there a difference between women and men?
what I can say is that the NCAA has rules in place. They've had rules in place for the last decade, and when this competition
Okay, I'm
happened,
going to try again.
the rules were clear.
Do you believe there's a difference between women and men? It's a yes/no question. Do you believe there's a difference?
Oh, I think that we're talking about this case with the NCAA.
No, I'm asking a question. Do you believe there's a difference between women and men? Most people could answer this very simply. I'm curious if you're willing to do so.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just putting it into the context of the conversation that we're having. I think that there are definitions related to sex.
Is
but
that
I
a
also
yes?
think
So I'm
that
trying to
we're-
get a yes or no. I'm not trying to get a speech.
Is
there a difference between women and men?
I think that there are definitions for biological sex.
Okay, so you're
which
not
is
answering
different
that.
than
Let me
gender.
ask you this question then. Why do
Prime example. I watch those hearings all the time. Prime example.
By the way, the rainbow that they stole actually is a blasphemy. Actually, it's a blasphemy, right? Because the rainbow has biblical meaning.
Oh yeah.
And
it was the covenant that God made with Noah and the earth, that I will not flood the earth. But he did say the other thing. There's a clause. There's a continuation of that. He said, not by water, but fire next time. So let's not get it twisted. That was stolen.
So my question to you guys is this: what is a woman?
Now, let them think about that first. Grooming
An
has some
adult
more to say
female.
first. Go ahead, Grooming.
All right, I want to touch base on a little bit of what was said earlier about if you can't tell a difference. And I want to tell a little story. My father used to be a cab driver in the city. He put his hand on the armrest one day and thought it was a woman. He goes to me, telling me so like I thought she was hot and everything. He put his hand on him and go, oh, nice ring. My dad looked at him like, you're a woman or a man? My dad kicked his ass out of that cab fast as could. You cannot tell. These trans or things or whatever you want to call them do their makeup a certain way now these days better than actual women. How can you tell?
How was he able to kick her out or kick that transgender person out if he wasn't able to tell? You just said he was able to tell.
Yeah, when he put his hand on my father. He literally touched my father. He had his hand on the window rest. And he put, my father's ring was there. Then my mom got him and goes, oh, nice ring. And he looked at him like, you're a man? I'm like, yeah. He doesn't have to provide a service. He put his hands on him. He can kick him out anytime. I would have, done a little worse, but that's my opinion. But here's my other catch-22. This is not natural. We already said that. If you're religious, you already know this is satanic. That's all I want to say. It's not by God. That's all I'm going to say.
So to answer JT's question, a woman is a human being with the ability to give birth. She got a uterus, all that other fun stuff. Did I answer your question, JT?
JT, you muted,
bro.
Your mic, man.
I want everybody's question. I want everybody's answer on there, because at the end of the day, it comes down to having a consensus, right? Because that's all laws are. That's all being normal is, isn't it? Where we all agree that this is what is the consensus.
Well,
so at the end of the day, what's happening right now is that they're trying to screw up this whole consensus of what a woman is. We don't have to worry about what a man is. Let me tell you why. Because you got a bunch of women that try to get into this whole concept of what a man is. She tries to be a man. Guess what? It's cool until she has to be a man. And guess what she ended up doing? Being a woman. I can tell you right now, there ain't one damn woman that'll sit back and if she's in and go to prison, that she wants to be in prison with men. But I can tell you a whole bunch of men, when they go to prison, they would rather say, I'm transgender, and they want to be with women.
I would.
One woman that's trying to be in there with men. Men don't even want to be in there with men. So at the end of the day, that's why it's so important for us to look at this transgender thing when it comes down to the attack on femininity. They thought that they were going to be smart enough to attack the masculinity and make us all punks so they can move easily into femininity. You know why? Because for the most part, women will acquiesce. It has always been done. You tear down a goddamn village, you kill all the goddamn men, they will acquiesce. Period. This is what's happening right now in modern day society. You tear down masculinity and you infiltrate femininity. Guess what they're going to do? Acquiesce. We all see it. We see it when we have our loved ones sit back and say, why are you so involved in what's going on with this whole LGBT or T? We ain't even talking about LGBT. Damn it, all of them other alphabets. We talk about the T. Because we're the ones that actually say, listen, that's my woman and those are my children. I give my life for them. I give my life for them. The only time that we don't say it is when we start being a bitch. When we start being yellow belly. When we start being lukewarm. When the asshole comes out of us. There ain't one man on this damn panel right now that ain't an asshole. It's part of masculinity.
Yeah, but I guess I fit the definition of a bitch then, because I'm not threatened by transgender.
All right, so we got you out the way. So everybody else, you out the conversation, so we can talk to everybody else then. Tyrese.
No, I'm sitting here having a conversation.
At the end of the day, nobody, that's what it comes down to.
What the transgender community has threatened you? How? JT, what has the transgender community done to you directly, individually, that got you so?
Why are you the whisperer? Why are you on this hill?
Yes, I'm defending my fellow Americans' rights to exist. That's why I'm up here. That's why I'm here.
By yourself.
Fuck them motherfuckers, man. Fuck them. Look here, man. Again, let me say this.
Everybody else, they American.
You're right, buddy. You are right. But how you guys how they affect my son. They affect my son. So if they affect my son, that affects me.
So, Hank.
And if he has any grandbabies, they ain't going to affect me. They affect my granddaughter, who is going to be going to elementary this time next year. She'll be in school. They could be her teacher.
So
that's a problem for me.
Your son has already ran into a transgendered person in dating.
No, he's not dating no transgender person, but he has one in his school. He's about to go to college.
So
again, you said how does it affect? If it affects my son, it affects me. My son is about to,
for simply existing, Hank. Does the fact that there's a transgender kid one?
No. Let me help you out, buddy. Let me help you out. Let me help you out, buddy. Do you realize all of the changes they had to make in the school for this transgender person? We had to go to extreme. Matter of fact, they made more changes for her than they did handicapped kids.
Oh, they built a ramp for the transgender people?
Oh, come on, man. You a fucking clown.
Man, and you
know what?
grasp the responsibility,
There's
man. I'm
definite
sorry.
ways to. There's definite. See, now we're not arguing this thing in fair ground, okay? If you look at the Constitution of the United States, and here's where Teru, I think this is where we could almost all agree a little bit, right? Everybody, if you're a citizen, you have right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You don't have the right to be happy. You have the right to pursue. Where we get into problems is when your pursuit of happiness crosses over and impacts the way other people live. Okay? So I don't have a problem with what people do in their, well, I don't like it, but it's none of my business what they do in their own bedroom. I'll give you that. But when they're trying to indoctrinate your children in schools at the lower level, that's an issue. That's an issue. When the assistant secretary of health is a man in a drag, these guys make laws, right? When the Supreme Court justice can't say what a woman is, we're all in danger. So it doesn't have to be for danger from indoctrination. When you can't go, if you can't put a movie out without two men kissing each other nowadays, every theme has to have somebody gay in it, even cartoons. And, so it's an indoctrination that's the issue. Because, Black people had to learn this, right? And we still learning it, right? We went, every group goes through their little transition, right? So one of our biggest problems is that we try to not shame, but we make white people uncomfortable for being white. I don't think that's right. Right? They should have the right to feel white. So that's why I get along with them, because when they're around me, they don't have to worry about being white because that's who they are, right? And so some of us had to learn that, because it's not an affront to me as a Black man for a white person liking to be white. So the transgender people have an agenda to usurp shit. But you know why? Because transgender women are men. And men don't just stand idly by. They try to take shit over. And just because they got dicks, the chicks with dicks, it doesn't change the fact that they want to try to take over the territory. Like Title IX is almost dead, right? A place where the most beautiful fucking women in the world, from white standards, they just voted a transgender a woman, as the beauty queen. With all of those beautiful white ass women over there, you can't tell me this big fucking skeleton.
You gonna go to a man?
Yeah, it's a goddamn most beautiful person in the Netherlands. Get the fuck out of here. Hands as big as football, feet like size 15 and shit. Get out. Come on. So it's gone too far. And it doesn't have to be the majority of people. It's just enough, and the people with enough money. Here's where we find out the finesse. Or your people who have the airwaves, a lot of them are freaky gay, right? So they get to put what's out there on TV. We used to love Disney and the battle with crazy ass DeSantis. If he wasn't such a prick, I can almost agree with some of his shit. But he's crazy. But he's not wrong about the indoctrination. And then what the transgenders did to us as Black people, and I'm gonna land it here, is that they are parasitic to the Black man's cause in America. Every fucking thing we do, they try to ride up under there, sucking all the juice out of every goddamn.
I was just about to say the same thing.
It's not reciprocal. When they get what they want, that's all they need from us. You don't see those guys out there protesting for us. Look at the two big ass lesbians from Black Lives Matter. They stole $100 million from the Black community. They ain't held one Black victim. They don't even like men. So this shit is happening. It's not a figment of our imagination. So it went way beyond us just accepting people being who they are. They're trying to change the way we live. And the people under the real attack is men. Because they got to get us the fuck out of the way so they could do all the dastardly shit they can do. Because
Our
we're the
pain.
last bastion. We got to be emasculated. We gotta,
Our pain.
Joe, I'm gonna land
How
with
can you change anything if you don't get the asshole out the way? How you gonna change anything if you don't get the asshole out the way? You know why motherfucking single moms were being infiltrated? Because there was no asshole ass man in the goddamn way. That's basically what it is. I'm gonna lay in that one right there. I want Lost in Translation to go ahead and give his take on it, man.
Well, can I say one thing before you go, Lost in Translation, if you don't mind? Now, look here. The thing about this stuff, man, people don't realize this shit is opening the door for other things, like pedos and fucking beastism. They're opening the goddamn doors for this other bullshit. It's only a matter of time. I'm done with it.
Goats in the Middle East before social media was a thing, Hank.
Lost in Translation, man. Go ahead.
I got you, bud.
Here we go.
You next.
I think there's a saying that says when you fail to look at the past, you're doomed to repeat it. My thing is this is not new, and it's not something that people have just sprung up. They just keep recycling the same old tunes. My thing is this: in the long term, short term, it really doesn't do anything. But in the long term, it sacrifices our national security. And let me walk with you on this one. Okay. Now, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the BRICS initiative, where they have Brazil, Russia, China, India, those type of people. Okay.
Yeah.
Those people know for a fact individually they can't do nothing with the US. Okay. And if you've been watching the news, our credit rating has been downgraded.
That's right.
So my thing is this is come down to a money and power thing. So what they do, they know they can't beat us on the battlefield. So what they do is they tear us apart on the inside. You understand what I'm saying? This is a longer play than you guys think it is. If you go back and you look at the Roman Empire, it failed. Persian Empire, it failed. And 9 times out of 10, America, if we keep going down the road we're going, it's going to fail if we don't pay attention to what's going on. The reason why those countries get together because they don't like what we stand for. We allow a lot of things to happen, and it's a slippery slope. You won't be able to see it in your lifetime, but I promise you, your grandkids will probably see it in theirs if you're lucky. And my thing is this: that is a matter of national security. And once you tear down the bastion of peace, you tear down authority, you tear down the people who will go to war for people who can't protect themselves, then the rest of these people can run amok. So this is greater than what we're dealing with now. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but with principalities. You understand what I'm saying? So my thing is this: we have to make sure that we broaden our spectrum when we look at things like this and find out what's really going on. We have to protect home in America first, and then let these other people do what they got to do. Pay attention to what your neighbors are doing. They're not building these fences for no reason.
All right, so this is what we got, man. We got another video that's gonna come up, and I want to get everybody's opinion on this from here. Mr. Bennett, I haven't forgot you, and a couple of other folks, I haven't forgot you on what we were talking about, but we want to play this video right here so we can go and get everybody else's synopsis on it. Let's go.
The last question is what is the success rate of sex change operations?
Well, we have, it's hard to find longer term data with children, but what the data that we do have, which is probably the most reliable data point available, is from a Swedish study. And it looked at over 10 years, which is really important because regret doesn't just happen a year after some sort of transition. And what you see is a suicide rate that's associated with 19 times higher than the general population.
Well, actually, there's a 100% failure rate for sex change operations, isn't there? Because it's not possible to change your sex.
That's right.
100% failure rate for these procedures.
That's right. You can't change your sex.
I love it. Even though there's no such thing as
All right, so look, this is the thing. At the end of the day, we don't have to actually argue this. Somebody said this. I don't know if it was this panel. I was on about 4 panels today, but I know somebody sit back and said it's a strange ass thing when we can sit back and we have to argue what a woman is and what a man is. We are in some fucked up times right now for us to have to deal with that. So when we're talking about 100% unsuccessful rate when it comes down to sex change, only thing they said was that's because you can't change your sex. How do we have people to argue that? All we should be responding to is you are an idiot if you're arguing this. That's all we should be responding to.
Cleveland Clinic, depending on the procedure, 94% to 100% of people report being satisfied with their surgery results. National Institute of Health.gov, and 10 to 15% of patients who undergo sex reassignment, the results end up in failure. Only 10 to 15%. You see what happens when you use Sweden? That might apply in Sweden, but here in America, the results are different. It's almost like you can't apply it to the entire
You're conflating again. You're conflating again.
I'm reading exactly.
You're conflating again.
Hold on.
At the end of the day,
you're conflating again.
At the end of the day, if you're arguing this, I ain't gonna even go that route. If you are arguing this, you are an idiot.
No, I'm not an idiot, and I'm gonna keep arguing this.
Man,
sorry.
That's what we talking about, Mr. Bennett. Go ahead, give your synopsis on it.
On what again? I'm kind of lost in the sauce right now. What specifically do you want me to comment on?
No, you could go.
We've been all over. We've been all over the place.
What we were previously talking about.
What, as far as I'm serious. I'm lost at this point.
That video kind of
we went all over the place. So what do you want me to comment on?
So what we're talking about right now is we went too damn far.
We're all over the place.
God damn.
I'm on track. I can tell y'all exactly what we're talking about.
No. That's why we at where we at right now. That's where we at, right? That's why we at where we at right now.
Just like a black hole. We keep getting sucked up into it. We try to pull out, talk about something else. We get pulled into this black hole. So,
hey, I thought we was talking about dating, and y'all brought it up. Y'all brought back the transgender comment. You know what I mean? So, I'm here. And by the way,
we started off the show. We kind of got it off our chest. We got pulled right into it.
So, Mr. Bennett, hold on. Directly to that court case.
No,
you said it was 100% failure rate with the case of Sweden based on the limited information. She literally said that at the beginning, based on the limited information that they had. And I'm reading a study. I'm reading a study from the Cleveland Clinic based here in America.
Fight for this.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Because I'm fighting for my fellow Americans' rights.
Let him finish.
There ain't no American rights.
Hey, bro, I'm not
Why is Tyrese fighting so hard? Because, like I just said, there's
you don't complain when I go this hard for black men. You don't complain when I go this hard for Latino men. So why are you complaining when I go this hard for transgender people?
Did you just put race into this?
Yes, I did. Yes, I absolutely
did. Race.
Yes, because there's still black American. I'm going to defend. Latino American, I'm going to defend. Women, I'm going to defend. Transgender, I'm going to defend.
Tyrese, listen what I just said. I was born black. We're talking about people that want to change how they were born. You can't even compare that to someone that has a race that they were born in. We're talking about people that don't like what they are and they want to change into something that they can never be. That's what we're arguing.
Wait, I thought transgender was a scientific fact that's happening.
Transgender is a dumbass fucking word that was made up for some motherfuckers that don't want to be who the fuck they want to be.
Yeah,
you're a man or you're a goddamn woman. You're arguing some dumbass shit right now. So
no, I'm arguing the facts, and you're arguing your feelings.
To you is what?
I'm stating facts. I'm stating facts, and right now you're arguing your feelings.
What's facts?
You do understand online stuff is not always accurate. Just if you're
I want him to read it again. I want him to read it again. I want him to read it again.
Which one? The Cleveland Clinic? The
No,
National
the one you
Institute of Health?
the one you just read. The one
And
you
also,
just read.
very
Yeah,
fast
depending
before
on
you
the
go ahead.
procedure,
Hold on,
94% to. You want me to read?
Go ahead, bro.
Depending on the procedure, 94% to 100% of people reported being satisfied with their surgery results. Gender affirmation surgery, what happens, risk, and benefits, directly from the Cleveland Clinic, May 3rd, 2021. Here's another one from the National Institute of Health, a government, right here, .gov. Outcome of sex reassignment surgery. And 10 to 15% of the patients who undergo sex reassignment, the results end up in failure, which means what? 90 to 85% ends up in success.
Mr. Bennett, we're gonna get
Hold
back
on,
to
hold
you.
on, hold on, hold on. Let me address it. Let me address. Let me address. Satisfied is a personal feeling. You know what a successful sex change surgery would be? That a man could take in sperm, hold and fertilize an egg, and menstruate once a month. That would be a successful sex change surgery. You
Right,
know what a
so
successful.
in theory,
Hold on. I
Let
did
him
not
finish.
interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. Right? For a female turning to man, you know what a successful sex change surgery would be? That female walks away with a phallus that works on its own within its own muscle and emotion, that had a scrotum that produced sperm and was able to bring forth a child. So again, just because you might be satisfied with one type of woman and I might be satisfied with another type of woman, that's your personal choice and feelings.
Can I respond? Yeah, I can respond. So, first and foremost, the way the transgender community defines success, or anybody defines success, is the fact that the surgery was successful, meaning nobody died on the table. Real quick, why is gender affirmation surgery done? Again, Cleveland Clinic, one of the top hospitals in the world. People may have surgery so that their physical body matches their gender identity. People who choose gender affirmation surgery do so because they experience gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is the distress that occurs when your sex assigned at birth does not match your gender identity. That is a scientific fact that happens. Right? And so at the end of the day, the science is still going. The tech is still advancing. And at the end of the day, the people that are going through the surgery, they're satisfied with the surgery. So it doesn't matter if you think it's not successful just because they can't give birth or they can't get a hard on, like, not trying to be graphic here, guys. But at the end of the day, the people going through the surgery, they're happy with the surgery. The mental health overall goes down by 40 to 60%.
Tarus, did you understand? Did you understand that he was talking about the difference in satisfaction? Do you understand? Hold on.
A limited.
Hold on, bro. Do you understand what Ricky just said?
Yes.
So what we're talking about is a fucking feeling. You still talking about a feeling versus fucking science.
The surgery itself was successful.
Question.
The surgeons who did the gender affirmation surgery would define that as successful.
Tarus, the lady in the courtroom said it. She said it was 100% unsuccessful.
Can we run that clip back?
Hold on, for the idiots in the back, the reason being is because you can't change your sex.
Hey, can I actually run
that clip back? Because I'm pretty sure y'all missed the whole part where it was like, based on the limited information we have.
JT, can you run that video back where he was talking to the lady in Congress, please?
Yeah, admin. Run that video back, bro.
And when we get back, I got a question for somebody.
I got you. Give me 2 minutes after the video play. Then you can
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. CBN, where you at, bro?
That man sleep again?
No, he probably.
I got him.
Back
up. I called him slipping last time.
I got
Black
him.
David.
Black David.
Number one. You can stop it.
Well, he's there looking for it then. If he
Let's
put
go.
that one up.
Agree with Ms. Gaines that there's a difference between women and men?
If the question is about trans women,
I'm just asking, is there a difference between women and men?
what I can say is that the NCAA has rules in place. They've had rules in place for the last decade, and when this competition
Okay, I'm
happened,
going to try again.
the rules were clear.
Do you believe there's a difference between women and men? It's a yes/no question. Do you believe there's a difference?
Oh, I think that we're talking about this case with the NCAA.
No, I'm asking a question. Do you believe there's a difference between women and men? Most people could answer this very simply. I'm curious if you're willing to do so.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just putting it into the context of
Is
the
that a yes?
conversation that we're having. I think that there are definite.
Now, I got a question for the fellas who this don't apply to. Don't this sound real familiar?
Yep.
Notice how when you try to ask somebody, or you give somebody something that's really facts, they conflate and continue not to ask the question, just continue to dance around the fire and never get to the marshmallows. Right? You want to always try to be in something that makes sense for you so you can just win a conversation when we know it's not facts and we know it's not real. Would you want a car that look good that don't run? That's the definition of a transgender. It looked like it might work, but it doesn't. But you will still continue to make this argument that they're of course they're satisfied. You just said they have gender dysphoria. You can't make this shit up. We got to get rid of this fuck boy ass mentality, bro. They not gonna say it, I said. You think like a fuck boy, you think like a female, because all you do is run around and conflate.
Oh, so you use this 2 minutes just to talk shit. Okay. And I'm gonna cut you
But he
off.
just said was facts. But he just said was facts in the motherfucker.
I use this 2 minutes to tell the truth.
No, you're not telling the truth. First off, I can defend whoever I want.
I couldn't diagnose it if I didn't see it.
At the end of the day,
I couldn't diagnose it if I didn't see
go
it.
hard in the paint for my fellow Americans, no matter what they identify as. And if you got a problem with that, hey man, that's your problem with your masculinity, not mine.
Tarus, can you change chromosomes?
This shit must be close to home with you. This shit must be close home to you, man.
By a French community, not me.
No, I think this shit right close to home is right. You defended it so goddamn hard.
Y'all the ones feeling threatened. Like I swear,
The
way y'all
this
talk,
shit ain't close to home with you, though.
your girl. Which one of y'all
I think
person still your girl, bro?
Yeah, I think it hit close to home to you.
How?
I'm gonna leave it at that. That's all I'm gonna say.
I got nothing.
I'm gonna leave it at that. I think it hit close to home with you, dog. That's all I'm gonna say.
You're not having a conversation with a man, bro. You're having a
conversation with a
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yeah,
You're
you
a girl.
are, bro.
You're a girl. But to
Nah,
be honest with you,
I'm a
a
man,
girl
bro.
probably got more heart than you.
No. Hey, I know they got more heart than you, though.
Wait, can
This shit close to home, boy. I tell you that, boy.
Can I ask a question real quick? Do you guys know how many trans people there are approximately in the country?
These
Too many.
is coming.
It
at,
doesn't
Too
matter.
goddamn many.
Hold on, King.
bro.
Oh, I know that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Easy. It doesn't matter if it was a 1 or 1,000. The point is that the agenda is being pushed upon children.
Come on, man. We're not doing that. Let's not do that.
You saying it's not?
You
So
saying
you
it
saying
doesn't
it's
happen?
not?
We gotta
So again, this is a yes or no question.
I don't get
So
it.
you saying it's not? You saying there's not a specific agenda by the government that's pushing out policies to enforce these things?
No. What the hell are y'all? What are y'all on?
You're invalid as well.
What are you on? What are you on?
You're invalid as well.
Hey, Easy, what's funny is that they'll use a beauty pageant.
Y'all
It's a government
some
institution.
liars. Y'all liars. You
The
niggas is liars, and y'all try to cover it
No,
up like
bro,
y'all
we
intelligent.
just not
Y'all some
threatened by
fucking
them. That's
liars,
the
bro.
difference, Ricky.
Both
We
of
not
y'all some
threatened by
liars. You can't tell the truth if your mama was in front of
No,
you.
I
Y'all
can
some
tell the truth.
goddamn
You just
liars.
don't like the
You
truth,
guys
Ricky.
are not worth
You just don't
listening
like
to,
the truth,
and you're
man.
not to be respected.
The
Dog, you
government
just don't like the truth.
insignificant
That's
right
the
now,
not my
government
bro.
is
problem.
turning people
Not my
trans. Come
problem.
on, man. Ain't no way y'all believe that. The
Let me ask y'all a
government is
There's
turning
question.
no
people
way
trans.
that you believe it. Easy money. There's no way that you believe it. You are sitting back being nonchalant about the shit when you got the majority of men that were actually the motherfucking minority that's sitting back saying, hey man, do y'all see this dumb ass shit that's happening? evidently you don't have any teenage or young adult children.
Man, what are y'all gonna do about it? Let's stop all the circle. What are you guys actually gonna do about it? Nothing. Nothing.
Hold on. See what I mean?
All you guys
see what
gonna
I
do
mean?
is come up on these panels.
Y'all
and
see what I
You
mean?
know why? Because they got people like you to protect them. People like you to protect them.
You're right, bro.
Y'all
You're
see
right,
what I
bro.
mean,
8
right?
years active duty
what I mean,
trained,
right?
and I shot these Iraqis, and I'll shoot you domestic terrorists
You
too,
ain't
bro.
about to
Let's
do
go.
what I
shit
mean,
right
right?
now.
Let's go,
When
bro.
it comes down to that Tyrone,
I protect the Constitution, both foreign and domestic.
Getting kinder. Gen Z's gayer than Grinder. Learn to love, learn to vogue, face your fate. We'll convert your children. Someone's gotta teach them not to hate. We're coming for them.
I look like Teresa's family member.
We're coming for your children. We're coming for them. We're coming for your children. We're coming for them. Your children will care about fairness and justice for others. Your children will work to convert all their sisters and brothers. Then soon they...
What the hell are we watching? God damn.
Come on, look at it.
Pyro, I got a serious question for you.
We're watching reality. We're watching reality.
That is the
what we're watching is reality while you have the Tyrus and the Easy Money Jones sitting back saying, well, what are y'all so upset about? Why are y'all so up at arms about
the
this?
transgender community?
Guys,
hold on. Instead of acting like a tough guy on the internet, what are you going to do out here on the streets? I'll answer for you. Nothing. Ricky, what are you going to do out here on the streets?
No idea
I'm going to
what
answer for you. Nothing. Hink, what are you going to do out here in the streets? I'm going to answer for you.
Bro.
Nothing.
Don't talk to me. Shut your bitch ass
Y'all,
up.
you the bitch. You want to know why? Because you're not going to do anything.
When you see a bitch smack a bitch, you a bitch.
Panel
Shut your
are
bitch
gonna
ass
do
up, man.
anything except be mad. That's all y'all gonna do.
You're not even relevant, bro.
That's all y'all gonna do.
Shut up.
You'll be silent in 12 months. Don't
I'm
worry
not
about it.
irrelevant, but y'all all coming to me trying to talk to me.
No.
We ain't talking to you, nigga.
I don't. What?
They ain't too close to home for us, but you. They ain't too close to home with you, Tarus.
Shut your ass up, bitch.
Can we yield the mic
Let
to
me
our
ask you a
elder statesman?
serious question for 1 second, all right? Serious question. Do you feel, think about what I'm going to say before you answer. If you had a son, would you feel different?
I got 3 sons. I don't feel any
bullshit. I'll call bullshit on that. I think you.
So what if your son said I want the procedure?
Directly, no.
3 of them.
Jones, what if your son said I want the procedure?
The doctor and help him out. He's a bitch.
Here's the second thing. The second thing.
Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. He asked me a question. So you said, if my son said, "Hey, I want to be, I was born a woman," what would I do?
No, it was a man, a boy who wants to be a woman.
Yeah,
he got sons.
Well, how old are they when they do this?
It don't matter, man. They
He
just
was 13 years old.
Hold on. Per the policymakers that you say that's not happening, they saying children should be able to do it as soon as they can walk and talk.
That's not what they're saying.
Per the policy. I'm pulling out my ass, right?
You are.
I'm just pulling out my ass, right?
You are.
In California,
I'm on Ricky's side of this one. We said it earlier at the beginning of the show. Is no policy, but you can do it as early as freaking 1 year old.
And it was wrong then. You guys are conflating. That's
That's not the policy.
To receive hormone therapy.
People try to advocate for all kind of stupid shit.
Without
So I said 13, buddy.
Hold on. What you say?
What you say?
Exactly.
People
So
advocate
how
for
you
all
gonna
kind
say
of-
it don't exist? How you just gonna say
That's
that
not what I said, Rick.
saying it
That's not
don't
what I
exist?
said,
Then
Rick.
say it's because of the parents.
Yeah,
the law
if the-
got the okay of the parents. When we see articles every day and shit on the internet where parents is trying to teach their kids how to be gay.
Oh, I saw it on the internet.
Somebody had to be gay, Ricky. That's ridiculous.
Where'd you just go to get your information, Tarus? The internet?
Yeah.
Shut your bitch ass up. Y'all some bitches.
I'm not gonna shut up at all, bro. I'm not gonna shut up.
Jones,
Like honestly, dog, you sound more like a woman than the trans. Hey, you doing a better
Jones,
job.
I mean,
by the way, Ricky.
what if
Hey,
one
let
of
me do
your
a great
sons?
job. Y'all some bitches. Both of
Hey,
y'all
put
some
that,
bitch
hey,
ass
put
niggas.
that, put that, put that.
What if
wig
one of
on,
your
Ricky.
sons?
Hey, wig
What if
on.
one of your sons,
Hey,
Jones?
take that beard
He
off,
came
Ricky.
to you and said, "Daddy, I'm feeling I want to cross over."
So first and foremost, I
I
want
said 13. I said 13.
Okay. I'm answering the question. First and foremost, I want to understand where that's coming from. How long has he felt like that? I want to get him some therapy and help him
No, he already made up his mind.
No, don't get him no therapy. Get him reassigned. Don't give him no therapy.
You said 13.
No, you go bar shopping,
Please
bro.
don't entertain this. They get their information from TikTok, bro. That's where they get their information from on the internet. While we get the information from articles and actual studies, they get their information from TikTok and IG and blogs and shit like that.
Hold on,
Don't let this man tell you what to do.
Everybody mute and let Easy Money answer the question fully. And then we'll respond to Easy Money's answer. Let him answer the question completely, and then we'll respond. Go ahead, Easy Money.
So
Let me
just
put
real
you
quick,
back on mute.
I want to finish that thought. Like I said, I want to understand where this is coming from. If this is truly something that is embedded in him, or is this something that, he's being influenced by? Because, at one point I wanted to be an NBA player. I thought I was going to be 6'6", 200 pounds. Okay. We think of weird stuff when we're children. Okay. So I'd want to help them at least with the emotional aspect of it, because within my rights as a parent, I'm not going to let them go have gender reassigning surgery because at 13 that they feel like this. Like I said, I want them to get through the emotional, the mental, and the spiritual part of it first before they have access to the gender reassignment. Does that answer the question?
I think that's a fair way to doing it.
But at the end of the day, are you going to do it? Even after you do all of that, even after you do all of that, are you going to sign off on this?
No, I just said that.
No, you said you're going to get them help and all that. You said everything but besides yes, no. But I appreciate you answering now. Thank you.
Yeah, I said no. I said you're not doing that till you're an adult. If that's
But why okay, let me ask you this. Why even take all that to the point of extreme getting therapy and all that? You should have just sit there and say right there, no, he's not gonna get it till he's grown and out of my house.
Because that's my child.
You act like you gave all that other stuff like you was thinking about it.
Wait. Slow down.
Easy Money. You do know in some states that's you do know in some states if you tell your son that that's child abuse.
Well,
but ain't no policies
it's
though.
not where I live. I can tell you that much.
But ain't no policies though.
It's child abuse. If your son say I want to be a girl, and you try to persuade him out of it, or try to, or he get emotional and go to a teacher at school and say, "Hey, listen, I really want to be a girl, but my daddy said no, and I know who I am." They're going to report your ass.
And look, guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna have a group coming down to your house protesting your ass.
Exactly.
When your child can go to school and get addressed as a girl when they a boy, and you can't do nothing about it while they at the school. But ain't no policies though.
Why can't
has a very good point.
Hang on. So if my son really felt that way and started wearing dresses at school, what they got? That's on him.
What do you mean that's wrong with him? That's your goddamn son.
That's your son.
Y'all see what I'm
What the hell
saying?
you guys
Do
smoking
y'all
right
see
there?
what I'm saying?
No.
Do y'all see what the fuck I'm saying?
God damn.
Come on,
This nigga just died on 3 hills. He died on a hill last week.
Liar.
Now he died on another hill this week.
Come on,
Stop
man.
lying.
I see you, man. I see you,
Nothing
man.
worse than a nigga that lies. Stop lying, bro.
So, BM, one of these things with the transgender crap that's been going on is from this news article this news source called the Epoch Times, EPOCH. I don't know how to pronounce
No,
that.
it's called Epoch Times.
The Epoch Times. So they had to. So real quick, they had to remove a blatantly false article saying that they were indoctrinating kids in the North Carolina. The 3 universities, the leading healthcare clinics in the universities came out and said, and I quote, East Carolina University, May 5th, ECU Health does not offer transgender affirming surgery to minors, nor does the health system offer gender affirming transition care to toddlers. University of North Carolina, May 12th, 2023. UNC Health does not offer any gender transitioning care for toddlers. We do not perform any gender care surgical procedures or medical interventions on toddlers. Also, we are not conducting any gender care research or clinical trials involving children. A toddler's parents has concerns or questions about their child's gender. A primary care provider will certainly listen to them, but never recommend gender. Duke Health. No, I'm not done. Duke Health, May 12th, 2023. Duke Health has provided high quality, compassionate, and evidence-based gender care to both adolescents and adults for many years. Care decisions are made by parents, families, and providers. Okay, so guess what? You guys are just making up shit. You guys are just making up shit.
You're reading that, Tyrus, but I have a doctor literally saying, I'm giving kids pills to block them from the hormone pills.
Roller tape. Come out and say you hate the LGBT. Like, God damn you. Honest.
BMU, hold on.
Just say you hate these people.
Y'all go ahead. I'm finna load it up right now. Go ahead.
BMU, hold on. Can I
say you hate
Illuminated? Illuminated been waiting for a minute.
Go ahead, Illuminated. I'm sorry.
Okay, now
Black David, like you finna do a trans surgery.
Okay, here's one. Sex reassignment doesn't work, and here's the evidence. And this is by former visiting fellow, the Voss Center, Ryan T. Anderson, PhD, researches in rights about marriages, bioethics, religious liberty, and political philosophy. The key takeaways: number one, McHugh points to the reality that because sex change is physically impossible, it is frequently does not provide long-term wholeness and happiness that people seek. Unfortunately, many professionals now view healthcare, including mental health care, primarily as a means of fulfilling patients' desires and whatever those are. Let me digress for a minute. You can pull up, black men, you can look it up. There is those who have transitioned and detransitioned, okay, testifying before either the Senate or the House committee, talking about their dissatisfaction and what has been done to them, okay? They testify this. Those are testimonies that are out there that this agenda is not participating in. Our brains and senses are designed to bring us into contact with reality, connecting us with the outside world and with the reality of ourselves. Now in his book, he said, when Harry became Sally, responding to the transgender moment, the medical evidence suggests that sex reassignment does not adequately address the physiosocial difficulties faced by people who identify as transgender. Even when the procedures are successful technically and cosmetically, and even in cultures that are relatively trans-friendly, transitioners still face poor outcomes. Dr. Paul McHugh, the University Distinguished Service Professor of Psychiatric at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, explains, transgendered men do not become women, nor do transgendered women become men, all including Bruce Jenner, become feminized men or masculinized women, counterfeits or impersonators of the sex which they identify in that lies their problematic future. So what he's saying here is they're transformers, they transition, but they're impersonating something that they're not. That's why he's saying when you have this reassignment surgery, it is physically impossible for it to be successful. That's what Ricky was getting at. That's what this article is talking about. You can pull it up. So I'm not going to hog all the time.
From the Heritage Foundation, correct?
No. Heritage. John Hopkins.
Michelle Forcier, and I have
exactly what you're reading.
See, so what I'm saying is John Hopkins is one of the most leading people. When you quoted the NIH, the reason why I have a problem with you quoting the NIH, because that's where Fauci came from. And you know who's Fauci boss? Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying.
Right-wing think tank.
No, I'm not saying. Yeah, see, what you guys don't understand, when I come on these panels, I come with receipts. I come with facts and things that I've studied. Okay,
that is correct.
When you talk about the NIH, Fauci's boss is his wife. and they already digging into the origins of COVID-19. They're looking at the origins of that. I've got articles and receipts right here I can pull up and show you what I just got through watching a video from Ed Dodd, where it talks about all the things that this spike in cardiac cancer and everything else, because that came up earlier. That's why I asked Black Men to pull me up, because these are facts. And what you're about to see is an event. And what they're saying is it's going to be a COVID-19 event, so to speak. And it has to, what you talked about earlier, Tyrus, about frequency and about 5G. What you're saying is there's misinformation and there's disinformation. Now, what you can't dispute is the facts that people are suddenly dying. We did not have these statistics before 2019.
No one had a heart attack before COVID?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm talking about healthy people like athletes dropping dead.
LeBron James went to USC, took the booster, and had a heart attack 48 hours later.
Reggie
Myocarditis
gathers.
Y'all know how many?
Let him finish, y'all. Let him finish.
But go ahead.
Let him finish.
Okay, so what you guys are failing to understand is, forget all the right-left stuff. Like Ed Dow said, and I like the way he put it. You can pull up his website, pull up his name. He's got the statistics. He's got all that. Okay. And when I was looking and reading through that, I was like, well, dang, where does all this come from? I didn't see this. So there's a spike in all this stuff from the UK and the United States. Both of them, he did 2 studies. He's got a beautiful Substack that you can pull from. He said, just give the people the data. That's all you have to do. Forget NIH, forget the World Health Organizations, which, by the way, they're already talking about. I just pulled, if you go on my Telegram channel, I just posted a video about what they're talking to do. What you guys fail to understand is they have to put this stuff out doctrinally and physically. Why? Because it is a spiritual law. Okay? Whatever they do, they have to tell you. That's why you hear the saying, hidden in plain sight. Lost in Translation. I told you. Now, if you didn't read it, that's your fault. The information was out there. So what propaganda does is, I'll give you a little bit of truth over here, but I'll have a distraction over here so you can focus on this transgender community while I'm passing laws and coming right down in your backyard and taking over your whole freedoms and your whole liberty. They already said that from the World Health Organization. You can laugh. I'll pull it. I'm
laughing at the chat. I'm not laughing at Illuminati. I'm not laughing at you. I'm looking at the
chat. But what I'm saying is, I'll pull it up and I'll read you, and I'll try to send Black Man the link of what this woman said. Okay, but I'll stop with that.
Let him finish, man.
Illuminated. Here's the thing. Man. You read an article from the Heritage Foundation from 2018. Now, I didn't say anything about left or right, But you pulled up an article, an opinion piece from 2018, and I read 2 different articles with the facts from 2023 that said they are satisfied.
Well, what I'm hold on. Okay, listen to what you just said though. But I'm also basing my thing is not so much as on the video that Black Men is about. I'm looking at videos on the internet where the people that have actually taken the surgery and talking about their regrets. Matter of fact, the article that you hold on, listen, let me finish.
Bruce, let him finish.
Same thing.
Let me finish, please. All I'm telling you is the Epoch Times has a documentary out now with the detransitioners where they're talking about their dissatisfaction. See, what people don't understand is the long-term effect that this is going to have on our children and our grandchildren and our great-great-grandchildren. Now these children are talking about, I'm done. There's nothing else I can do. I had a double mastectomy of my breasts. I can't have children. I can't do anything now. You know, I'm just here. And here's the statistic that you can pull up since you like. Look at the suicide rate of what's happening with these children. It has gone up exponentially.
So what I'm telling you is
the
suicide rates before the gender. No, this is an absolute fact. The suicide rates before gender reassignment surgery are sky high, and then afterwards it actually drops. Those are the facts, Illuminator.
No, it's not. I put it in the
Yes,
back
it
chat.
is.
This is from
Yes,
an article
it
from
is.
June the 28th. You can
Their
read it for
mental
yourself. You
health
can't do that.
The mental health
You
goes
can't do
up
this. Is from
after the
CNN.
surgery.
No.
That is the absolute
It's
truth.
in the back chat. Go ahead and read it for yourself.
University of
This is from-
Connecticut
this is from last
residency,
month.
University of Utah Pediatrics, and I've worked for a number of different Planned Parenthoods for 20 years. I do advanced contraception and abortion as well as gender hormones and sort of looking at the whole sort of schema of gender, sex, and reproductive justice.
So you've done a lot of work in this field. Could you just start by telling us?
Sure.
At what age can a child first begin to transition into another gender or identify themselves as a gender different from how they were born?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's research and data that show that babies and infants understand differences in gender. Some children.
We'll stop right there. Anybody want to say anything?
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to read this. I want to read this right quick. Black man, I want to read this right quick. The Aggressive Research Intelligence Facility, which conducts reviews of healthcare treatments for the National Health Services, concludes that none of the studies provides conclusive evidence that gender reassignment is beneficial for patients. It found that most research was poorly designed, which skewed the results in favor of physically changing sex. There was no evaluation of whether other treatments such as long-term counseling help transsexuals or whether their gender confusion might lessen over time. And this is where we're having a problem at. This is what I'm explaining to you, Tarus. There is no long-term studies because this has just been thrust up on us. So we don't know what the results is going to be long-term. So when we look at that, we have to say, well, wait a minute. What is going to be the effects in 2030, 2040, 2050? Some of us may still be here. Some of us may be gone. But these children and these people that are pushing this stuff, they're going to be gone. But look at the chaos and the confusion and the things that they left behind. You see what I'm saying? So this is where, even though those studies that you quote and stuff, they do not have, and it's been testified before the Senate and in the House, there is no long-term study as to how this stuff is going to affect these people.
So then why are you so negative against it if there's no long-term study? Because
let him finish.
Just real sweet. Let me finish this real quick. Here we go.
Figure out their gender really early. And the reason why we say, oh, it's interesting or important is because they're figuring out their gender identity is not necessarily congruent with their sex assigned at birth.
When the doctor sees the penis and says, this is a male, has the sex of male, that's an arbitrary distinction.
Telling that family, based on that little penis, that your child is absolutely 100% male identified, no matter what else occurs in their life, that's not correct.
So what does gender affirmation care? You're a big proponent of, if we walk through, a child is sitting down with you, is questioning their gender. What's the gender affirmation process?
Affirmation means that as a pediatrician, as someone who says my job is to provide the best medical care for you, is I need to listen really carefully. And how I put it in words for kids so that they can understand it is, tell me your story. Where have you been in terms of your gender and your gender identity? Where are you right now? And more excitingly, where would you like to be in the future?
Have you ever met a 4-year-old who believes in Santa Claus?
Mm-hmm.
So this is someone who believes that a fat man is traveling through the sky on a flying reindeer at lightning speed, coming down his chimney with presents.
Yeah.
Would you say that this is someone who maybe has a tenuous grasp on reality?
They have an appropriate 4-year-old handle on the
Sure.
reality
Agreed.
that's very real for them.
Agreed. But Santa Claus is real for them, but
Yeah.
Santa Claus is not actually real.
Yeah, well, but Santa Claus does deliver their Christmas presents.
Well, yeah, but he's not real, though.
To that child, they are.
When I see a child who, believes in Santa Claus, and then let's say this is a boy and he says, I'm a girl.
Mm-hmm.
This is someone who can't distinguish between fantasy and reality, so how could you take that as a reality?
I would say that as a pediatrician and as a parent, I would say how wonderful my 4-year-old in their imagination is.
Male
Who the hell got her
gametes.
pregnant?
That's what
the
makes me
question.
male.
No,
Please,
your
Sean, save
sperm
us,
don't make you
man.
male.
Then what
please,
does?
put us out of our
It's a
misery.
constellation.
In reality, in truth, okay?
Whose truth are we talking about?
The same truth that says we're sitting in this room right now, you and I.
No, you're not listening.
If I see a chicken laying eggs and I say that's a female chicken laying eggs, did I assign female, or am I just observing a physical reality that's happening in the world?
Does a chicken have gender identity? Does a chicken cry?
Well,
Does a chicken commit suicide? Let's
What does that have to do
frame
with-
because you're talking, you're trying.
The chicken has sex like any
A chicken
biological
has
organism.
an assigned gender, but a chicken doesn't have a gender identity.
So we assign female to chickens when they lay eggs?
We assume they're female if they lay eggs.
At what age does the medical transition begin with medication?
So medical affirmation begins when the patient says they're ready for it. So that could be a kiddo who is just starting puberty and panicking because they're getting breast buds or their penis is getting bigger and busier and they're worried about all kinds of masculine changes. And that way, puberty blockers, which are completely reversible and don't have permanent effects, are wonderful because we can put that pause on puberty. Just like if you were listening to music, you put the pause on and we stop the blockers and puberty would go right back to where it was. The next note in the song just delayed that period of time.
One of the drugs used is Lupron, right? Which has actually been used to chemically castrate sex offenders.
You know what? I'm not sure that we should continue with this interview because it seems like it's going in a
He
particular
sounds
direction.
like
Well, you're a medical
Tyrese.
professional,
I am a medical professional.
so you don't want to talk about the drugs that you give to kids, or
Again, I'm a physician and I use medication. You're choosing exploitive words. Drugs I give to kids.
I'm choosing a
Chemical
word that was
castration.
in a dictionary.
That's not a correct term for puberty blocking.
I
in
mean,
a
I could like look it
transgender
up on my
person.
phone, but I'm pretty sure if I looked it up, like
You can look it up on your phone.
it says medical definition: the administration of a drug to bring about a marked reduction in the body's production of androgens and especially testosterone.
And I'm saying, as a pediatrician who takes care of hundreds of these kids, when you use that terminology, you are being malignant and harmful.
I mean, there are some who would say that giving chemical castration drugs to kids is malignant and harmful.
It's about the context of caring for a child and seeing
Man, get the fuck out of
the suffering that kids can have that have not been in affirmative home situations.
So we're going on this journey. Boys can be girls, girls can be boys, men can be women, women can be men. It makes me wonder, what is a woman?
What is a woman? A woman is someone who claims that as their identity. It could be many things to many people.
How are you sure she's not an alien?
And Tyrese, you're the fucking whisperer of this shit. That's what you're doing,
bro.
You're the perpetuator of this bullshit.
Bro, did you hear? They're giving children castration drugs that they give to sex offenders.
BMU, I've been quiet
Block
for
the natural order of the body, so they dick won't get hard and so their breasts won't come out. What the fuck? So if I took my daughter to the hot doctor or my son to the doctor and they gave my son a drug that they give sex offenders to castrate, to chemically castrate them, how are we fucking okay with this?
Well, you would have to sign off with parents'
God,
consent
we just
if they're
heard a
doing
pediatrician say
transgender
this.
reassignment surgery. They want to get those drugs if it was for anything else.
Okay, hold on. Stop. Now I can.
No, I'm saying the crazy. Hold on, Black David. The crazy bitch said. Hold on. The crazy bitch said at the beginning of the video, an infant can tell if they trans or not. Let me turn my mic off. Go ahead, Black David. This shit, bro.
No.
Oh my God.
I want you guys to listen. I want you guys to listen very carefully because this is real life. This is not no bullshit.
If you say New York, I'm gonna virtually kill you. Go ahead.
No. I feel like choking anybody that thinks this is a joke. I have a stepdaughter who was a preteen going to a middle school downtown Brooklyn with an all-girls school. What she told me out of her mouth when she had started and attending that school was 75% straight girls in the school. majority of the teacher, about 80 to 90% of the teacher were feminine women and a few gay men in that school. By the time she graduated from that middle school, it ended up being 75% gay. She tell me several times in multiple occasions how young girls were doing all kind of craziness in the bathroom. The teacher promote that nonsense. She said how the teacher was telling girls how to think different out of the box. Someone trying to approach her, she was not accepting it. She was glad that she left that school. There was another middle school that was started about a decade ago in Midtown Manhattan. I was doing security back then at one point. And there was a big uprising because of that. They have been going on for a while now. I got one son, one daughter going to the same school, not too far from me. Tell me why, if my son's friend are telling him he's a straight kid because of his dad, if I hear anyone tell me they're not pushing that gender into school, I will tell you this for the sake of you to live another day. Do not approach me in person. If you do, you have less than 30 seconds to live. I am not freaking playing around with that word. I am not.
I've been making a lot of physical threats. I want to test that theory.
This is what's been going on in New York City for more than a decade. They're pushing into all public school already. A lot of parents yanking their kid out of the public school to put it in charter school. Now realizing some charter schools have these hidden agenda as well. Now people are talking about leaving the state. So when you're gonna tell me this is not happening, take the advice of people who know me.
Black David, you promise that if I say that to you in front of your face, you're gonna try to kill me, right? We're gonna fight. You promise? You promise? You promise? You see, a lot of you guys be threatening all this physical violence. I want to see if you're serious or not.
No, but what?
Let me
say this. Let me say this real quick, bro.
I'm not playing around.
Yeah,
I know men don't play around. I think men do not play around.
Talk about all that all night. Hold on, Black David. What I'm saying is, Tyrus, I want you and Easy Money to explain to me how a woman who went to medical school, who graduated medical school, knowing what she was taught in medical school, who is a pediatrician, which pediatricians deal with solely children, infants up to what, 17 years old. Can somebody tell me, explain to me how this woman has a job?
Use your words wisely, Tyrus.
Easy, let me go first. Easy, let me go first. Can I respond directly? Being
after what you've heard, I want you to respond to me. After you heard this crazy bitch, I want you to.
I don't agree with that lady. BM, the whole thing with the toddler. From what I've studied, kids might understand their gender at age 4. Not no toddler crap. At least understand what the idea of identity is. But here's the thing. I don't agree with what she's saying the same way I don't agree with what that crazy lady in Ohio said about COVID giving you magneto powers. Because just because you license doesn't make you correct. Just because you license doesn't mean you're immune from having crackpot theories. So that's directly to you. And to address Illuminated. You tried to bring up the year stuff. A work group including cis, trans, gender diverse professionals met for a duration of 14 months. That study was, by the way, published by the Plastic Reconstructive Surgery, a well-known journal, by the way, affirming surgery during a 5-year period between 2016 and 2021. That's a whole 4 years before 2020, sir.
I'm gonna tell you something. If you call a black woman a cis woman, you're gonna get cussed out.
Dissatisfied with their surgery. We actually have long-term studies. We have long-term research that says these people like this. And by the way, again, BM, she's a crackpot. Just because that lady says something, you know what? I don't agree with that. I don't
care the fact that she's saying it. I'm saying she's seeing kids every fucking day with this mindset.
Okay, but guess what, man? There's a physician that's seeing grown-ass adults thinking that COVID gives you magneto powers. How does she have a job?
Okay, let me address something right quick. Just a few.
Illuminated. Let Easy Money answer first, because I want to hear what he has to say about this video, about this crazy bitch that we just got to watch.
So real quick, I don't know what that lady was talking about. That's a whole other thing. I just want to inject a few numbers here. According to, I think this was the Pew Research or something like that, it says there's roughly 1.6 million trans people in America today. of our population, we're talking about 1 in 300 people. Okay. So we're not even talking about a great number of the population. I mean, if we're talking about concern for children, I'm actually more concerned with the teachers and the weirdo doctors and the clergy and the priest, because if you look at the numbers, 1 in 9 girls and 1 in 20 boys under the age of 18 experience sexual abuse or assault. And in roughly 70% of these cases, it's someone that they know and are familiar with. So I think where I kind of come down in this whole discussion is I feel like there's so much smoke for people who are just trying to exist. No, there aren't enough trans people to change it.
That's bullshit.
Let me finish.
That's bullshit.
I'll let you finish. You let me finish. So like I was saying, I am more concerned with teachers, with coaches, with counselors, because these are the people that are with our children, and these are the people who have a greater opportunity to molest our children. These are the people that have a greater opportunity to turn our children against us. And we're sitting here talking about 1 in 300 people.
You out your goddamn mind when you say that right there.
I'm not.
You are disingenuous. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. You're talking about people that are just trying to exist. We just had a show on motherfuckers that were just trying to take somebody else's existence. We just had a show on that. We just had a show on that a couple of days ago. Couple of months ago, we had some goddamn punks, some sissies that came on trying to take another person's existence. They don't even know what the fuck they want to do. We got a bunch of eunuchs that are trying to be in existence with people that are just trying to be regular people. They're the fucking enemy, and y'all looking at us like we're the fucking enemy. They're the fucking enemy.
Bro,
they just right now telling women that they ain't nothing but bonus holes. They ain't nothing but goddamn.
He's right.
He's right. That's not what they're doing, though.
That is what they're doing.
It goes back to what I was saying earlier. That's the loud and vocal minority of a minority of a minority.
That's how it works. That's how it works, right? It's the people who are the loudest.
I would agree with him if it wasn't growing. If it wasn't growing, look in your family, people. Look in your fucking family.
So easy money. Why do you think they didn't let the manifesto or the tranny? How come they didn't release the manifesto, the one from Memphis, where they slaughtered all those Christians?
Because they don't. The same reason they didn't release the manifesto or any other of the mass shooters. See, now that's a straw man argument because they don't release the manifesto of any of these shooters. Stop it, man.
Yes, they have.
Stop it.
Yes, they have. They released.
No, they haven't. Rain, the only way they manifest, they get leaked. Nobody, no official police station, no law enforcement releases those things.
So I have a question. Hold on, Tyrese. Tyrese, easy money. I got a question for you guys. I'm gonna let Illuminated cook. I have a question. So you guys are telling me, because Courtney Michelle was on the show Tuesday, and she said they shut that shit down, which is kudos out to Courtney. Courtney said at her school, every other week they had something called drag hour, where they would have someone from the LGBTQ community come and read to their children and sit down and talk with them without the parents' permission. Okay.
I don't agree with that. You need to get parents' permission.
Oh no!
If you don't agree with that, bro, but then you can't agree with the rest of the shit that they're attached to.
That work, champ.
No, that's a logical fallacy.
Hold on, black man. Can I say something right quick?
Hold on just a second. Because my thing is this, and I say this with all honesty. I'm being for real, guys. I know I joke a lot, but I'm not playing. If my son came home and he went to school and they had this little circle of fucking rainbow balloons. I know y'all saw it because it went viral. And they had the kids, when they got out the cars, the parents drove off. They had the kids go down the hallway and run through the rainbow balloons, and they handed the kids pride t-shirts for the kids to put the shirts on. People are sending their kids to school in black t-shirts with dinosaurs on them, and their sons are coming home with I love pride all over their fucking shirts. Not only that, They had the LGBT community come in, read to the kids, sit down with them, converse with them, talk to them, trying to get them to understand what they are, what they do, and what they're about. And I'm telling you, this wasn't fucking high school. This was elementary school, guys. And the parents, it was an uproar with the parents because the parents went down there with goddamn pitchforks and shit because the parents had no fucking clue that this was even happening.
Like, man, you
This
know
is
why
the
these
problem.
motherfuckers? You know why they having a problem with that, especially people that's like my age. One of the things I did understand was when the military was trying to recruit, they had a bunch of motherfuckers wearing Go Army T-shirts.
Yeah.
The Proud T-shirts. They had these goddamn band. You know what's that? Those motherfucking that little shit you wear where you can put your ID on and all that shit. They had all this crazy ass shit.
Yeah.
Why was they doing that? They were doing it because they wanted to recruit, right? So now you got in all these goddamn establishments, including schools, where you got motherfuckers with goddamn rainbow shit on, rainbow T-shirts on, because they're trying to, guess what? What are they trying to do, black man? Recruit. At the end of the day, they understand the youth is the easier recruits. They found out that in order to get that shit to be 100% successful is to move the parents out the fucking way. How do you move the parents out the way? You take away masculinity.
All right, so JT, so
Hold on, easy one, real quick. I'm gonna let you cook. I'm gonna let you respond. Hold on. I remember a month ago, I told y'all during that show that my son, they have them at my son's school. They were at my son's school, and my son said the girl that's transitioning to a guy, she's very aggressive. And my son said, Daddy, I feel like she's trying to prove that she a boy, and she go around trying to bully people. And I told my son, don't start no fight. But if she come over there and put her hands on you or do anything, beat the dog shit out of her. And I mean, I beat her goddamn brains out because she need to understand what she truly is. Now, if you want to be treated like a boy, I told my son said she be walking around just hitting people, pushing on people, bumping into people. I say, son, do your best to fuck up. Because if
It's self-defense, right?
Goddamn right.
Yeah.
But I don't want to hear no, oh my God, I'm a girl now. No. If you come to school every day and you telling everybody to call you Benjamin, motherfucker, you Benjamin. And if my son beat the dog shit out
Big
your ass,
Ben. That's what you are in your
ass. My son
You Big Ben.
You better ask Mandrell. Mandrell see my son fight. My son got some goddamn hands. He a destroyer. So I'm trying to help her. If you think you're a boy, don't come fuck with my son because my son will literally physically destroy you.
You should keep your hands to yourself no matter what you identify as, correct?
Right, but I'm just saying, if a girl, like even me, if I went to work in a that's just transitioning to a dude, come and say something, put hands on me, I'm gonna miss this podcast for at least a month.
I'll bail you out, BM. JT, if somebody put their hands on you, JT, I'm bailing you out. BM, if somebody put your hands on you, I'm bailing you out. You know why? Because that's self-defense. That goes without saying. That's self-defense.
But hold on. Right. But listen, I want you to think about something. My son says before she transitioned, sweetest person ever. Now that she is going through transition, she wants to prove that I'm a boy, I'm a man, and I want to show everybody that I can beat up all the boys.
And they give her equal rights and equal lefts. It's equal opportunity. Their hands are rated E for everyone. Congratulations.
But that skews the whole dynamics between women and men. Let me explain this.
Easy money want to respond.
Yeah, let me explain this right quick.
Easy money. Yeah, go ahead. Right after him, easy one.
Okay, excuse that. Let me tell you why. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago with what's the young lady?
What's up, Anger Man?
What's her name? The Keely and the B chick. Anybody?
Oh, you talking about the slut
Kiki Palmer.
Kiki Palmer, right? Kiki Palmer, and my man went out there and he was upset with what she did when she was gyrating on Usher and doing her little birthday thing. And The question came up was, did you agree with what my man did when he put her on Front Street, right? By going on social media and saying things like that. First thing I said was, I would never do that. If that's my woman, I don't give a fuck what it comes down to. I'm not putting her as, I'm not calling the village on her, because that's what you're doing. You're calling the village on her, right? The reason being is because it's not equal. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what we got going on between me and you. I'm not going to call the village on you. That's what men do. Women do it a different way. They get mad at your ass, they will call the fucking village on your ass. That's a feminine motherfucking act. What's happening right now is that it's skewing these things. When you got men that's acting like they can be women, but they're still fucking men. You see two women fighting, the shit is not as fucking alarming as two men fighting. It's not as alarming as a man beating on a motherfucking woman. At the end of the day, at some point, somebody is sitting there lying to themselves. A bunch of motherfuckers are lying to themselves. When you say a motherfucker is a man and he's beating on a motherfucking woman, but he got a wig on and some goddamn lipstick and all that shit, the motherfucker is still a man. How is we arguing over this bullshit? Stay in your lane, man. Give a fuck how much feminine that you think you are. You still a fucking man. I'm not gonna call you a ma'am. You are a fucking man.
Keep it real, JT.
Right. So once again, guys, keep your hands to yourself. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell all you transgendered people. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told my daughter. Do not put your hands on anybody, and especially don't put your hands on a man, because if he hits you back, that's your fault.
Hold on. Let's talk about biology. Does any of your daughters play any sports?
None of them play sports.
What sport do your daughter play?
Volleyball and softball.
So you mean to tell me if you went to a volleyball game and a motherfucking 6'2" dude walked in on the opposing team and spiked that ball and bust your daughter fucking nose, you're not gonna have a fucking problem with it?
I'm gonna have a problem, but I'm not gonna fight. You guys just conflated. Hold on, BM. You're talking about a situation where a kid walks up to your kid bullying compared to a sports. That's two different things now.
How about the guy going to
that transgender kid put their hands on your kid?
What about him dressing in front of your daughter?
BMU. Bro, that's not happening. And that's
it actually is happening.
Hold on, Angry, hold on. Y'all use the most extreme shit.
Where are you at Mars? Bro,
I disagree with you about your son using self-defense and you still yelling at me, bro.
There are white men, hold on, there are ex-military men right now that have a Facebook group that says, and they called it destroying the sparkle farts. And I know that shit sounds funny than a motherfucker, but it's a whole bunch of rednecks that got together that said we are not going to allow our 16, 15-year-old daughters to be in no fucking bathrooms or no goddamn changing rooms with our goddamn daughters. We're not going to fucking do it. Ain't going to be no dick swinging in front of our daughters.
Hold on. Zero cases where they actually find a transgender person to beat up.
Go ahead, Illuminate. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Here's the deal. What you just cited actually physically happened to a girl. She is physically impaired now because a guy spiked the ball in her face that hard. That is an actual documented case.
I have my son go beat his ass.
You know,
my son beat his ass.
Two things can be true. That's shitty and that's an extreme fringe.
But what I'm saying though, Tyrus, is men like yourself, y'all arguing shit that you arguing straw man. No, I'm not. You arguing
what he's arguing is in a fantasy world, because what we live in the real world. And regardless of all this, everybody.
I live in the Matrix, and all y'all live in the real world.
Sir,
I'm not real. I'm not real. I'm AI.
Can we start acting like men again? Please, sir. Instead of sitting up here
No,
arguing like
no,
emotional
no.
girls.
You know what? No,
Please.
I'm gonna act however the fuck I please.
We done been all
Because
over.
I'm American. I'm gonna do whatever the hell I want.
Well, okay. Well, you know what? If you're going to sit up here and be emotional, being in your emotions, then that explains why you're arguing for things that you know are wrong.
Snowman, I'm gonna do all that.
I know you are, because this isn't the first time I've witnessed it from you, sir. You have you haven't yet been able to come on a panel to where you can actually have a dialogue like a man. You want to get in your emotions, you want to scream and yell at the top of your lungs, and you want to think that is actually getting a point across. And people are taking you serious. But let's be real about things for a second, okay? The truth of the matter is we have report after report after report coming out now of young boys in high schools that are dressing like girls, going into girls' bathrooms and essaying young girls. It's coming out left and right under the woodwork. We also have report after report of men going into public bathrooms and essaying young girls, and then when they get arrested, they're getting put in the female facility so they can essay more women. So let's not act like this isn't a reality. We have more people in this, more reports coming out in this country right now of men that are just going out of their way to take advantage of a situation that's been given to them, to where all they have to do is pretend they're a freaking woman and go out and do whatever they want to another girl. And then you got people like you that want to do it.
So why are you out here in the streets doing something about it except being on the panel yelling about it, bro?
Hang on, Tris. How many people are we talking about, Snowman?
One is one too many.
Hold on, even if it's one is wrong.
One is one too many, sir.
Even if it's one is one too many,
right?
Even if it's one, if a
that one could have been your daughter. That one could have been your daughter.
I have daughters, and if a dude dressed like a girl essayed my daughter, it's going to be over for life.
There are more priests accused of molesting children in the city of Chicago than there are high school boys trying to be.
That's not true. That is not true.
And you're more.
No, it's not. No, actually, the statistics are not true on that, sir.
Discussing as religious people be using religion to hide their nasty ass pedophilia.
You know what? And the same people. And you want to know what's funny, Terus, is the same people that you're saying are disgusting ass religious people. The same people you advocate to use their religion to try and verify their own sexuality. So how disgusting is it really when they're trying to use the very same pedophiles that you're claiming are pedophiles, trying to use their own ideology to validate what they're doing?
I don't want anything to do with it.
But you don't want nothing to do with it. But hold on, you don't want nothing to do with it. But the same military.
And why is it every time somebody brings up a valid point, that's when you want to talk over them?
Hold on, you don't want nothing to do with that religion, right? Hold on, Tyrus. You don't want nothing to do with that religion, right? You don't want nothing to do with that religion, but you joined a military that is founded on it.
What the hell are you talking about?
Christian like a motherfucker.
Come on, Protestant like a motherfucker. What are you talking about?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
They couldn't finish it.
We are
under God.
We are
under God. It says you are under God. A nation under God.
Oh my God.
That's what it says. Under God. That's what it says.
Do you know when the Pledge of Allegiance came to exist? The Pledge of Allegiance is maybe 100 years old. That's not
doesn't matter how old it is.
Relevant to the
it doesn't matter how old it is.
Very relevant, dog. What you talking about?
You can't say we're a Christian country when the country founded.
You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? Slavery is 400 years old, and you still got.
Yeah, and you see Florida, right? You see what Florida doing about slavery, right? That's
400 years old, and we still. That's 400 years old, and you ignorant niggas still taking your goddamn kids to go see Mount Rushmore, and every one of them motherfuckers up there had slaves. So what the fuck are we talking about? We still got the statues, we got the Mount Rushmore, we still got the fucking history books. In the history books, they're talking about when you see anything in there about successful black people in the history books. I told my daughter, I said, God damn. Matter of fact, let me say this real quick. My daughter had, and I told this to everybody else. My daughter had a project to do at the school. And they did the project on Christopher Columbus. I sat down with my daughter and got a 3-fold poster, and we put rapist, murderer, we put pillager, we put all this shit, and I put a picture of that motherfucker in the middle, and we pointed arrows all the way around that motherfucker. They called me the next day. Sir, we will not allow this type of stuff to be presented in a classroom. Why not? It's truth.
Damn, BM, you put every label except the one that mattered with Christopher Columbus. How come you didn't put Christian on there?
What do you mean?
Oh, what do you mean? He was spreading.
He were out
there enslaving
so now you want to make an argument about Christianity? So what you're doing is you're deflecting from the topic. You want to make an argument about religion now.
Can I jump in there real quick? This is for you and easy money. This is for you and easy money. So just because I'm black, hold on. Just because I'm a black man, I should go when I go out the door. I should be treated the same way another black man is because we the same culture, we the same color.
You should be treated the same way as every other American.
I know I'm cooking.
2023 and
Hey, can I jump in real quick?
Dr. Nakumbe, you're just going to have to do it because you know.
Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
Hey, I apologize for intruding. I don't want to take it as privilege, but I just want to thank you for the opportunity. I just want to drop this. I heard a couple of questions. I'm actually at a men's retreat where we have no social media. I mean, no phones, no nothing. So I told him I had to go take a shit. So really quick, a couple of things I want to say. People can do their own research. I'm all open for their debate about it. I came in when you were asking a few minutes before that, but you were asking the question, BMU, about why is that doctor still in practice?
Right.
That doctor and a whole host of them are in practice speaking to that because it works like this. In my private practice, I get someone through the door probably for $20. Like they heard a podcast or something, or downloaded one of our ebooks. They like something, maybe I get them for $100 service. They do a couple of sessions at a $300, and then I say, hey, instead of nickel and diming you, want you to sign up for the full package. It costs you $3,000. So now they signed up. So there's only for 5 pieces. Because this is with their partner. We can't do both people for 5 sessions. To make the long story short, what I call a full cycle for a client is $20,000. Or excuse me, 10. I should get $10,000 by the time they go through the full cycle, because they did the first nickel and diamond, then 3,000, and then now we need to get to your partner. That's another 3,000. So what I call a full cycle. That being said, if you follow that same model, what's being taught, and each doctor is different, you get them in the door. By the time they reach adulthood, and I mean middle age to late age, you've got $1 billion per person. By the time you introduce them to it, that's the $20 thing. And then you have parents who are so they're spending money. If you have the surgery, you are a client for life. If you take the medicine, you are a client for life. So the doctors who are caught in the foolery, can't speak to them. The ones who are intentional about this, it is like the pharmaceutical company that knows you can get off certain meds, but they won't tell you. So that's the first thing. And if you think about per person and when to get them, even me, I can have a parent that will say, damn, it costs $300 a session. I can't afford that. And if I was doing business coaching, then yes, they can afford it because they get the return on investment. So the emotional return on investment, if I say, but your kid might self-delete, man, please. They will whip out $5 million off the asshole to make sure. So it's an emotional investment. All right, that's about the doctor. I hope you guys like, so you can do the research, but it's $1 billion per person. Okay. Next. And I'm here for the smoke, but I'm just going to say it and then leave. You guys can get me later. I agree with Carus. Let me tell you why I say that. For the older cats on the call, if you remember back in the 60s, Black people were not being heard until white people joined the cause. When the white people joined the cause, and they also said, let's get news cameras in, once other people started seeing what was going on, then not so much Black people were being heard, but okay, we should probably do something about it. It's like a sports team. How many megastars are on the team? but it's a bunch of players, but only a couple of megastars. The number of people transitioning has increased double digits in 1 year, double digits, because of the awareness and because of the advocacy. The trans people themselves don't have enough numbers and don't have a loud enough voice. They're the ones getting their ass kicked and shot and beat up. But it's the advocates. Who in the fuck, has $1 billion to put into these campaigns? Now, yes, there is a stereotype of a lot of gay people and trans, they do have money. But it's the targets. It's those industries that are putting money into the schools to wipe out all those urinals and change all that. That is not a trans person doing that. In fact, they're not even doing it for trans people. If you go into a grade school, not one of them kids in there telling, oh yeah, they're learning that stuff. The 13-year-old client that I have telling me, wait, let's see. I don't want to get sued. So what I do is I go right down the middle. Yeah, you should. But let's figure out why first. And when we do the root analysis, and I'm descending my plane. When we do the root analysis and it comes out to be, well, the other day we were watching TikTok and my girlfriend, my first girlfriend, but we don't want to be lesbian, so I'm ready just to be the boy. Oh, okay. And then the client who says, man, all my life, and I knew, but the first time I really knew was the time I got touched in a special way. And then there's the one who says, I've always known from day one, I just haven't had a voice about it. So I have 3 different people. 3 different. So if you take those numbers, only one of those 3 are truly trans. The other one is influenced, and the other one feels peer pressure. So you go into a school, the t-shirts and all that influence them, and the parents don't know. And then I'll say this one last thing, and exactly this goes against our rules. You don't need consent from a parent to give the kids medication. I don't prescribe, but right now I can write your kid a pass in Minnesota. I can write your kid a ticket to see the prescriber and get him meds without saying a word to you. Now, it was a little bit before the trans movement. It was more about HIV drug use. That's when it really kicked in, because kids were scared to come in and talk about birth control because they need parents' consent. So they started signing kids up for birth control, putting them on the pill, the same medicines they're using now that you guys were talking about, the same medicine. They would put them on it, but the parents were blocking. So they put in some laws to say, yeah, hey, Planned Parenthood, we got a kid here at the school, but you're gonna come up tomorrow? There you go. Here's Planned Parenthood, something in the law code, blah, 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 blah. You don't have to tell your parent. And so that law that's in place, you do not need the parents' consent. They consider it a safety thing. Now, I'm not talking about deleting them. So I'm talking about if we don't allow them to get contraceptive, if we don't allow them to get information, if we don't allow them to do all this, then they could get a disease, they could blah, 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 blah. And now that same bill has been enhanced because of the fear of deleting. And that deleting is a lie. In 1988, there were 5 adolescent health risks. Self-deletion was number 2 of the 5. And so today, that number has dropped down to 4. So it is not the number 1 reason that people do it. So those are the points I want to make. I hope it helps. So again, you can do the research to debate it.
I got a question, Doc.
Yes.
Because I raised that question to you. I don't know if you seen. No, you did, because you responded back to me when I was saying that children can make that type of decision without their parents' consent.
And yeah, because I told you I can sign off. Yes, I now can sign off without your parent knowing.
So hold on. So right. Dr. Nkumbe, if I tell my son coming to me, Lord have mercy, forbid this. I'm just using that as an example. Please, Lord, don't let that happen. Mm-hmm. If my son came to me and said, Dad, I want to be a woman. Mm-hmm. You mean to tell me if I tell him no, he can go to a doctor and get those blockers without my permission?
2 things. If you tell him no in California, within 72 hours, CPS will be at your door taking your son.
I told him that. They ain't trying to hear me.
That's the first
I
thing.
told them.
And Minnesota's working on that law. But right now, it's in law in
if your
California.
child want to be, that's what I was trying to tell Easy earlier. If your son come to you and say, I want to be a woman, and you tell him, no, I'm saying, if you tell him no, we're gonna get you counseling. He gonna go to school.
If he says it at school,
and
the
CPS
teacher
is gonna
and
come
the
see you.
social worker are called mandated reporters.
Yep.
They're going to hear that, and they can file a claim against you. And within 72 hours, because they consider your child in danger, so they have 72 hours. Most likely it will be about 12 to 24 that they get someone assigned to take your kid out of the home. And we can do all the negotiating you want about how the good parent you are in court, but your kid will be with me or with the foster home or whatever.
To add
The
to
second part of that question is, and take it up to courts. Don't you need to
real
debate me
quick,
about it. Take it up to courts.
Nakumbe, I just want to add something to what you're saying.
Just a second. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
In Michigan, they're currently trying to pass legislation in the General Assembly that if you misgender someone, it's going to be considered hate speech, and you will be charged with a felony.
A felony.
Yes,
I'm here in Michigan too.
Yes, right now is a misdemeanor. Right now is a gross misdemeanor. I think in Tennessee. Don't quote me on the state, but it's a gross misdemeanor right now, and they're trying to turn it into a felony as a gross misdemeanor assault if you misgender someone. Now,
I do have a question. Wait a second.
Hold on, let me just finish BMU's question. So part 2. 1, I can report it, and you have your kid out of the house as soon as you have to. Second thing is, when your kid goes to school, how large is his school? How many students would you say, or his grade?
Shit, thousands of kids, maybe.
Okay, let's just say 800 in his one grade. 800.
Yeah.
So the schools say, if you take a drop of paint and put it in a big bucket, pending the color, it might not stain the paint too much. But you take a mother, we really weren't counting the father, but you count the mother and the father as the authoritarians of the house, meaning you two are the influencers of the home. It's 2 of you compared to 800 in the school. So we're going to side with your son before he taints the 800, because that's a larger splash than you 2, and we don't really count the dads. So you 1.5 at home. So out of safety for your kid and for the school, we're going to take the kid's word because that's how they feel. And since they're not at the age where they can articulate what they feel, then we have to go based on what they say. And then we help them get to the root of what that true feeling is. At the end of the day, and after about 4 court sessions and all that, and the big oops, I'm sorry, we found out your son wasn't sad and he wasn't thinking about deleting himself. What he said is he's so mad, he just wished none of this was going on and he could die. We thought he meant because we're sorry, but that's about 6 months to 9 months later and 4 court hearings. And if you get a lawyer, that's $15,000 to $25,000 upfront down payment, so you can fight for your rights.
So who's the real parent? Who's the real mama and who's the real daddy?
Well, we still need you to feed him and clothe him. We still need you to feed him and clothe him, but we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Can I ask a question really fast?
And then the third part of that, hold on, let me get to the last, because I said there was 3 parts.
Let's get Illuminated first. Illuminated has something you want to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Then we get you, Grooming. Go ahead, Illuminated.
Yeah.
Thank
and
you.
the third part of that is that last part of that question, BMU. So after your son says that, we would then not only take care of him, we would then investigate your home. I think you said you have some other kids, to make sure his other siblings, even though your one son said it, remember, it's a bigger splash.
They may take all of
it. If you said it to him, you're liable to say it to others. And now we're in your home with a case plan that's going to last a minimum of 9 months, 6 to 9 months, unless you get a really good worker to say, ain't shit going on over there, let's close the case. So that's my answer to your question.
All right. I'll be trying, bro. I'll be trying to keep up with this shit, man. I ain't lying.
So I won't take over. How's
that for a vocal minority? How's that for a vocal minority?
Yeah, man. Hold on. Illuminated been waiting for a while. Hold on. Go ahead, Illuminated. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
The thing that I've been looking for the longest, JT, I finally found it. It is the militant gay movement. I read this a while back, a couple years ago, and I put it on my.
Thank you, Dr. Nakumbe. I appreciate you, brother.
on the computer. Anger Man, you're gonna like this. Michael Swift wrote in The Gay Revolutionary, reprinted from the Congressional Congress, "We shall sodomize your sons, the emblems of your feeble masculinity, of your shallow dreams and vulgar lies. We shall seduce them in your schools, in your dormitories, in your gymnasiums, in your locker rooms, in your sports arenas, in your seminaries, in your youth groups, and in your movie theater bathrooms, in your army bunkhouse, in your truck stops, in all male clubs, and in your House of Congress, wherever men are men together. Your sons will become the puppets of our bidding. We will recast them in our own image, and they will come to crave and adore us." Sounds like Romans 1. "We shall write poems and love between men. We shall stage plays in which men openly caress men. We shall make films about the love between heroic men, which will replace the cheap, superficial, sentimental, insipid, juvenile, heterosexual infatuations presently dominating in your cinematic screens. We shall rise in a vast private army to defeat you. We will conquer the world because warriors inspired by a banded together by homosexual love and honor are invincible. The family unit, the spawning ground of all lies, betrayals, hypocrisy, and violence, will be abolished. The family unit, which only dampens the imagination and curbs the free will, must be eliminated. All churches that condemn us will be closed. Our only gods are handsome young men. One of the major requirements of a position of power in this new society will be the indulgence in this Greek passion, and any man contaminated with heterosexual lust will be automatically barred from positions of influence. All males who insist on remaining stupidly heterosexual will be tried in homosexual courts of justice and will become invisible men." When I heard David T. Moore read this clip just a few years ago, I thought this couldn't happen anytime soon. But look at what WorldNet Daily reported on January 24, 2002 by Diane Lynn. "Lawmakers sanction use of district-approved porn. Opt your child out of sex ed now, and yet protest. Who wants their child in a high school locker room shower with a bunch of boys that are told to try homosexuality?"
Did you just read some MK Ultra stuff?
That's what it sounds like to me.
You just read a whole bunch of conspiracy crap. Like, you about to tell us about uranium run and Jade
No,
Helmet?
no,
Bro,
no, we're not gonna let you. No,
dog.
no, we're not gonna let that happen.
You're not going to do that, Cruz.
Yeah, I am going to do that. I'm going to do that.
No, but what he said was no. What he said was true. Because every fucking TV show you turn on right now, whether for adults or for kids, got some gay shit in it.
No doubt.
Every fucking thing they put on got some gay shit in
Now,
it. Come on.
Hey, BMU,
I can
BMU,
recall back in the late 80s, early 90s, they started that with making the professional strong woman was all over TV. Remember?
BMU. Hold on. I believe it was my good friend Lost in Translation, or either Ricky.
Hey, where his ass? Let me get his ass back up here.
How many of the old TV shows were broken homes when we were kids growing up?
None.
Anger.
How many of them were there when we were in the new millennium?
All.
Okay, so the JT, you know what the killing part of this is? This was written back in 2002. We're talking over 21 years later. Look at what they've done. You see what I'm saying? This is the militant gay movement. Everything, when you look at the serpent, he moves. He's the most subtle being of the field, as he was described. So they used it subtly. They didn't come like 100. They moved at about 5 to 10 miles an hour, just cruising. Remember back in the 70s with the old white walls back in Detroit? You know, Houston a quarter, 9-8. Brothers used to make them gangster turns, and that's what they did.
Man, don't start with that shit. My daddy had a deuce in the quarter, boy.
So what
my
did
father had one.
Yeah, so what they did with this agenda, I kept saying, I said, I know I got this. This add context to what everyone has been talking about. So if you when someone says I believe Easy Money said this, correct me if I'm wrong, nothing has changed. It was either you or Tyrus. Nothing has changed.
Tyrus said that, yeah.
Yeah, well,
Doing
look
the
at
same
what
thing the Nazis did with the kids right now.
well, look at what they had stated. They put this stuff out there. They letting you know where it's going. They letting you know where it's going. So I'll close with that.
So what are you guys going to do about it? What are you guys going to do about it?
Well, me personally,
I asked this question before. And you guys
I can answer it because I can tell you right now, you and Easy Money together ain't doing more work than I'm doing in the community.
Right.
I tell you that right now. I got receipts.
Well, you're clearly not doing enough work because you're not stopping anything.
Would you like me to pull up videos of me speaking at the PTAs?
You're clearly not doing enough because
meetings?
it's still
Right
happening.
now.
You still have it's still going on. It's spreading. You just
have you guys
illuminated? What are you going to do about this militant gay agenda? What are you going to do about it?
Tyrus, you know how many times I've been escorted out of a school board meeting?
No, I don't know how many times.
Several. When they see me coming, they say, "Oh my God, this motherfucker here! I thought we rescheduled so this bitch nigga couldn't be here. I'm here, and I walk in the door with my head. I'm here.
Even with that,
I'm here. Just admitted that
you're not successful in what you're trying to do. So what are you going to swap up? What are you guys going to do?
So what he's saying is you're actually trying to change things ain't good enough, DMU.
You asking us what are we going to do? We doing it right now, motherfucker. What you talking about?
No, you're not doing anything.
Well, you got to start by letting people know what's going on, sir.
Right now.
Well, if it's a militant gay agenda, then you need to be militant to do something about it. And guess what?
You tell me right now, you and Easy Money ain't learned nothing tonight from when Dr.
Because earlier you're talking about not hitting and harming and doing any violence to people, and now you're wanting to militarize.
I'm not the one advocating against transgender.
You're a flip-flopper,
You guys are. So
flip-flop.
guess what? Do something about it.
Dude, you flip-flop just to try and make a point, and your point is lost on your flip.
If you're so anti-trans, do something about it, bro. Stop whining on the internet. Go out in the streets and actually start getting rid of them. Oh, that's right. You're not going to do that.
But you were the one up here not that long ago. Dude, when I first hopped up here, you were the when I first hopped up here.
I don't want to hear anything about masculinity.
This dude right here, he never shuts up, dude. Why is it that you always talk over people when they're trying about to make a point, dude? Because I'm a woman,
and I'm an alpha.
That's why. Because you act like a damn woman.
You guys are going to do absolutely nothing about that.
Tyrus, you said you're an alpha male. Let me tell you. So you say you're an alpha male, sir. Let me tell you something. I know some OGs right now who are alpha males who don't put up with this shit. Ain't gonna put up with this shit. It ain't gonna be in their neighborhood. As a matter of fact, I don't even want to get too much into it because I don't want to get them arrested. But some of these motherfuckers will listen to me.
Clearly, OGs ain't doing shit because it's growing.
Tyrus, let me tell you something.
Hold on.
I'm gonna take
this
it back
guy
a little
doesn't
further.
believe what he's
I remember
saying. He's just being
times,
contrarian.
Tyrus, let me tell you something.
Right.
That's why I miss people like my grandfather. I hate the laws and change. The police to become bitches. You know, people didn't become soft as fuck. But I remember when I was a kid growing up and I stayed with my grandfather, and there was a problem in the community. My grandfather would be at other people's houses, checking they fucking kids, checking they fucking daughters, checking the motherfucking mama when she got a line and she thinks she want to get drunk and start punching her daughters in the face, checking the motherfucking men that come home drunk and be abusive to their wives. The men would get together and go stomp them motherfuckers out. I remember when I was a kid. Right, hold on. So what I'm saying to you is, men have to get to the point where we stop being so fearful of what's going the consequences of what we're going to do.
Problem.
Right.
That's the problem. We need to stop being so fearful. I'm gonna go to jail because I don't give a fuck about going out.
You see what he's doing, right?
These dudes can't even talk to girls without being scared.
You guys do understand we're at war, right?
Well, what I'm saying is, you see what Cruz is doing. He's taking his first argument of not being violent, not putting your hands on people, and now he's switching it up. That way, he can still be valid in his argument and saying, "Well, you need to go out. You need to be violent and militarize against these people."
That's not what he's doing.
That is exactly what he just did.
Exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he is. It's
exactly what he's doing.
This anti-trans
exactly what he's doing.
So Tyrus, let me ask you this, Tyrus. So you're not going to say right now. I'm gonna ask you this question. I'm gonna land my plane, and we're gonna get Easy Money to respond because he's been waiting. I'm gonna say this. You mean to tell me right now? You look at where the country is right now.
Yeah.
And you cannot sit here and tell me that our boys, you're confident in the young men that are being raised right now. You're confident they're going to be strong as you were and strong as I was growing up, tough than a motherfucker, have a daddy that get their ass in. You think these little boys today, these little soft cottonelle, soft, angel soft ass fucking boys with angel soft ass fucking daddies who was angel soft with their fucking mama, you think these young men, we can depend on these weak ass fucking little boys to take over where we left off at?
No. And how many times, by the way, BM, how many times have we had this discussion and I already agree with that?
Are you arguing then,
No. Two things can be true. No, these boys aren't doing it, and it's got nothing to do with transgendered people. It's got nothing to do with transgender people.
It has everything to do with indoctrination.
Tyrus, the boys don't have to be transgender. What I'm saying to you is, Tyrus, I'm in the school system with my kids. I make sure I check on them, go to their school, know their teachers, their phone numbers, email. I make sure I'm in tune with my babies, right? And so when I go to the school, let me tell you something. When I go to the school, I see the young men, Tyrus, it almost brings tears to my fucking eyes to see these fucking 16, 15, 14-year-old boys walking around flamboyant like a motherfucker.
And what are the men that are raising these boys doing about it?
What's going on?
BM. And those boys are being raised by who?
Single
women. Where are the men at? Where are the men at, JT?
And who has been the biggest advocates for the rainbow community? Women. Who have been the biggest advocates for the rainbow community? Women.
Hold on, Tyrus, because I know some kids that's in the house with a mom and dad, and the mama running the dad and the fucking kids. I know that for a fact.
They were still being raised, a black man. They were still being raised by women, right?
You want to call yourselves leaders,
even
but you won't blame the men for why these boys
was
like
a decoy. That's
all
he was.
How can you blame the man when he's not there raising them?
Tyrus, I know women, Tyrus, I know men and women who are married, Tyrus, right now, and the woman runs the man and the children. The man can't even say nothing to his own fucking son. He can't discipline him. He can't say nothing to him. This ain't
got that problem.
I've heard a woman say to a father, "This ain't 1983. You're not finna be putting your hands on my son like your daddy put his hands on you. You better not touch my fucking son." And it means necessary. If you put your hand on my son, I call the fucking police on your stupid ass.
Hey, man.
Okay, then. So even the men in the homes can't do nothing because the woman got paid.
The guy
I ain't got that problem.
I wish my wife would.
Can we put this back on point?
I wish my wife would.
You said what are we going to do? Well, it starts small, right? Got to recognize what's going on first.
Right.
So now and some people, we got a platform. People are talking about it. To me, there's a political aspect to this that has to happen. And black people, and some whites, but let's just talk about the black community, black men in particular. We have to make a decision that we could no longer support the Democratic Party with all these policies. Now, here's the issue. So many black people have been playing a victim card and been used by the Democrats as victims for so long because they think everybody in the Republican Party or conservatives are racist. So they're afraid of that over almost everything. And that's the one thing that I think we've conquered. I mean, people are going to be racist anyway, and we still got to move forward. And we've already proved we could do that. So that's not our biggest enemy. Class is more of our enemy than even race these days. So now we got to make a decision. Do we have to find lawmakers who are going to put a stop to all of this secular rainbow bullshit that's going on versus the fear of racism? And we got to make that decision. To me, racism is bullshit. I'm not worried about that. I don't give a shit what I'm going to do. I will vote for a Frankfurter before I vote for another goddamn Democrat that puts these policies out there. Because that's who's changing the legislation. These ultra liberal assholes who at every level.
Arpain, I agree with you. Hold on, Tyrus. I agree with you, Arpain. I agree with you, but both sides are fucking guilty.
Why don't you respect the host, man?
Both sides are guilty, Arpain. Both sides, bro. Because right now, hold on, let me tell you something. The Republicans win. Let me tell you what's going to happen. They're going to get in. They're going to do what they have to do to win, and then they're going to conform. Because guess what? The gay people are unfucking touchable. And if you say something about them motherfuckers, you're gonna lose your job, your career, your corporate business, funding, all that shit. They're gonna do the same thing.
Look, the men in this country need to stop putting all their faith in both parties and actually start voting for American interests.
With a manifesto against all of this bullshit. I'm not a Trump guy, but I saw it before he might go to jail. But before all of this shit, he came out with a platform.
He did.
Disavowing all of this shit. He said it publicly. He said it down to the top, from the top levels all the way down to school system level, medical levels. How he's going to try to put a stop to this. I think there's going to be a battle between all of that shit and, you know, just like Vec, whatever this Indian guy is, he's the one calling for the transcripts of the tranny who killed those Christians. He's the only politician calling for that.
Everybody else is worried about it. Everyone else is worried about it being misgendered rather than what it did.
So, if all the black men who are
politicians standing up, and then we're finding out that the black messiah, Obama, he didn't do anything for us, but he was the biggest advocate for the secular rainbow movement.
Well, he got
when he started out not being. He got forced in that.
We're gonna fucking destroy
again.
Yeah, he got
again. When you talking about a person like him,
there's videos of Barack Obama before he even ran that says, "I believe that marriage is between a woman and a man, and the nuclear family is number one." He got in there.
Every politician said that.
Them gay people got that power shit. He changed it too. He said,
that's the protocol.
I was going to say every politician has said that though.
Well, how many
that's the protocol. That's the protocol for being a politician.
So you can't. So listen, ain't no pressure on him now. What about that open letter he just wrote?
Pain.
Hey,
if all the black men who are eligible to vote, if they would have actually stand up and take their rights seriously, Trump would have won, right? But guess what? Election after election, we do all this whining about identity politics. But guess what? When it's actually time to put your voice on paper, when it's fourth quarter, when it's game on the line, and you got the final second shot, where are our fellow black men? Sitting at the fucking house, not taking a constitution.
Tyrese, let me ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask you a question.
I got a bunch of I got a bunch of dudes whining about politics. But when it's time to actually participate in politics,
let me ask you a question. Hold on, Tyrese, because you say you standing for the trannies and all that, right? Them, yes, your family, right?
Goddamn right.
Okay,
and I also stand with them.
Rainbow
So what happens when Trump wins? And what happens when Trump wins? And he says, and what happens when Trump wins? He says, no more trannies, no more gay shit. It's over. What are you gonna do?
My civic duty.
How you do, black man?
No more trannies. No more gay shit.
Trump won, BM, and you know what I did? Hey, Trump fair and square.
Yes.
That's how it is. That's exactly how it is. So guess what?
Yeah.
You still got to show up and vote.
It's illuminated, brother. Arpain.
You still got to show up and vote. Yes or no?
Hey,
you realize this ain't just a black man's because 50% of American men vote every election cycle.
Did you vote?
I take my rights seriously.
I'm gonna try.
I take all my rights seriously.
Go ahead.
Second, third, fourth, fifth. I take the entire Constitution seriously.
Okay.
Crazy man.
Can you even tell me what the first 10 amendments are?
Sure. What is it like? First Amendment, Second Amendment. Oh, you got the freedom of speech.
Jesus Christ.
The right to bear arms. All that other bullshit.
Do that.
And you swore an oath to that thing and don't even know what you swore an oath to. That's fresh.
Okay, Arpain.
Deployment still rock, baby. Yep.
Illuminated.
Let's get it.
I'm gonna try this one more doggone time, and I'm getting the hell off this panel because I got to work out in the morning. I ain't studying you Negroes, all right? But here's the deal about your boy Obama. Everywhere he goes, the bodies lies. There is a video, if you can find it, and it has been verified, and it is an actual testimony. He is now deceased. His name was Larry Sinclair. He had a lawyer. He gave a briefing about then Senator Obama, how he performed a certain act on Obama, how him and Obama did some drugs in the back of the limousine,
Was Michael there too?
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I
Was
guess
Michael,
Hunter
hey, was
Biden
Michael
was in
there
that limbo too.
Illuminated.
Hunter Biden was there
Illuminated.
too.
Was Michael part of that thing too?
Well, no. Mike wasn't in the picture yet. There, Big Mike wasn't there yet. Angry Snowman, but
okay,
it was. They hurried up and took that because remember when he was running, they scrubbed the internet of everything. Now, remember the church that he was going to in Chicago, it was a hookup culture. All I know is certain people that he had hooked up with. Yep. Go back and look at some of the articles of all the people who have died. Clinton ain't the only one that got body counts. And look what just recently happened at his mansion.
Obama, dude, look at all the drone strikes Obama did on people.
Exactly.
He's like the leader in drone strikes right now.
Exactly.
He's the drone strike president.
What people, and I'm gonna close with this, and I'm gonna land the plane with this. What people have to realize, it's not Joe Biden, it's Obama they're trying to protect.
Yep.
Because if they get to Obama, it's a wrap. Now, here's the political landscape that's getting ready to happen. What they're getting ready to try to do is they're gonna try to fade Joe to the back, say he wants to spend time with his 6
Bring Gavin Newsom in.
Yeah, hold on. Fade him to the back due to medical reasons and stuff like that. Gavin Newsom will be the vice. Big Mike will be the president.
No.
Who's Mike?
Yes.
Mike who?
Michael Obama.
No.
Oh, he talking about my
No, get out of here. No.
Yo, it's really funny that we talk about transgender when black women have always been notorious for being called masculine.
Okay, so
here we got a white
black
guy
man.
crashing Michelle Obama, and all you clowns laughing at him. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
Why?
But check this out, though.
Why? Am I not a man? Am I not allowed to have an opinion? Dude, you're whiter than I am, Drew.
Check it out.
You're whiter than me, dude. Calling me a white man.
Our pain. See if you can find the book on Becoming. What was that book about? Get that book. That's all I'm gonna tell you. And I rest.
I'm looking at it right now. Murder.
I got it right here. Hold on.
I got it right here.
I got it right here in my corner over in my book section. Hold on, let me grab it real quick.
Barack Obama and Larry Sinclair. Cocaine, sex, lives.
Yeah,
murder.
I'm gonna get mine real quick. Hold on.
Hey, look at the color spectrum. Look how much whiter than me he is. And he's calling me a white man?
Hey,
really
JT, watch that video.
Obama as a man, calling him
yeah, I'm gonna refer to anybody as I want as whatever I want.
Hey, our pain, pull that video up.
Oh shit! I think my wife got it. Shit, I have both of them together. I think my wife got the other one. It's in the house somewhere.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, JT, when you get a chance, don't play it on your show because I don't want to get you strike. But when y'all get a chance, look at that video, and when you see it, you're gonna come back next week and say, "Dang, Illuminated, you can't come back on here no more because that right there just hurt my heart."
At the video, not Illuminated. I'm looking at the video and I'm looking at the book on Amazon. They want $956 for this.
Exactly. Shit. My friend got it. You have to go to.
Talking about that book. Which book?
Mike Obama's book on Becoming. You have
there's
to
another
go.
One about. There's another one about the AIDS epidemic. That's
no. I ain't talking about that one. Angry. This one here. I got to talk to my friend back at home. He's got the book, but you have to go to an obscure website, and I'm gonna get it from where he got it from. I'm ordering that self because what people don't realize is about Big Mike, because there's another video you can pull up where
y'all are disgusting.
No. Okay, you tell Barry he's disgusting because Obama said this.
Real.
You remember? Remember when he gave that speech, Angry Snowman, when the generals was behind him, and he referred to Michelle as Michael twice.
I do.
Twice.
Yep.
Now, JT, Payne, BMU, nothing against you, Grooming, and Angry Snowman. Have you ever in your freaking life called your wife, other than her nickname, by a male name?
No.
Have you ever
Hell
done that?
No.
Hell no.
Fuck no.
That's because I wouldn't date a dude dressed like a woman.
And now, Angry Snowman, you had something you were saying to Tyrus about you said something about you being he whiter than you or something. What was you saying?
Dude, that's what I was saying. I mean, you can look, man. His complexion is a hell of a lot whiter than mine. I'm pretty because
a strong clip of former U.S. President Barack Obama referring to the son of Mike Mullen, former chairman, Joint Chief of Staff, had been stripped out of his context and post suggesting he called his wife Mike. That shit has already been discredited, and yet y'all over here still lying, still trashing each other. Y'all so fake, bro.
Plug out of your vagina and let the sign out for crying out loud.
Yo, I'm good.
Woman.
Y'all over here trashing.
You're weird, man. You are weird.
You Googled it.
Weird.
I don't trust Google. I go on DuckDuckGo and the Brave browser.
I don't trust a white man that tries to shame other white men.
Hey, black man, remember? Hey, black man, JT, you remember? You remember when I asked the question? I said, hey,
"You are asshole, Angry Snowman."
Hey,
no, I'm
black
keeping it 100, man. Come on.
Hey, BMU.
Check out. Remember this? Talk shit about white people and you're white.
Oh my God,
JT, y'all remember this? I said, which one of you Negroes on the panel is married? Angry Snowman said.
He raised his hand. He said, "Shit with it."
So
does this actually have a conversation now?
Come on.
Hey, now grooming, like let me say this to y'all. Grooming and all y'all, man. I consider all y'all family, man. Especially grooming and Angry Slow, man. Y'all coming in here on Fridays, bro. I got to get y'all in on Tuesday too, because we rocking it on Tuesday. I just don't understand how it's so hard for grown ass men to say what a woman is. What are you scared of?
I don't think it's that hard. A woman has a vagina and she's able to have kids. It's that simple.
But they're asking people that went to Harvard and Princeton, what is a woman? I mean, depends on what you're asking.
Well, it's like I said the last time I was on the panel. The pelvic bone is specific. It's gender specific to male and females.
Oh yeah.
So that there should tell you that a man and a woman, or a male and a female, however you want to see it, are totally different things.
But here's another thing.
To say that male and female is sex and gender is totally different. Well, if that's the case, then why do you have to alter your appearance?
Angry. I
to
got something
affirm
for
whatever
that.
gender you think you are, to look like the sex that you say that we're claiming.
Angry. I got something for that. They said, I believe in that video, What is a Woman? Or I read it somewhere where they said, even 100 years from now, no matter what surgery you had done, when they look at the bones and do the forensic, they're going to know that you was a man or a woman. So no matter how you transition, no matter what you do, you remember what they told us during the pandemic, JT? Trust the science. Well, dadgummit, I'm trusting the science.
Well, it's funny, the science. You got to trust the science until they don't want you to trust the science. The science is settled until it's no longer settled anymore.
Once you get politics in it, then we talking about something different. But when you got motherfuckers that's really about the whole thing of humanity, and when you talking about people that's about nature and things like that, you get the hard truth. It's some shit, man. This is what people don't realize. Life is not punitive, nor is it merciful. Life is life. It is what it is. This is what people say about God. God is not punitive. God is not merciful. God is God, which means that it's both and neither at the same goddamn time. Figure it out, goddammit.
Listen to this. Hold on 1 second. I want to play this, then we'll get back to the conversation. Watch this.
India, Dr. Kaushik, in a transgender clinic in Delhi, he said he wanted to be the first surgeon to implant a uterus into a man as part of feminizing surgery.
Okay, uterine transplant has been done, not into trans women.
In this surgeon who wants to pioneer this in a male anatomical pelvis.
Absolutely no reason why they shouldn't put a uterus into a man, technically.
Yeah.
Physically, it can be done.
Yeah.
Whether it's desirable to do it.
The Montreal ethical criteria would be that we need to be a biological female that would have to have the uterine transplant. So it wouldn't be a transgender woman.
Whether the risk of immunosuppression, crossing the placenta, the extra risk of having a pregnancy in a donated uterus, whether that's justified when you can have a surrogate, I don't know.
Gender surgeon in India, Dr. Kaush.
So you know what, Arpain, I heard what you said. He said they're going to take it. See, that's the delusional shit that I'm talking about. These motherfuckers want to be women, but in order to get the uterus transplant, you got to get the uterus from a biological woman.
Well, look, hold on. If I can illuminate it, I want to share something because I was watching a TikTok tonight live where I got into this debate in the chat with somebody, and they said that the Bible actually, or in the Bible, Jesus actually affirms trans and intersex people. And I asked them, hold on, I asked them to quote their source, cite the scripture that says that, and they gave me Matthew 19:12. Matthew 19:12 states right here, for there are some eunuchs which were so born from their mother's womb, and there are some eunuchs which were made eunuchs of men, and there are some eunuchs which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He that is able to receive it, let him receive it. And I said, do you idiots not understand what a eunuch is?
Right.
Because a eunuch is someone that's been castrated, for one. They cannot produce sperm and impregnate a woman. That's what a eunuch is.
You gotta know the
All
word.
right?
They don't do either one.
Secondly, they try to use that. Well, they try to use that same scripture to say that that's where the Torah or whatever scripture like this. This is where the Torah affirms the 8 genders by saying that they're eunuchs that are made by men. Sorry. First off, a eunuch is not someone pretending to be a woman. A eunuch is someone who knows they're a man who was castrated or who was born without the ability to reproduce.
No purpose.
Plain and simple. They
Okay.
have
They have no biological purpose.
Okay, now let me add to that. You're actually talking about Genesis 6:1-4. And when God looked upon the earth, and he said, my spirit will not always strive with men. I will give him 120 years. And the sons of God looked upon the daughters of men and found them fair and took unto them wives. This is where we get the Nephilim from.
Right.
You read the book of Enoch. Chapter 6, 7, 8. That lets you know what they taught, who their leader was, and what they gave mankind. They gave mankind forbidden knowledge. Okay.
And Enoch and got our women pregnant.
Exactly. So
yeah,
that's where the Nephilim came from. And then when they could no longer handle them no more, they began to mate with bird, fishes, and all these other things.
And create abominations.
Okay, exactly. So this is why when God said the whole earth was corrupt, that's what he was talking about. Because what Satan tried to do was he tried to contaminate the Adamic DNA, and he couldn't do it.
The very essence of life itself.
So when you talk about, shout out to my boy Ricky, love you, brother, the natural order of things, that was the natural order. So when you talk about transgender, you're actually talking about transhumanism, because that's what they're moving to. The super soldier program, where they're mixing DNA and splicing DNA, because once you change your DNA, you're no longer considered a Homo sapien. And once you change your gender, you're telling God you made a mistake and I don't like what you did from the original blueprint. So we're created in the image of God.
God's fallible.
Well, as one child say, and black men like this, my God don't make no mistakes.
That's what they're trying to say, is God's fallible.
Right.
What I'm saying is,
we want to get watch this. Hold on, real quick. We want to get grooming in here because he's been waiting. But I'm gonna say this. Clown, this is what the dumb motherfucker listen, y'all, I'm trying to hold my peace here. A dude told me at work, God created transgender people. He created for men to be able to change into women. He said, because if God, and he said, you believe God created everything, right? I said, yeah, I do. He said, what about the clownfish? And he thought I was stupid. So I said, oh, you talking about the clownfish who all be in schools as males swimming through the ocean? And then during the process of them swimming as a school together in the ocean, one of the males can turn his male entities into a female entity and let all the other males ejaculate in him, and he'll carry the babies and have them. Right? That's what a
That's a
clownfish
natural
does.
process.
And that's what I said to him. You took it right out of my mouth. I said, yeah, but that's a natural process. I don't see any fish on the operating table.
Right. Hey, I put a link in the
You
back.
always got something to say back to what I say. Okay, that's fine. But I don't see no fish in the operating room on getting cut up. I don't.
JT, check the back chat
for you, sir.
Huh?
Did you catch that link I put in the back for you? There's a video back.
Let me check. Go ahead, Grooming, and get yours out. Let me check.
Go ahead, Grooming. JT,
right.
check the back check for that article I gave. See if you can pull it up.
I see it. I got it too. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Two are statements. One is a question for everybody. Let me start with the question first. This is a war, Marian. Doesn't matter how you cut it, but I wish Easy was here and Easy Money and Rainbow Lover here too.
You ain't shit, Grooming.
I know I'm not shit. But
hey, leave it to us crackers to keep it real, though.
Hey, I'm a Greek god. That's why I keep it at. But are we? My question is to everybody is: have you picked the right side to be on when this war really breaks out?
I just told my wife that, Grooming, yesterday. I said, baby, it's going to get to a point where people going to have to start picking sides. I told my wife that yesterday.
And unfortunately, a lot of us, and including myself, don't know most of his men and rights, like this bear arms. The reason that bear arms came out is just in case a dictator took over, people had the right to take them out.
To fight against a tyrannical government.
Thank you. That was exactly T. The second one is I got an argument with somebody when I was talking to her. And I was, I was like, see what's up with her and everything.
Oh no,
the argument was
me an email with some shit in it. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
The argument was she was arguing the fact that a woman can grow a dick. I looked at her like,
hold on. I wasn't ready. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're fine. All right. The argument fact was she was arguing with me. A woman can grow a dick. I'm like, no, you can't. A dick is a dick. Simple.
A phallus. I need that clip.
A man can't even grow a dick.
For real.
That's my point. She sit there and literally start screaming through the phone to the point the phone was like out to here. I'm like, let me know when you're done. And like, she was not giving up on the argument. You say you're gonna disown your kid if he be turned like, no.
Oh yeah, I got it. I got it, big dog. I got it.
Yeah. And my second thing is,
Grooming. Hold on, let me
go ahead.
Something real quick.
Go ahead, brother.
What we're dealing with, JT, CBN, Arpain, Angry, Romans chapter 1, where I believe, and I hate to say this, but I believe God has turned some of these people over to a reprobate mind.
You're referring to Romans chapter 1, verse 18 to 32?
Yeah, I really believe
I've been saying that for more than a year and a half. No one listened to me.
That's all I have. Go ahead, Grooming, go ahead.
And my last one is, so we have cross-dressers going to schools and all this stuff with our permission. I don't have kids yet. I made that very public. But when I do have kids and I find out that happened, I am calling my fucking lawyer. Without my permission, you're not doing shit. I will find some illegal rights. We haven't sued. That's
well,
what first started.
You know how all these rights for them to do that really got pushed, and it was through the C-19 thing. That's how it got pushed, because when they allowed schools to actually have nurses come in and give your kids vaccines without the parents' permission, that's what opened up the floodgates for this.
Yep.
Vaccine is
one thing. It was part of it. No, vaccine isn't one thing. If it's something that's still in test trial phase and is only FDA approved for emergency pandemic use, then that means it's not been fully tried. It's not been studied.
I agree.
That shouldn't be put in anybody.
I was one of the guinea pigs when the COVID vaccine came out because I worked for the hospital and we were the guinea pigs. And they looked at me.
I'm praying for you, Doc.
I'm praying for you too.
They were guinea pigs. They told us, get in, get your shot. And people try to push it off. I was one of the first person in my department to get it.
Damn.
Yep.
I feel bad for you, man.
In my
I told
line of work,
y'all,
I had
man.
no choice.
LeBron James' son got that booster, and fucking 48 hours later, he was on the floor with a heart attack.
Well, what's the thing is what's the point in taking a vaccine or a booster if it doesn't prevent the very thing that you're taking?
Exactly. People are so fucking delusional.
Bro,
Put something in my body that don't even prevent the shit.
Bro, do y'all know that it's still people walking around here with goddamn masks on?
Yeah, dude, I see people driving around Fort Wayne all the time with a mask on.
Fucking mask on. It's crazy to me because at the end of the day, just think about this. The majority of people are followers, right?
Yep.
The ones that are not, the ones that, we marching in sync until we get to a certain point in our life, and then we stop marching in sync because we end up having bigger understanding. All it is that we have a different understanding than what a larger understanding what a lot of other people have. And we end up being the enemies. We end up being the Donald Trumps.
Well, the Bible
said
we will be, sir.
We end up being the ones where we steady telling y'all what's going to happen.
The Bible
5 years
said we would be the
past,
enemies of man,
what we
JP.
said was going to happen, it happened, and y'all still look at us like it's some bullshit, and then y'all would give some new motherfucker to come up the credit for sitting back saying, you know what? White shoes are actually white. And motherfucker will sit back and and we get mad. This is why we get upset, because we've been telling y'all motherfuckers for 8 motherfucking years what's going to happen.
Yes.
Not because we are psychic. It's because we understand
what's
2
happening.
+ 2 means.
Right.
And that's why men are so important, real men, because real men look through the windshield. Women and men that want to be women look through the rearview mirror. You see what I'm saying?
And if they do look through the windshield, all they see is the bugs hitting it.
Absolutely. I got this video here, guys, from Angry Snowman. Thank you for this, guys. Y'all got to watch this. Listen to this. Hold on.
Was planning to have breast removal surgery. I had been taking testosterone for 2 years. And after I started transitioning, I'm still depressed. I'm still suicidal. I'm still struggling. I started looking for answers. This is not what I thought it was going to be. I need something because something in my soul is missing. I was working out at the gym at this girl. She asked me to go to church with her. No, God doesn't want somebody like me in the church. I don't belong there. I ended up going there and I encountered God for the first time ever. And all of a sudden, God speaks to me and gives me a vision. There was a man and a woman on one side. And then on the other side, there was a man and a woman and a woman. The man and the woman had babies. It was like glowing really bright. And it was like generations went down the line. And then on the other side, with the man and the woman, there was a red line under their feet, and it was black because you can't recreate life that way. And God speaks to me and he says, I made man and woman so you could recreate and share the good news of my son, Jesus Christ. But the devil is wiping out entire family bloodlines and generations of people that I intended to be born will not exist for my glory. Wow, I've been really selfish my whole life. Everything in my life was based on my feelings. I was wrong. The next day, I went to church and I got set free of the demonic spirit of Jezebel. And I didn't know anything about demons. I didn't know there was a spirit behind homosexuality. I didn't know there was demons behind false identities, but there was. And I know now that James Harley, which was the name that I went by, false identity, that was never who I was. But the devil stole my identity from a very young age. And that's why I believed I was born that way. God loved me the entire time that I was in the LGBT community for 16 years. I was planning to have breast removal surgery. I had
That's powerful.
Yes,
Didn't I say this earlier?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Did.
I rest my case.
Hey, black man, I tried to post a comment and it blocked me.
What blocked you?
It says this comment has failed to post to Black Man Unfiltered Network.
It does that to me occasionally too, man.
Well, I wonder why.
Because it's racist against truth.
Okay, this is what I wrote. I was responding to the White School podcast and Von Bryant. I said, get ready for the next pandemic. There will be a sudden death of those that took the jab, because I watched the video today, because of the metals in their bodies. And what they're doing now is they're talking about detoxing from the spike protein and the metals. Okay, there's 2 videos that I'm gonna try to find and put it in the back chat, especially for you, Gruen, that you need to watch. It's on the forbidden knowledge.
Your chat's racist against truth.
Angry man, me and you gonna fight. Me and you, I'm gonna take you. Me and you gonna, I'm coming to your house. Me and you gonna fight. But it's 2 videos that I watched. One was on the SGT's podcast, and the other one was the Man in America podcast. I'm gonna try to look those videos up and get those 2, and you guys can watch them, because she's an actual doctor, and what they're doing, they're actually studying the blood. And what Ed Dow, the one I made reference to, what he talked about was the actual data that's out there. And when you hear this data, man, it's like, it's very alarming, and no one is talking about this. So that's why I said they're already talking about, and that's why I say Colonel, I think his name is McGregor, that was on PDB, Patrick Ben David's podcast. He talked about, he don't think we're going to make it to the 2024 election because of all this, because they're going to use the Patriot Act and the national emergency to declare, hey, this is what's going on. I mean, what do you expect? I mean, we got this health crisis and we got this going on, so we're going to have to suspend the election, make Trump the fall guy, because he is the one that developed warp speed. He's the one to talk about. So they're going to point all fingers to him, because these indictments, all these indictments, they're falling by the wayside, one by one. They're all falling one by one, because they already know. Obama had an emergency meeting with Joe Biden and said, look here, this guy is no joke. He has a very loyal following, and he's a formidable foe. But what they don't realize is the more that they throw at this man, people starting to see the 2-tier justice. And wait a minute, Joe Biden had documents. So what's the difference between Trump's documents and his documents? Well, see, Trump didn't declassify. Well, Joe Biden had his as a senator and a vice president. So he had no authority.
Vice president.
Yeah, he had no
20 years ago.
Yeah. So it's a dangerous thing when you stay in office that long, because you can only cover so much. And that's why I've been following this stuff very, very carefully. And now what they're nervous about, notice what happened when Devin Archer testified in the House. Oh, it was about the weather. They had dinner. They had no, I'm not. You would not recognize you, Angus Snowman, because the first time you've been polite for the first time in class.
I'm trying to be polite, man.
Illuminated. Now watch this. Now watch this. You sitting back. They got everybody trying to concentrate on Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long has Joe Biden been in?
Over 47 years, bro.
Real quick, BMU, I put another clip in the back for you to check out.
Years.
Okay, gotcha.
Let me add something to what
hold on, guys, real quick. I want to put something on your heart. Somebody keep emailing me. I ain't gonna say the name because I don't do that. But I got another email that says you guys are Christians, but you don't know. Let me scroll down. That Ham, the father. Oh, so this is the verse she sent me. She said Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father. So she sent me. She's saying that the Bible is condoning homosexuality, and we're Christians and don't know it. This is what she said. She said, Noah, a man of soil, proceeded to plant a vineyard. When he drank some of its wine, he became drunk and lay uncovered inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father naked and told his 2 brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it across his shoulders. And they walked in backward and covered their father's naked body. Their faces were turned the other way so that they would not see their father naked. When Noah woke up from being drunk, he found out what his youngest son had done to him. And he said, cursed be to Canaan. To the lowest slaves will be to his brothers.
Okay, 2 things about that. He uncovered his father nakedness. There's a definition that talks about that, where people thought that he laid with Noah's wife, because that's what that means, uncover your father's nakedness. The Bible speaks of that. But what happened was he saw his father naked, which he wasn't supposed to do.
Right.
What Japheth.
So this is actually this is not condoning it. This is actually against it.
Well, my interpretation that I've always been taught was they found him naked in his sin because he was drunk, and you ain't supposed to be a drunkard.
Well, that only too. But again, it goes back to the thou shall leave father, mother, and cling to the wife. Not that scripture, but you're supposed to honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long upon the earth. So what he did, he dishonored Noah in that. So, and then also
Ephesians 6 verse 1.
Yep. So also too, Ham is the father of the dark race, but not the Negroes. I'm gonna leave that one alone.
Well, what a lot of people don't realize is this. So when we look at these books and we take these passages, and we internalize them, right? A lot of people take what they read, they take it as not figuratively, but they take it. What's the opposite of it? Anybody?
What's that?
The opposite of figuratively is literally. They take it literally, and they don't have understanding. When you take things literally, sometimes you can't get your understanding. You understand what I'm saying? Because this is the thing. Analogies are here for a reason. Analogies are here so we can get understanding. You take what you can out of it, and then you spit the bones out. That's basically what it is. So when we're talking about these things in the Bible, and this is what I hate about how people look at doctrine such as Bible or Torah or the Quran or all these different things, they think that everything is literal. They have no concept of what a figurative or an analogy is, or what allegory is. They don't look at all the other aspects of it.
Well,
so when we start speaking on this is how we miss a lot of people, man. We miss a lot of people, especially people that has never ever in their life read the Bible, right? Read.
Most of these folks don't even.
Most people has never read the Bible. The majority of people have never read the Bible. All they do is take what somebody told them, they borrow it, and then they get their own understanding of it.
But
the Bible
JT, you need to understand.
Hold on, let me finish this right quick. The Bible is meant for it's a guide, right? But in order for it to be a guide, first and foremost, you have to understand how to read and understand. After that, you have to also understand that this is an internal thing. It is a guide for each individual. Even though we're connected with one another, it's about seeking your inner God. If you are not God realized and you call yourself God fearing, you can never be God realized, because God fearing means what? To do the will upon the most high. How you do that if you don't realize that you are God? How you do that if you don't realize that you can create and destroy, that you have the ability to do all these things? That's why I tell everybody, I'm all this shit. I'm everything that's there. I got the ability to be a person that's a criminal. I got the ability to be a person that is of the most high in my frequency. I can never be higher than the most high. You know why? Because that's all knowing. And it's up to me to seek it. It is not up to you to give it to me. We got this shit all fucked up. This is why you got a bunch of scared people out here in this world, because they don't realize that they're God realized. They don't realize this.
It was done
I have the ability to do so many different things, and they don't even try to seek what their power actually is. They don't seek it. You ain't gonna ever be. You keep asking a man that you have no idea, because the majority of people, they think God is a man. They think God is this person that can knit their life together. Could you please give me $1 million? Or could you please give me the vision to see a woman that can be in my life?
Let me win the lottery.
Some bullshit. That's why when they understand, when somebody say you're asking God for minuscule things, they don't know what you're talking about when you say that.
Give me clarity.
Because you don't realize, there you go. It's about seeking it. It's not about somebody giving it to you. It's about you seeking it. It will find you. Whatever you seek will find you. This is the whole thing. Man, we see it in the world. Magnetic. We see how magnets work. Have you ever put a south and a north together? What happens when you put a south and a north together? They collect with each other. Opposites attract. Put two souths together. What they do? They go this way. They're like, nigga, I already got that. I don't need that. I don't need that what you got right there. They don't seek it. These are all, man, look, we have a very small time on this earth. We don't realize how small it is until our ass is getting to a point where we like, shit, I'm getting old. You know how you know you getting old? When your body starts to tell you getting old.
Be quiet.
Hey, you know what, JT? I'm gonna tell you this, bro. And I ain't old yet. I'm gonna be 40 in November. But I'm gonna tell you something.
Oh, good grief,
man!
Jesus.
I went out, man.
Oh man, now we're going. Dude, now you're triggering the
listen,
boomers,
bro. But listen, man. I played ball my whole life, though, man. So I didn't have injury after injury, after pull this MCL, ACL, just all type of shit.
Rick.
So now at 40, that those knees don't heal like they used to, and them muscles that you tore back in the day, they come back to hunt your ass.
Hey, bro,
and so I was out playing with my sons, and I did like a juke move on my son, tried to juke him a little bit. Shit, I heard my body say, "Oh, you doing some new shit today, huh?" Man, that shit hurt like a bitch. My whole left side
every day
went
for
out,
me.
You didn't know you was a 1982 version of
Man,
that.
shit, my whole left side went out on my ass. I said, "Oh, hell no!"
He forgot that he just had that new car scent air freshener hanging on the rear view.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really the new car smell.
That's why I tell you brothers to get in the doggone gym. I'm telling you.
You right.
Get in the gym.
Hey, but I'm gonna tell y'all something real quick, because JT said something real cool.
You, bro,
JT
and I
said
told you, I showed my mom. I told her how old you were. She was like, "Damn, he look good." We see it, man. We understand it. Listen, there's nothing we can do when it comes down to being old. We got to embrace this shit, man. When it comes down to being old, we embrace it. This is one of the things we have that a lot of motherfuckers ain't got in this world. When we get old, is wisdom. That wisdom is some motherfucking boy. That's some shit right there.
Yeah, that's what makes you able to adapt.
Have you ever seen a 90-year-old fool? That shit look crazy as hell. Most of them don't live long. They don't live long. They don't live to be 90 years old. But when you see a 90-year-old fool, they fucked up. And the fucked up part about a 90-year-old fool is that they don't have Alzheimer's. They don't have Alzheimer's, how we would say it. Them motherfuckers still got all of their follicles. They just been the same way for a very long time.
Well, JT,
that's why when you see someone that is of age and they've done some shit, I'm talking about doctors, Alzheimer's. Have you ever seen somebody like that? Have you ever seen somebody like that?
Dementia, man, and it was rough.
Right. Let me add something to what JT said. On the flip side of that, our future, the kids today, our future ain't looking too bright either. I saw a guy stop some girls, and they were real pretty, attractive young ladies. And he stopped them college girls, and he said, "I have a question for you." He said, "Can you name 3 countries?" This girl said, "South Carolina."
Jesus Christ.
I saw that.
She said Canada, South Carolina,
and Mexico,
and Mexico or some shit. I said, "Oh my God." Then he said, "How many dimes are in a dollar?" She said 20.
Oh my Jesus.
And then he said, "Okay." He said, "You got that right. You got that right. You got that right." He said, "How?" He said, "Name 3." He said, "Name 3 Kardashian sisters." He said, "Khloe, Kim, and the other one, Cole,
right off the rack.
Whatever."
Right off the rack.
He said, "Look at these dumb bitches. They know 3 Kardashian sisters, but don't know 10 dimes, or don't know 3. I mean, they said 20 dimes equals a dollar. They said
you don't know where you at.
You don't know where you at. They don't know.
You don't know where the fuck you at.
Dude, you're gonna ask them what color red is, and they're gonna tell you it's purple.
Man, they just ignorant, bro. Our future is horrible. If we depend on these silly motherfuckers, we in trouble.
Look, everybody on this panel has read a map before, correct? Am I?
Exactly. Hell
yeah.
Yes,
I
we read maps.
Yeah, I actually have atlases at the house.
You ever did a damn road
Y'all remember
trip?
MapQuest?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, fuck MapQuest.
My
If
dad
you
was a
ever
truck
did
driver. He
a
showed me how to
road
use
and you
that.
had to highlight where you was going. You had to
my daddy
plan
drove trucks.
where you were going.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad was a truck driver, so
My
he used
daddy
to make
was
me
too.
plot out his truck truck route. That's how he taught me how to read a map.
Yep. And my dad used to do the map. Right, even to this day, he drove around the country. He drove cross country. My dad
many
today,
people
I could call him today and say, Dad, I'm on this highway. He said, oh yeah, that's 67. Go up 67, take 183, take you to 121. I said, God damn, to this day, bro.
Same
here.
How many people in the world? How many people in the world do you know that has read Almanacs?
No, nobody.
They don't even know what a fucking Almanacs is.
Or the green book. Or the green book either, JT. Come on, we can go deeper than that.
Green book.
Green book.
How many people? This is the thing. What's happening? And I heard somebody say this. They said children today are smarter than they've ever been. No, they haven't. They're very dumb.
If all the electricity left Earth today and was no Wi-Fi, no electricity, no tablets, no computers, they motherfuckers don't know how to hunt. They don't know how to fish. They don't know how to survive. We're in bad shape, brother.
We're the last people on the planet that know how to do all those things and survive without money.
And when that happens,
exactly.
African will rule the world.
Yes.
That Black David, I don't think you know how to hunt either now.
Yeah.
He ain't lying though, man.
You don't talk screaming.
Black David.
Black David, you give Black David a blowgun, nigga, it's going down.
Black David.
Everything.
Hey, Black David. Black David.
That shit's like a sniper rifle for you, ain't it, David?
Hey, Black David, let me defend you on something. I was scrolling through YouTube, and this individual over on the other side over there, that guy next to JT, he posted a video of you when you was asleep, bruh. I said, you know what? We're gonna have a YouTube court session back in the show.
Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David.
Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
Damn, you don't come right into a drooling coma.
See what I'm saying, Black David, my brother? You know how much we stick together.
I know.
That was wrong, man. That ain't right.
This is the type of black person that you don't want around, because he the type of person. Yep, it was him, Your Honor. It was him.
Timed out for that.
It was
shit.
him. It was him. So we're gonna have a hearing at the next barbershop session. We're gonna have the topic and everything, and he's gonna be suspended for the next show. So,
you know what?
Black David, I'm on your side too, brother.
If you
that
go
was
to
wrong.
sleep on my show, I got something for your ass. Here go Dusto right here. I got him too.
Dude. Dude, you hang around way too many white people. That's shit white people do.
Hey JT, tell him Hey JT, we're not gonna tell him about the CQ trick, right? We're gonna tell him about that. Keep that one up under your hat, bro. We got that one between me and you. We got that one.
Dude, it's not even safe. I officially, I believe that it's not safe to drink around you, BMU.
Man,
when they pass out, they're gonna get all kinds of stuff drawn on their face.
Man, I was trying to give Black David attention. Man, I said, what the fuck is he doing? So I looked down, I said, this motherfucker knocked out. Ooh, I'm gonna make him pay.
JT, Harpain, I was scrolling through I was scrolling through the YouTube shorts.
I looked at slobber string coming from your mouth.
I look at Black Man's Unfiltered stuff. I said, okay, wait a minute. I said, oh, they go boy Black Man. I ain't seen him in a while. I said, oh no. I just put my head down. I said, I can't wait to Friday, because they can't do my boy like that. I cannot wait to Friday. I wasn't even gonna come up here, but when I saw that, I was like, nah, bro, you can't do my boy like that. You cannot do my boy like that.
Hey,
Black
but you know what,
David,
though? Illuminated.
Jesus.
I got another one illuminated. Watch this. Oh my God, she made it. Hey, illuminated. It was this dude trying to clown me, and I tell you his name in the back, but he's trying to clown me and trying to clown my people on my panel. And so I did a whole video. I dedicated a whole day to him.
Oh,
and I
damn.
edited him and because he had a show where he put on a do-rag, not a do-rag. He put on a what you call the damn thing?
Bonnet. One of them damn
bonnet. And he had a virtual sleepover with some women. Talking about, hey, but you married. They got kids, but you on there with
he had a single mama special on.
Man, illuminated. I spent a whole day editing, putting music, putting clips together. Man,
that's what I say with AJT. When you come in these YouTube streets, you better be careful about what you say. That's why I don't come up here too often. I'm like,
no, illuminate. Now you know I wouldn't do you like that.
No. What I'm saying is not you. I'm saying Negroes do this. They clip stuff.
They sure do. I
put
know
stuff up.
I've been clipped.
Man. They will. Hey, BMU, they'll clip the hell out of you next.
They will.
They love to take you out of context.
Oh man, see, Angry Snowman said this. I said, no, that was not the complete statement. No, it's right here. Look, I got the video right here. Nigga, you clipped. Excuse me. Man, you clipped that stuff. See, that's what I say when I come to these YouTube streets, I try to come with receipts. No. Because me and Angry Man has this one individual that we love so dearly, got into him with it the other night, a couple weeks ago. There, Angry, and I was like, you know what? I'm done with this dude. I'm done with this dude.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, shut up, Angry. Just you know, yeah. So,
hey, dude, you know what?
See what I'm talking about, JT?
I'm a pretty controversial person in these YouTube streets. People know me.
Hey, JT, this is why.
Yes, sir.
This is why. This is why I ain't got time for these folks, man. I mean,
well, look, there's a learning curve to this YouTube thing, man. Once you learn how the game's played, it changes everything, though. You just got to learn the rules. Once you learn the rules, everything changes.
Yeah, but do you? Well, let me shut up, Kevin. Just shut up.
I'm just saying, man, because once I learned the rules, that's when I stopped giving a damn what people thought. I'm just going to keep it real. People are afraid of truth on YouTube, and that's something that I've really noticed.
Yeah, it's definitely a balance that you got to have when you come out here and you present something, especially when you're talking about, I always call these planets. You got Facebook planet, you got now it's called X planet, you got YouTube planet, these are planets, man. And at the end of the day, you got people that actually run this shit.
Yeah, they take the shit serious, man.
That's why they call platforms.
Oh shit.
JT, you gotta do this shit for me, bro. I swear I'm missing so much, bro. Man, when JT came on here and played Mr. Ha, we did a whole skit, y'all. Y'all gotta go back and watch it, bro. We did a whole skit called it was Mr. Ha, and who else? It was that day that we all dressed up. It was that day that my the comforter had caught fire in here. Remember?
Yeah,
you
was somebody and your ass was out there trying to sage the shit, and your ass was fire. Still trying to be in character.
With that fro, we could be twins, man.
Huh?
I told JT with that fro he's got, him and I could be twins, dude. You ought to see me when I let my hair out,
bro.
Well, we got so many characters now. We had, let me tell you, one of the dopest shits in the world was when you had my girl Shoo doing security ball. That shit was so motherfucking epic, man. When she was doing the whole one pot shit, that shit had me laughing.
Man, that shit was funny as shit.
That is a very talented young lady. And by the way, this year coming up, this season coming up,
you forget about Jedi Mike
on what is it? Not Power, but Raising Canaan. She's about to be on that, man.
Real quick, I just wanted to say, as far as the title, girls trips are always a no-go.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, it's really just as simple as that. There's no discussion needed. No.
But let me tell you this. One thing that I've learned about these girls, whatever you want to call that shit, it's not even that. It's a bunch of broke bitches trying to get men to pay for their motherfucking shit.
But not just pay for their shit, but pay for them to go out and keep
got stranded. Let me tell you, one of the things that I did, I observed, was that these ain't their homies. There has been women that have been in the islands that could not make it back because they didn't have enough motherfucking money because they got a one-way trip, a one-way ticket to goddamn Jamaica, and they spent all their goddamn money, and they thought their homegirls was gonna take care of them, and they homegirls.
My wife can take a girl's trip to her
right where
mom's
they
house.
stood.
That's where she's going. That's as far as the girl's trip goes. Her mom's house.
Well, like for me, I think I've probably been married the longest on this panel. It's just get to the point to where, you know, like I said earlier, your circle just gets so small to where it's like, you know, if that's what you want to do, you want to go, and then you go. You know, like I told her all the time, if you want to go somewhere, you know, you go. But, you know, main thing is, no, I want to go with you. I want us to travel together so we can create some memories together. You know, when I was deployed, hey, you're here by yourself, you know, you do what you do. You go on the trip, you know, go here, go there. That's on you. But when daddy comes home, as the boy said on Wendy Williams, so you make daddy a sandwich. You make daddy a sandwich. So, and I understand Mr. What's his name? Mr. Payne, I think his name.
Yes, sir.
You know, yeah, he does some things. Oh man, he did lead attorney. Oh, I gotta see that.
Oh yeah, this shit. Tell you this, man, security boss. I can tell you this right now. There's not one of these guys on this panel that's gonna get a recreation center for a kid. They're not gonna get no book bags.
We gonna recreation center, brother Clarence. You ain't gotta worry about that.
I was playing. I was doing bolo.
Don't listen to this, man. Don't listen. Get a prenup. There's nothing. There's nothing.
I'm sorry, but
I'm
with the one part. I'm actually with the one part.
How does the attorney look like Day up there?
Now, if you get a prenup, that's like saying that you already prepared for a divorce.
Listen,
tell them, security boss.
Child's game when you go into front of that judge, and I'm going up there, and I see a
can't take
grown
him
man
serious.
crying
He looks
when
like
he gets
Day.
taken away from him. See, this is why 90% of marriages end in divorce. This is why only 9% of black
No. Let me tell you.
Listen.
It ends because men are not doing their part. The men are not doing their part. Brother. Where did you get your? Where did you get?
Hey, brother Clarence.
Time out.
Hush,
Time out real quick. What's he considered the man not doing his part? The man not actually leading his household and putting his foot down the way he's supposed to, or the man not letting the woman do whatever the hell she wants?
Brother Clarence.
Hey, that was Brother Clarence. You gotta ask Brother Clarence that shit.
I'm just saying because I've heard both sides of this now.
JT played Brother Clarence, Jedi Mike lead attorney. I did Bolo, and Shushu did security boss. We were clowning, bro. Oh my god.
Lead attorney, something else. Lead attorney.
Yeah, Mike. Hey, look, Mike had me rolling when he did that shit because he could do a lot of.
I think this the episode I did Jay Prince, didn't it?
I think
Oh,
so.
before
That episode, the one we had on Barbershop, he did. Jedi Mike did it so where the lead attorney came on the chat room and he was shocked. He was laughing like, "Wait a minute, this guy doing me better than I do myself."
Yeah, he did. He was.
No, but help me.
And he was
How we
shocked.
gonna
He
get
was
them
like,
to
"Oh, hell
meet
no."
and have kids? That's what I'm telling y'all. Y'all got to make sure y'all come to my channel and y'all make sure all the help meets and everybody looking for a help meet. All the men looking for help.
She sounds just like security boss.
Oh, shit.
Hold on, security boss. Hold on, security boss. We got.
Hold on.
No way.
Hold on. Hey, shoot.
Look at
If you look at etymology,
you guys ain't shit.
Hold on, security boss. Hold on, security boss. We got.
hold on.
And it all in one pot.
Hold on. Hey, shoot. See.
Look, we got the black house in the building.
If you look at etymology and what words mean, see, I'm from Baltimore. And
See, if y'all get along, I'm gonna dog walk the shit out of you in this conversation.
I can't take none of you guys serious.
I went on camera because I was laughing so hard.
First of all, how would you
saw that shit.
Second of all, where you coming with?
How the hell am I ever supposed to take any of you guys serious now?
We can't go out here and do things that are stupid.
I've been in the back all night, man. Listen, bro. I've been in the back all night, boy.
Brother, you can't come on here hot like you coming on.
Man, hold on, boy. Because listen, man, I came on here and I don't trust no black woman. Security about all that shit, security about talking, I don't trust none of that shit, man.
Brother, you can't come on. Brother.
No, I've been waiting all night to say this, man. I don't trust no black woman, man. Everything a black woman has said to me, man, is null and void, man. When I was growing up, man, the woman told me not to.
Wait, stop. If he's a bitch, then you a dumbass nigga.
Hey, first of all,
fuck you, bitch. No, fuck you, man.
Logic. That's your problem.
Now what?
We need you over here, security boss, to help us.
Hey, man, you gotta take that
security boss. Security.
And y'all up here listen to security.
You a dumbass nigga.
Y'all up here listen to security boss. It should lead you down the wrong path.
Jay Prince, wait, calm down.
Y'all understand what words mean if you understand the etymology of words.
Bro, when I tell you, bro, we used to do them skits every Thursday, bro. Man, we did security ball. Who else? Oh man, I did Raw B.
Oh my gosh,
Illuminated. I did Raw B one day. I did Raw B. Raw B came over and gave me a $20 super chat. She was laughing so fucking hard. She said,
"That's my girl there, boy. That's my girl there."
Yeah. Watch this little 2-minute clip. It's called "The Many Thoughts of Jay Prince."
You sent it to me?
Yeah, it's in the back chat.
Oh shit! Hold on a minute.
Oh no!
So now
this is one of my editing masterpieces right here.
Hey, Payne, we done went from women going on girl trips to blackity black.
Yeah.
We're all over the place. And I'm trying not to get Black David in, you know. I'm not trying not to be a clip.
Hey man, the chat is going off.
Wait till you.
Hey, the chat is going off, man.
Underdeveloped because this same country, what you call America, has been over there, and China and all other countries was over there graping the crap out the African land after. But that's the thing that we based off. We learn stuff based off what they tell us. How do we get electricity? We only get stuff based off what they done told us. All this information, it comes from what white people done told us about us. Also talk. If a person lied to you, they'll steal from you. And they steal from you, they kill you. Well, white people have done all of that. Originally. I just meant like white people in general. My bad. Their books, we trust in every story that comes from liars, thieves, and murderers. Story come from? Where did that story say that African stole black? Where did that story
I know, right?
Where's the source? Where you got your source from? Also, who actually told us that? I want to challenge that the source. We got African Americans here teaching a lot of stuff that white people taught them right. So you can't be coming from known liars and thieves. Y'all don't mind tearing down our history because no man got to kill you. You want me to be honest? All the way honest? Yeah. Okay, I believe that you are. I believe that you guys are black men. 2 white people, right? Name 2 white people that can make an Asian, a Mexican, a black, any one of them. But I can name a lot of blacks.
Oh, the philosopher.
Every race considered, or was there a fact? Was it a fact? Because I don't want to go off consider. You picture this, right? The whole court system is all black. The judge, the jury, the DA, everybody's black, but you. You committed a crime.
Oh yeah, this is good. This is good, CP.
Okay, what do you think the outcome would be? Let's say you killed the black man as a cop, right?
I don't know the
If you was a cop and you killed the black man, but now after you killed that black man, you got to go to court. What you think? Do you think you would get found guilty in an all-black court, or would you get found innocent?
Oh my God, bro!
Yeah, dude, the music, dude. Everybody watched that. Said, dude, the music clip audio
It's the
you put
music,
on there
bro.
that made me dead.
It's the music, bro.
It's the music for me.
Oh
Man.
my goodness.
It just fits so well, man. It was so easy to put together. That was all from and that was all from one stream.
He get the talking, boy. He'll have your ass rolling.
That was all from one stream, dude.
I didn't understand it at first, but I understand why people actually tune in to Jay Prince, because that motherfucker, you be like, I can't believe he said that.
Right. I was sitting there watching. I was like, no, this dude, no, he please tell me. I was like, please tell me this is just a show this guy's putting on. He's pretending, right? He pretending to be this dumb.
Oh man,
A hot dog is not a hot dog if it don't have no bread. The bread is the hot dog. It didn't even have no meat on it. I say,
don't be talking about them glizzies, man.
Them glizzies, man. Yeah.
And guess no, man. There was a time I had to go to Fight Club to calm his ass down. I was the only one who was able to do so, which is kind of scary.
That is scary.
I was the only dude who calmed down Jay Prince in the Fight Club. And everybody was shocked. Like, wait a minute.
Hey, man, I've been trying to tell Trey, that picture of him right here on this damn thing, he just looked like he just finna go eat some pussy.
You know what? On that note, I'm going to bed. See, he can't
illuminate it. Don't go nowhere. Illuminate. I'm just talking to Trey. That's my brother. Trey, what's going on, Trey?
You gotta understand, Illuminated's been married so long he can't. He doesn't like to.
His ass off.
Listen, you made that man uncomfortable, man.
Yeah, he's allergic to even the sound of foreign pussy.
Oh boy, y'all just cannot keep it clean. I try to come up here and do right by y'all. Y'all don't do right by me. I try to keep it clean. I try to keep it intellectual. And Angry Snowman, you are officially on a timeout. So mute your mic. You are officially on a timeout. You're supposed to be my brother from another. Be quiet. Your elder speaking. Your elder speaking. So you're officially on timeout. Black Man Unfiltered. I'm bringing you before the church for the umpteenth time, and I don't know how much longer the church is going to allow you in the doors of the church. We're trying to bring you before the congregation, and I believe the vote is going to be unanimously that you got to get the hell up out of here. You got to get the hell up out of here.
Can you deliver this person?
Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David!
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
That drool and that old man nod that he had.
Excuse me, your mic is muted. You digress and your mic is muted.
Reese from Philly. What's going on? Why?
What's up, y'all? What's up, man? So I'm gonna go ahead and let Reese go ahead and handle it, because Reese, I don't know what you walking into, brother, but this right here is just uncalled for. I mean, the
I just woke up. I don't even know what y'all talking about.
I know, bro, but
I thought y'all was talking about hoes. Y'all ain't talking about hoes.
No, man, the YouTube drive-by that this freaking Black Man Unfiltered is doing, and freaking Angry Snowman, these guys, man. I will not be a part of this violence, because I don't want to write no sworn statements. So I'm gonna digress.
You're responsible for running out 2 people tonight, and you're gonna talk about us.
I didn't. Hey.
You ran out 2 people tonight. You ran 2 people.
Blame that on me. How much you want to bet?
Hey,
you ran out 2 people tonight.
Because I came in here and flipped the table over.
For the judge that is residing over this case, Your Honor, all I have to say is I plead the 5th. I have no idea what
this, Your Honor.
Yep, I have no idea what these men are talking about.
When he pulled out them receipts, man, everybody started leaving.
So all I'm saying is, all I did was I presented the facts, just like Dragnet, just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. I gave them the facts. If they was offended, that's not on me, ma'am. I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's not on me. I can't confirm or deny that. I just read what was factual. So
Reese, let me ask you the question, Reese. Are girls' trips for hoes in remission?
Yeah.
I thought that was common knowledge.
Sir, your mic is muted and you digress.
How long
am I on trips ain't nothing new, man. I promise y'all, these whole trips ain't nothing new. This shit was going down in the 90s, dog. Long before the internet or any of that.
Yep, I agree.
Hey, you know what else? No,
Y'all
Reese?
remember Freaknik and the
Hey,
Greek
Reese.
picnic and all that other shit?
Hey, Reese, check this out, though.
Those are the first
Hey,
whole
Reese,
trips.
Hey, Reese, check this out, though. Check this out. Here's the thing about, back in the day. It was a little bit more discreet back in the day.
So how many holes did you have?
Because there wasn't no internet.
Okay. Well, see, that's too. I'm ignoring.
Illuminate, how many holes did you have?
Notice the hand is up, Reese. I'm talking to a grown man now.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Reese, so what I was saying is back in the day,
of holes. I believe it.
So, boy, I'm gonna tell you right now. Excuse me for the internet that's going to clip this. I want to say for the record, I have no idea what this man is talking about. I cannot confirm or deny what he's speaking of. We were speaking in general context.
I got some information over here. One of the ladies just emailed me. She said, "Oh, I remember him. We used to call him Long Stroke Dennis."
Okay, so you actually comment angry? You did it again. Well,
I got an email. She said they call him Long Stroke
On my
Dennis.
elder illuminated revelation, this the point when you have a comedian.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm so used to him.
I'm sorry, dude.
Hey, David, how is everybody your elder? You look the oldest. You used to call everybody your elder, but you the oldest.
I'm out the
Check
oldest.
this out,
I'm
right?
in my 40s.
Hey, listen, y'all. I lived in Hawaii in the late '80s, right? And so niggas usually run to Jamaica, Cancun, Bahamas, Dominican Republic. There's only like 5 places that niggas go, right? What people don't know is there's a whole nother realm on the West Coast of whole trips and all that technology to go on these islands and shit. Hawaii is the fucking ground zero for the West Coast, and it sits alone. When I tell you that there was some man, listen. Some of your favorite stars and singers is out getting smutted in Hawaii, dog. Because it's more stealth. You go to the DR, go to Jamaica, you might run into somebody from your block. You go to Hawaii, you're not going to see anybody you know there.
Don't forget about the Philippines and Guam.
Guam.
Don't forget about the Philippines and Guam.
Well,
the Philippines
100%. Because I gotta go to bed. Hey, listen, it's been good. Thanks for having us up here, man. We had some interesting discussion. I gotta thank you for introducing me to Tyrus. Tyrus, whatever his name is.
Tyrus was on here tonight.
Oh,
yeah, it was horrible.
It was lively.
And he was talking that same dumbass shit he always be talking about. Trey, you ain't missed nothing.
The blue pill alpha.
Hey, listen. Hey,
he's more like the future
you gotta have
pill.
a counterbalance when you discuss shit. You gotta have a counterbalance. Yeah, he's overboard, but still. Anyway, gentlemen, I gotta go. Hey,
it's been a pleasure, bro.
All right,
most definitely.
I just can't get.
Hey, Illuminated, I heard you mention Guam.
Black David, I'm almost there.
My bad.
Yes, sir. Got you.
I heard you mention Guam, Illuminated, in the Philippines, right? And them is hot spots, but y'all talking about whole trips. So Guam and the Philippines is hot spots for men.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
See, the West Coast got a lot of millionaires in it, and they play that all they got is Hawaii out there. You see what I'm saying? And the chicks in that area know that. They know the game out there. They know that's where all the millionaires gonna be hanging out. And plus, there's 7 islands in Hawaii. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. A lot of people don't like going there because of the distance, and especially if you come from the East Coast. That's a hell of a flight. You know,
that's a whole day in the air. But
yeah,
look, man, there's no place on the planet like it. And you want to talk about beautiful women, man. That shit go to different levels when you go there.
Yes, sir.
You'll meet women and you'll be wondering like, damn, how did I do this?
Well, that's what
with my life.
No, I'm saying that's what my first sergeant told me about Djibouti over in Africa, over at AFRICOM. That's the headquarters of AFRICOM, but that's what he said. He just told me in Djibouti, man, it's like that's Northern Africa. He's like, bruh. He said you do not want to go over there.
Hey, if you like red bones, you want to go to South Africa because that's the capital of the world of red bones.
I don't know. Way he described, he said it was like I'll take
All you gotta do is just think about what happened there, and you know the aftermath is a no-brainer. It's gonna be red bones everywhere.
I've been to Djibouti. I did the Horn of Africa, and it was alright. I think it's overhyped.
Like I say, everybody has their own opinion, but all I know is when you go, Kuwait was nice.
Wow,
Kuwait was.
So how many holes did you have in Kuwait, Illuminated?
Okay, JT, Dark, Black David, Angry Snowman, Trey, it was nice meeting you, brother. Reese, I wish I could continue this conversation, but I got arms tomorrow, so I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to go to bed. And,
you a soldier?
Get this. So yeah, I'm going to bed, man. I'm getting up in the gym, going in the morning. I'm on my program, so
all day. You active duty right now?
No, I'm retired. I've been retired for over 7 years now.
Oh wow, damn.
Yeah, so I'm done. I'm done. So I don't work. I don't do anything. I'm what JT I'm retired. I'm just
retired, baby.
Yeah, I'm retired.
This is what actually took me to Hawaii in '88.
Yeah. Yep. 88. Let's see. I was getting ready to go back to Germany. Yep. So Germany was nice.
Germany is cold as a motherfucker, boy.
Yeah, but Germany was nice.
Yeah, in the wintertime, but in the summertime,
so how many holes did you have in Germany?
It's out cold.
Black David, I'm gonna need you to handle that for me, okay?
Did you know Toulouse was married to a white German lady?
He is.
Nah, man.
I've
never been married, man.
No, see, Anger Man, you're wrong. He's married to a Fräulein. Get it right.
Fräulein.
What the hell that means? Tell me what that means. What's a Fräulein? What's that?
But he's married
Fräulein
to like
it's a gentlewoman.
Okay,
that's what a Fräulein is.
You've never been around a German woman. There ain't nothing gentle about them.
I spent 7 years in Germany.
Watch yourself, JT.
Snowman, you know the Hawaiian word for cracker, yo?
JT,
how many holes you had in
JT? See,
watch your mouth, black man. See, we got all of this right now.
313. 313, JT. JT 313. Let's
stroke Dennis.
Hey, Snowman. Snowman, you know the Hawaiian word for cracker?
Am I allowed to talk, Illuminated?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I just spit this fucking drink all over the fucking computer. It's a bitch.
No, I don't know what the Hawaiian word for.
I'll be right back. I got some fucking paper towels. Shit.
I'm not making this up, yo. The word is howley.
That's the Hawaiian word for what? White people?
They call white people howlies.
Oh, I have heard that before. That's because they really, really hate us white people.
What they call niggas?
Oh, they do. They do. Trust me. They got songs about it in their Hawaiian language.
What's the word? What is it?
The word is howley. Howley.
Hey, hand me the paper towel.
Got that word. And they don't care where you go in the world. They're gonna be like, no, that's a nigga right there. It's a nigga.
No, the Italians
nigga.
No, the Italians the Italian calls us moolies.
Yeah,
they call us moolies.
Unless you're from America, we just call you dumbass Americans.
Now in China, that's what they really racist at over there. What's called just came from over there. He talked about it. Umar Johnson. He tried to go in some clubs.
Umar Johnson full of shit.
And Umar thought the cracker was what he had to worry about.
You fat, bald-headed, no-neck midget. I sentence you to 3,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man.
The Pan-African.
You can stop it.
He goofy, man. That's my dog, man. I've met him a couple of times. He come to Detroit. And
when that motherfucker start repeating himself,
he started doing this shit on YouTube.
My Pan-African brothers and sisters, I know damn well Ebony K. Williams ain't got no white man. I know damn well that Ebony K. Williams ain't got no white man. Ebony K. Williams better not have no white man. She's stirring around in the milk. Ebony K. Williams, you better not let me find out that you got a white man. Wow, I was laughing my ass off, bro.
No, if he would fix that,
I'll tell y'all this much. I know that nigga.
Listen.
I know Umar Johnson
many times.
Pretty soon that nigga's gonna have one wide nostril.
I've met this guy many times. I don't have a hatred bone in my body about him, but I got to say, he has done some of the most goofiest shit in the world. I don't know if y'all have ever seen the video that motherfucker did when he acted like he was on the cell phone and the cell phone started ringing.
Oh, when he was talking shit to Seti.
Motherfucker. Yeah.
Oh.
And he was like, no, guy, I got it. And the phone started ringing and the motherfucker trying to act like, I said, God damn.
That shit was, that was YouTube history, man.
Hey, Illuminate.
That was history, bro.
In my dictionary, man.
Look, I could get past a lot of the shit that Umar says, but the one for me that got me was when he tried to give, the late great Kobe Bryant shit for leaving all of his wealth to his wife and children.
You left all that.
Yo, his family, Kobe family is rich, dog.
Right.
Well, I mean, where else is a husband and a father supposed to leave his shit?
Then what do you say?
Yeah, who should have left his bread to then?
Right.
His mommy and daddy, because they're the one that nurtured him.
Kobe.
They're
Kobe
rich.
Bryant. Rest in peace to Kobe Bryant, great basketball player. Great basketball player.
Oh, you said great?
Player. He was a great basketball player, but in his death, he left all that money to the Snow Bunny. All that money to the Snow Bunny. Those kids are not paying Africanism. Those kids are not paying Africanism. Those kids are not paying Africanism. They're not fully black, and they should not have the money.
Preach,
man. Left all that money to the Snow Bunny. Man,
yo, here's the hypocrisy, right? So Umar Johnson is always shouting out his Haitian brothers, his Dominican brothers, his Puerto Rican brothers and sisters, and Mexican brothers. The chick is Spanish. Vanessa Bryant is Spanish. So what's the problem?
Too. Somebody hitting that ass.
She way past fine, dog. Way past
fine,
fine.
boy. Woo, that
That
thing
chick
is
is bad.
Good.
He just mad because
he might have the baddest NBA wife.
Look, he just mad because he didn't get a piece of
Oh,
that Kobe
y'all are
Bryant
hyping
fortune.
it. That chick is not bad. She had a money glow up.
Let it
She
out.
had money.
What?
You talking about
That
Kobe
chick
White?
is
Kobe
not
White
bad,
not
bro.
bad?
Y'all hyping it.
Okay,
Y'all
hold
hyping
on.
it.
So who, if you had a choice, Lala Anthony or Kobe Bryant's wife?
Kobe's wife.
Neither.
Trey is giving me Tyrese.
You only get a
vibes
choose.
now.
You got to choose one, dude. There is no neither. Well, you got to pick one.
Which one?
I ain't gotta pick shit. I pick neither. Lala.
He said he's dying.
Lala's is money. Look at Lala when she was on MTV. That's
Yep.
money right there. She
Yep.
she looked terrible.
Terrible.
And Vanessa, when she was younger, when they first met, when Kobe was doing that commercial, that chick was bland. And money helped them. They both look terrible.
What?
Well, man, this man.
Look at the pictures.
Cocaine is a horrible drug.
You telling the truth?
That's money right there.
They got
Cocaine
picture
is a
evidence about
horrible
that.
drug.
They got picture evidence about
Black David, shut your fucking mouth, because you said Kim Kardashian is a -1 on the scale. So shut your ass up.
I said 0.5.
Let's play this game then, since Vanessa Bryant is basic.
I gotta get
Vanessa Bryant basic.
one.
Everybody put a picture of their baby mom up as they avatar.
What you say,
Let's do that.
angry? What you say, angry?
Let's see what you dealing with.
Nasty.
But here's the problem, BMU. Why would you give pop to a hoe with a mom with a pimp?
I mean, we do it. We do it to our own people. Shit.
Look, in my defense, I'm dating a ginger, so not everybody likes gingers, man.
I don't give respect to hoe. I don't give respect to pimp. So why would
Gingers
I
are an
call
acquired
a
taste.
hoe a 7 or 8 when I went to 0.5? There's no value in hoes. Why would I do that?
Ain't no value in
Snowman.
hoes.
Why would I? Why
Don't
would I
let
lower my
Trey hear you say that. Don't let Trey
why-
hear you say that.
Why would I lower down my African principle for a prostitute?
Trey, ain't he saying no value in
What
hoes?
you got to
Trey?
say about that?
Once
Because-
again, I will say it again. Why should I
yeah.
lower my
Hey,
African
Hey,
principle?
David.
Everybody likes to ride a moped every now and again, man.
David, you full of shit because I follow you on Instagram and you don't do nothing but follow all them hoes. So stop lying.
Oh my God!
Excuse me?
I follow you on Instagram, bro. You follow every hoe on there, bro.
Oh,
Every
yeah,
time
yeah,
I see
yeah.
a picture,
One day
every
he took
time
his
I
green
see a
screen
picture,
down.
bro,
Yeah, he
you
took his
like
green
every
screen
picture
down
on
one
there.
day.
John.
Kim Kardashian
Stop
on the wall
lying.
in a fucking bikini.
Black David, have you ever been hogging?
Hell no, he don't know what that is. He a city boy.
You ain't never
He
been
used
hogging?
to slap elephants
No.
in Africa, but he ain't never went hogging.
I'm a
Man.
workaholic. I just work.
I need you to, you need to come hogging with your boy, man. We go test some hogs' asses up.
Hogging's like riding a moped, man. Fun to ride. You just don't want your friends to see you playing around with it.
Rhino tipping.
Hey, I don't know how old you niggas is, but before the internet, the hoes were the internet.
You know
That's
what I'm
a
talking
fact, dude. They spread information faster than anybody.
Goddamn right.
Mm-hmm.
And Black David didn't fuck half of them. Now he didn't recover. Now he saying they ain't no good. They ain't got no value, but you were pumping them when using 19.
Black man, you got it. Hey, Black man, you definitely got to set it up for him and Inkane. We got to get a debate on him and Inkane.
Shit.
We don't.
Black
we
David,
don't
you
care
really
what the subject gonna be. Just
I'm gonna have to
just put
cancel.
a
I'm gonna have to
debate.
cancel my Wednesday and Thursday show if I do it on Tuesday.
That would be
Let me
incredible.
break it down for you. Number
Hold
one.
on a minute. You listening to me, huh?
I thought you were leaving Illuminated.
Eking there.
Excuse
Black
me,
David
youngin?
don't know nothing
That's
about
what I thought you
killing
were
no
leaving, sir.
animal, huh?
Okay, JT, you know what? The pretended Negro now is now showing his true colors.
Really?
So he's told me that I thought you was leaving. So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and sign off now. Is there anything else, sir? Would you like me to do so?
Oh, you ain't shit.
I don't want you to make you angry, sir. I see why they call you the angry snowman.
You know what?
Yes, sir. I'll be signing off now.
Hey, Reese. Hey, Reese. There you go. That's my baby mom right there for you. There you go.
Whoa.
Good job, bro.
Oh my
God.
God. Baby mom for real or you lying?
Hey, Black David.
That's my
Black
daughter's mom.
David.
For real.
You
Damn, boy.
be careful
Trey,
now.
boy, Trey, wait a minute.
I know.
Bro, you
Would
might
you
have
shut
to-
up? I'm trying
I
to
was
sign
talking
off
shit.
now.
How the fuck do you do that?
How many more babies you putting in there?
Oh nah, I'm done. She crazy.
Oh, so you got your nuts tied up or something?
How did
How
you turn into a
Actually,
woman?
Black man, it's funny that you should mention that. Next month, I'm actually getting that done. That's done. I'm done with kids.
So go and put one more in before you get that done.
You better get her ovaries cut out, man.
Nah, I'm good, man. She, nah.
Don't get no
That's all right. You come back on here,
Do
your
nothing to
voice went
yourself,
up an
man. I gotta
octave. I'm
appeal
gonna
that.
know what's up.
Nah, she getting that tax every month. We done. Ain't nothing else. Ain't nothing else to be said now.
Shit, ain't no way.
Hey Trey, how long you been married, bro?
I've never been married.
Oh, okay, so
you
that's
think
your girlfriend?
you think you can still hit that though?
I still hit it, of course. But it's my baby mom. Come on, man. What dude is
like,
still smashing that baby mom?
So wee.
Trey, as your senior
Mr.
advisor, you don't have to
Officer.
answer those questions. Okay, that's personal. Okay, just to let
Illuminate. You ain't want to answer the question on how many holes you had.
On this note, Black David. Good night.
Uh-huh. Look at this motherfucker in all white. Come on in, boy. With that big old beard. Boy, you got that big old beard.
How long was that? How long has that has been lasting, bro?
That's that was about 7 years ago. But
Okay.
and be honest with you, she actually looks better now than she did 7 years ago, and that's after having 3 kids.
Word up. Word.
Oh, word up.
You know, she actually weighs less now than she did in that picture.
Word.
Damn.
That's right.
You know, I've always told people that an actual real sign that your wife is happy is that she doesn't let herself go.
Yeah.
You know, if your wife lets herself go and then she starts making herself look pretty again, you got to worry. But if you have a wife that never lets herself go, then you ain't got to worry about nothing because you got a happy wife.
That's a lot of unhappy motherfuckers out here. There.
Oh yeah, that's bingo, dog. Look, that's Pekino, bingo. That's hitting the lottery. All of that shit. You literally have to. It's basically a motherfucking a gamble. And a lot of motherfuckers don't think it's a gamble. They think they supposed to get what they set out for, and they think they get what they deserve, and all that bullshit that they was taught. And how this shit work.
This ain't a fucking Disney fairy tale.
Right. You got to go out there and put the work in. That's basically what it is. You got to put the work in. You got to go out here and you got to put yourself out there. That's how you end up getting it. Some people get it on 1 try. Some people get it on 7 tries.
It took me 3.
You know what I'm saying?
Took me 3.
Yeah. See,
you know what?
That wasn't the first swing, was it?
Hell no, dude. Dude, I don't have Reformed Pookie under my name for no reason at all.
You
For
did?
real, dude. I'm everything that's wrong. I'm everything that's wrong with the white community, or was. I was one of them crackers that went out and made all the wrong decisions early on.
Now
All
you
of them.
reformed. Now you have arrived.
Hey, dude, what's crazy though is once you figure it out, man, there are doors of opportunity that open up for you that you didn't have access to until you figure it out.
Yeah,
there really are, and that's some real shit right there. Once you actually figure out your meaning of life, what your purpose is, once you figure that out, there are opportunities that will open up their doors to you that you don't have access to until then.
Yeah, and there ain't no motherfucking book that can tell you something like that. You got to get out there and do it, man. You got to get out there and fail. That's what you got to do. You got to go out there and do what the fuck it's going to take, and it might take 1, 2, or 20 goddamn failures. We don't know. Get your ass out there and do what you got to do, and that's just how it goes. At the end of the day, I ain't never seen a motherfucker that was happily single.
Hell no.
You know what? I want to say this real quick, y'all. The show has been sponsored by Illuminated Revelations Hosts. If you get
I'm happily single and I'm old. Shit.
I'm happily single.
Illuminated
How old are you,
Revelations.
Reese? How old are you, Reese?
53.
You 53?
Yeah.
Well, shit, you goddamn. All I can say is that you the motherfucking you ain't the motherfucking rule. You the motherfucking anomaly. So hey, kudos to you, bro.
He look. He's responsible. He's
This is the thing.
responsible for keeping angry wives happy and not leaving their husbands.
There you go. And if you 53, bro, and you out there and you good at what you doing and you in your zone, shit. I ain't never seen a man sit back and say, "Nigga, you wrong," because you by yourself. We ain't never even concentrated on men being single like that. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. It's more.
This is a gray area, though.
I
I ain't gonna lie to you, though. It's a weird thing because being single at 53, right? So a lot of young girls come on me a whole lot every single day, right? And that shit is kind of.
Is it weird?
Looking younger than you are has a downside to it, right?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Because your peer group is looking at you got chicks in your face that's half your age and shit, and it don't look right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they weren't even born when you was in high school. Ain't that some shit?
Shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then young boys, they don't see me as no old man, and they'll say anything out their fucking mouth to me, and I gotta check people all the time.
They see you as a peer, man.
That shit, I get tired of that shit, man, for real.
Why you think I got the gray right now?
And the gray area is like when you get in your 40s and 50s, there's a thing called male menopause. I call it that, and it's real. You start wondering like, okay, I'm on the second half of my life. I still like women. Am I gonna be able to keep doing this and shit?
Yeah,
you know
man.
What I'm saying?
Right.
My thing is, look,
I know
I want to do this for as long as I can.
By Illuminated Revelation Hosts.
Yes,
You see, let me explain.
Yes, sir.
Let me respond to that. I've known men who are related to my uncle back in my country who are 40 that are not married, and they feel like I could do whatever they want. What my uncle would tell his peers who were doing that, you better be careful. You got a lot to lose. And there are people who have multiple business across the country, do all kind of stuff. And when you have the women, quote unquote, say they have your child, my country don't play around with people who have single mom phase. You don't do baby mom in our country. You don't do. There's no program. There's no nothing. If you are wealthy,
How many
man,
babies you got?
2 kids at this time. I got one.
Not your American babies, the ones back in Africa.
None. I don't play that.
Don't pay no goddamn mind.
I know you're gonna say that. I know you're gonna say that, but I know better because here's the problem. My country
Like
don't
they were
play
fucking all
the
American girls.
No. You think I'm playing around?
Come here.
Nigeria.
You know, Black David voice change and go home. Come here.
I know a couple guys from Nigeria
One
that
of
have
the
families
African
back home.
countries don't play the game that the U.S. plays. Period. When we talk about Shane, that Shane don't leave your family name at all.
Black David, I hate
That's
to be
not-
your goddamn child though, because you ain't never got to whip your child's ass. All you got to do is lecture their ass.
You ain't
Like,
lying,
number
bro.
one.
No.
He whooping them with correction. Come over here.
Number
They come in door at 4 o'clock. He get done talking about 11:35.
Here's the thing. I give them lecture. No,
He
let me tell you why I give them lecture.
sleep.
No.
Wake your ass up.
Let me tell you why I give them lecture. I'll be honest with you guys.
25.
Let me tell you why. Let me be honest with you guys. The reason I give them lecture.
Could you imagine him cussing his kids out in his native tongue, them being all confused and shit?
Oh, damn. I get buck wide.
Come here, motherfucker.
No, here's the
that
problem.
smooth voice.
Angry snowman. Here's the problem. When African people curse their kid, they're not really cursing it. They're putting a curse on them.
Damn.
Damn, you talking about that voodoo shit.
No, I'm
Black
African
David.
parents don't play around.
Black
You
David, say,
Yeah, don't brush your hair at Black David house.
Black David, say, why are you gay?
I'm not gonna do that.
Come on, man. Why are you gay?
I'm not gonna do that because
Black David said, "Why are you gay? Come on.
no.
Why do you like dick?
You are gay."
Let me tell you why I won't say that. I have
Why
a
can you hear
reputation.
that today?
Let me tell you something. I got a reputation.
Say it, nigga.
If you that individual who practice that lifestyle, it's
Why do
not
you
safe
like
to be
split
around me.
pussy?
Say it. Say,
Hey,
say,
Black
I'm not one
David.
person that ever
Black
say that.
David, you still gay, dude. I want you to say, "Why are you gay?" Go.
No, I'll tell you why you want to live less
Bigfoot
life.
dicks don't exist.
No, say, "Why are you gay?"
No, it's more
say
like
it.
why I want to live shorter
Nigga.
because
Y'all
they don't be
gotta
around
get
me.
Ikene. Y'all gotta get Ikene on here
Yo,
to say that
Ike
shit.
say it. It's hilarious when Ike
Why
say
you gay?
Why you gay?
I'm like
Why
the
you gay?
enforcer. This is what I do.
That was a whole lot going on in that
And
video.
yet, you go to my
Straight up for you,
Instagram,
straight up.
and yet you
Yo,
go
I
to my
love that
Instagram.
video.
You see me lifting 315-pound machine, just doing craziness. So how would I look like that?
What's up, Mandrell?
Damn, you're bigger than me.
Why you gay?
Why you gay?
Did you say I chased animals? That guy cannot chase animals. Animals chase him.
Why you gay?
Why you gay?
Why are you
Difference.
gay? No, you are gay.
If you think so,
You
help
gotta
big
buck
is
your
big,
ass. You gotta be like,
block me when I chase somebody and they running for their life. You know, oh hell no.
I want to race for some money.
If your kid was gay, would you feed him to a lion?
Why is? Can somebody tell me why shortstop with a high chair in the chat when telling me to say it? When he half my size.
Man, Mandrell, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, so Mandrell, he just got through jacking off. He got up and get him some orange juice.
Right, dude. That's so wrong.
He jacked off and got some orange
with
juice.
that midget Tyson.
He just aborted 12 billion potential babies.
Yeah, well, Mandrell, we got
Mandrell
Mandrell. I
definitely
think we
got
can still got Mandrell song in here. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Mandrell.
Where the hell did you find a mini cowboy Mike Tyson?
with Ving Rhames' face.
Nah, he had Mike Tyson's face, dude.
Mike Tyson's
Look at
face?
that again. Look a little closer. That's Mike Tyson. You can even see the faint tattoo around his eye.
See what the internet did to the world, man? See what that shit did?
Yep.
AI.
Exactly.
It showed you how fucked up we really is.
Yep.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah, I have a hard time finding how fucked up white people are because they don't ever film that shit.
Right.
Oh, y'all got some crazy shit on the internet.
You sound like that motherfucker with that mask.
MU,
What's his
what
name?
zip line do
Be
you have
Brave.
for Mandrell?
Nah,
I love
dude.
that guy.
I'm
I'm
not even close to Be Brave, but the only thing I will say is white folks I can't find fuckery like I find when I'm just looking for fuckery and I see, other people doing fuckery. I can't find it because we just don't film it.
Hey, man, I ain't gonna lie. I want a one-on-one with him. I want to start doing content.
Like to keep shit private.
I want my first video to be with an hour with him.
Dude, Be Brave?
Yup, let him just go say whatever the fuck he want.
Wow, that's brave.
I want to do it, man.
Yeah, I just did that about 3 weeks ago.
You did that shit for like 6 hours. I don't know how you did. Actually, it was like 8 hours. I don't know how you did it.
For a minute. Oh my
Dude,
God.
I couldn't watch the whole two videos all at once. I had to break it up into like a 2-week-long mini series.
Yeah.
I could only take him in like a 15-20 minute dose before I wanted to break my TV.
Man, that motherfucker funny to me. He cracks me up.
You be having me laughing like a motherfucker.
See, it's not funny to me though because it's motherfuckers like him that make white people look bad.
That's
I
how
want
we
to see
feel
him and
about
Angry
black
Man.
people.
I want to see him and Angry Man in the UFC fight.
But that's just one person, Angry Snowman. We got hundreds of niggas to make us look bad on YouTube.
Now let me ask you this, y'all. Real quick, real quick. Who gonna win the fight tomorrow night? Nate Diaz?
Who is it?
Nate Diaz or the YouTube sensation?
The
I don't even know anything about
You gonna let that YouTube motherfucker whoop his ass? He gonna slide his ass, and that motherfucker gonna whoop his ass.
To undermine. I'm sorry, the Diaz brothers. You cannot undermine those dudes. You just can't. That's the same dude. It's him or the other brothers.
Fuck Caspar Gomez and fuck the fucking Diaz brothers.
Hey, I'm saying that.
I bury those cockroaches.
Dude, the Mexicans know how they got hands.
He gonna let YouTube whoop his ass. He gonna let him whoop his ass. Trust me when I tell you tomorrow.
Yeah, Diaz taking a dive, bro. He taking a dive.
Why would he do that?
Trust me when I tell you.
Why would he do that for? For the money?
I don't give a damn.
He said yesterday that he want Canelo Alvarez next.
You can't get no Canelo, nigga. You ain't about to beat this goddamn YouTube
sensation. I think Canelo will beat
YouTube sensation. Then you beat him.
They asked him what top 3 fighters he want to fight. He said Canelo, and he said Nick Fury, and he said Deontay Wilder.
Nick Fury isn't a real person.
Nick Fury from Marvel?
I mean, not Nick Fury.
He ain't a real person.
Tyson Fury, my bad.
Get the fuck out of here.
Who want to fight Tyson
Fury? Nigga,
the boy, what's his name, y'all?
You talking about Jake Paul?
Jake Paul, yeah.
Dude,
Jake Paul
he called that Mike too. He called that Mike Tyson too.
Dude, I hope
he had a better chance with Mike Tyson than he do with Fury.
BMU. Mike gets his ass in the corner, it's over.
Jake Paul with these call outs, he's trying to prove white privilege really exists. That's what he's doing because he has no business being in a ring with them.
Here where something's wrong with your statement.
Somebody just need to knock his ass out.
Hold on.
Make him bite his tongue.
JT, hold on. How you want Tyson Fury when he lost to his younger brother?
He did.
He lost to goddamn Floyd Mayweather.
Man, if he get in there with Deontay Wilder, Deontay probably would kill him.
That was Logan Paul.
Deontay would probably kill him.
That was Logan Paul. Yeah.
Logan Paul got knocked out. Mayweather saved his ass. He held him up.
He held him up. Yeah, he held him up. His chin ain't shit.
I was like,
and everybody talking about these fucking brothers. You fight basketball players and retired UFC fighters. If you want Canelo Alvarez, go get him. If you want to fight Deontay Wilder, they're gonna embarrass the fuck out of you.
Hey, Logan Paul also got busted dressing up like Antifa and breaking into fucking stores and shit back during the Summer of Love. Don't forget.
But here's the thing though. Well, did not Nate Diaz that beat Conor McGregor?
Yeah, he did. Choked his ass out.
So if he beat Conor McGregor on the UFC turf, what make you think Jake Paul can do it?
Well, he's this boxing.
Man, that shit like WWE, David. They already decided who's gonna win, man.
Simple as this. I wanted Logan Paul to fight Mike Tyson. So Mike Tyson will win.
Man, have y'all seen Mike working out lately? Shit.
First and foremost,
what?
Mike
Tyson, moving like he goddamn 40 years old.
Understand this. Mike Tyson is closer to 60 right now.
Man.
And
that means he's got less shit to give.
Tyson, and you are one of them motherfuckers, he's not gonna be doing no goddamn expedition. He gonna make you think it's an expedition. That motherfucker gonna hit you with that one
Mike, Mike gonna get in there with good intentions because you know he the good guy now. But if he hit Mike with a couple of them shots upside the head, Mike will beat the dog shit out of you.
He's gonna have you rethink all your life choices up until that point.
MU, hold on, time out. You forget the so-called exhibition fight. Hold on, JT. You forget the so-called exhibition fight that he did with Roy Jones Jr.? What did Roy Jones said about Mike Tyson punches?
He said motherfucker hit hard.
Okay, there.
Yeah, they would.
Okay,
but that's the thing. What they were doing was that was an exhibition. They were not trying to fight for any type of title or belt. These were friends that were doing an exhibition. That's it. It's a big difference. And
yeah, but what happened to Roy Jones?
You still got to look at Tyson as this motherfucker is 100 years in boxing years, and he's still in good shape. And if you got a motherfucker that is not a professional, that's out here doing exhibitions, and he go against Mike Tyson, Tyson is not about to go about 2-3 rounds with this motherfucker. He gonna knock his ass out as soon as he get there. He gonna bite his ear.
Right, you saw what he did to Holyfield when he thought he couldn't beat him in the first round.
Yeah, yeah. We ain't talking about no motherfucking. If we ain't talking about no belt, I ain't trying to watch it anyway. I ain't gonna lie.
Look, dude, I am not Tyson. You can see murder in Tyson's eyes. I don't want to fight someone like that.
No. Yeah, look at that motherfucker, man.
And he's from Brooklyn.
That's how Mandrell is built.
Right. That looks like someone who's scarred. He's still trying to beat all his child. He's still fighting all his childhood trauma right there.
Right.
And he's 80 years old, still fighting it.
And look how careful that trainer is being.
Right.
Yeah, that trainer's basically wearing a refrigerator on his chest.
And don't get it fucked up. That trainer's in shape too.
You gotta be. If you hitting the mittens like that, come on, man.
He's not hitting those pads hard, yo.
There ain't nothing on that man that jiggles.
It's about technique. That's why.
Those are pop shots. He's pulling them back.
Yeah. It's all it is technique.
You can't hit the pads hard; it won't go right.
Look how fast he's moving his head while he's landing all those punches right where they need to go.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Very. And we talk about a man. Is he 60 yet?
I think he is. I think he's in his 60s.
This is the Brooklyn original.
I think he's 58 or 59. Look at that shit.
That's impressive.
Very.
He 57.
Shit, which one of us on the panel will get in there with him for $1 million?
I would.
I get in there for $1 million, nigga, but I got a technique.
I would take one.
I'll get in there for $1 million.
As soon as I get the first hard hit, I'm down.
Now let me ask y'all this question: What happened when Jake Paul? My question is this: what happened when Jake Paul? See this motherfucker walking to the ring like this here, and he gets Jake Paul with a motherfucking combination like this right here.
Dude's gonna die as soon as he sees him, and he's gonna start shitting himself.
Jake Paul will be gone. Man, be gone.
Yeah. Your average 60-year, he might be probably the most skilled 60-year-old that's out there.
Well, Mandrell 57, so like
hey, Black Man Unfiltered.
He's like 114.
I put a little gift for you in the back chat. This video is this boy is 52 in this video.
All right, I got you,
dude. I don't even think Kimbo Slice would mess around with Tyson.
Listen, Black Man, $1 million. $1 million
would have died.
Kimbo was only
Trey, you not getting in there for $1 million?
No, because I'm gonna spend most of it on recovering in the goddamn hospital. No,
you got to make him pay the hospital bills too. That's got to be part of the contract.
Hey, Trey, we'll jump that motherfucker, Trey.
Bro,
I'm getting in that ring for that $1 million, and as soon as that bell ring, Mike Tyson getting hit with 4 or 5 low blows.
He's talking about kicking him right in his dick.
Y'all ain't
low
never
blows.
seen a motherfucker act like me. I would act like that nigga killed me. Soon as
so
he
wouldn't even have to hit me. All he would have to do is
Mike don't play dirty. He ain't.
And I'm putting gold bars in my gloves.
But
hey,
you know
look,
what though, Mike?
All you gotta do is pretend like he grazed my face and I'm hitting Matt.
Bro, Mike got a strategy. Mike said, "I look him in his eyes, and if he looks down before, I already know the fight."
Oh, you ain't shit.
I was over before the fight even started.
That's so fucked up.
The fight even started. I'm 56 years old, and I still got that tiger in me right now. I don't take it out for my kids or anything like that. But I mean, I get in the ring with Jake Paul. I'm gonna have to destroy him.
Dude,
I'll eat your kid.
Your impressions are spot on, dude.
You are lucky you don't live in
I'm
Brooklyn.
I'm not fucking with that nigga. I eat your kids and all praises due to Allah. No, I'm straight.
He'll tell Trey at the weigh-in.
He ain't even got to hit me.
Check out the video with the old man in it, yo.
It's gonna be the best $1 million play that you ever gonna make in your life. As long as you don't hit me hard, you hit me hard.
It's gotta be 5.
If you hit me hard, Tway,
I can't do it.
If you hit me hard, Tway, I'm gonna try to get you out of here early.
Tway.
Not Tway. Not
Get
Tway.
out of here early.
Tway.
We can play around. I'll carry you for 6 rounds, okay? So if you hit me hard, I'm gonna get out of here, Tway. Okay, Tway?
You hit me hard, Tway.
His style is impetuous and his defense is impregnable.
All right, here we go. Right.
I'll eat your kids.
I eat your fucking kids.
Do the Allah.
My dick. I fucking your ass, motherfucker. I fucking your ass.
And then when he's gonna feed you to his fucking tiger.
Yeah, that's a pass. This is gonna be a pass for me. I'm not getting in there with that man.
Yeah,
you get in there with him, Black David?
Buddy, you be like, fuck this shit.
I'm trying to live, not die.
I'll get in there like I said, dude. I'm with JT. All he's got to do is get that glove close to my face to where it looks like it hit me, and I'm hitting the mat.
But he accurate though, so he may hit your ass in one of them Kingdom Comes. You know what I'm saying?
Well, as long as I
put your ass in one of them Kingdom Comes, it's over, nigga. It's over.
As long as I pull back enough, it'll be
Dennis Rodman on his ass.
I'm gonna be on the side, waiting to do my line. It's gonna be, he catch your ass, it's over. Good night, Trump.
I'm gonna have some poison on the front of my gloves, some essence of nightshade.
Hey, I can hear Mike now. Man, I think he did something to the fucking gloves. It's something you want to make me feel a little dizzy and feel a little weepy. Give me some water. I'm going to get him out of here.
Honestly, I don't think that would stop him.
No, I don't think either. Mike is just a different type of dude. He's just like an animal inside of him or something. That motherfucker is crazy, man.
Yeah,
so
he's
you
angry.
heard his story. He said when he was little, he used to take care of the pigeons, and the little boys came through there and killed the pigeons. He beat all them damn near to death.
Beat the shit out of them.
He beat the shit out of all of them.
He's still shadow boxing those kids that mess with his pigeons.
Yep, beat the shit out of them.
You know, Lennox Lewis used to be his roommate, right?
The nigga that tore the pigeon's neck off. That nigga was.
He told me when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I liked to take care of the pigeons. And then when the guy pulled the head off the pigeon, I beat his fucking ass.
Roy Jones had a gang of chicks.
Brooklyn will make you harder. Trust me. Living and going to Brooklyn will make you go harder.
Hey, y'all, he's a 50-year-old man.
He's 52.
Oh, okay. Hold on, let me go back.
Where the guy? Okay.
Damn, that's fast. Is that you, Reese?
Yeah.
You're pretty quick with them hands.
Those are power shots.
I'm sorry. The video cannot catch the speed. I can see the blur.
That 4-piece you hit, dude, that 4-piece you hit that bag with before it even went back was pretty quick.
It's 6 punches in 1 second.
No.
Yeah. I slowed it down before. It's 6 in 1 second.
Is it 6? It looked like a 4-piece.
I'm sorry.
Hey, man, when you going to sign up? Hey, listen, I'm going to set up a fight between you and Black David.
I think that'd be wonderful. I'll promote it.
Who's Black David?
Me.
Y'all trying to put me in the ring with some fucking trained killer or some shit.
Nah, Black David.
Black David used to slap lions out the tree.
He gonna talk your head up. You ain't even gonna want to.
Black David used to slap lions out the tree.
And they're the twin who will not fight, who will not come near me at all.
Black David used to snap the gazelle's motherfucking neck like he just
No, that's all right, JT. That's all right, JT. I'm not worried about Black David because I'll fuck him up. You know what I'm saying? Every time I see Black David's face, I just want to work out.
Black David,
I'm trying to punch him in the face and fuck him up. Bite his fucking ear off if he was an African. But he's African. So I figured the guy got enough problems, right? He's from Africa and shit. But no, he wants to come up here and talk shit. So I'm going to get him in the ring. I'm going to knock him out.
I can hear. Hey, you know what?
Hey, look. Hold on. I'm with Trey. $1 million ain't enough.
Exactly.
Mandrea, you'll get in there with Mike for $1 million.
$1 million will change your life.
$1 million ain't enough, man.
I can hear Mandrea now. Ring the fucking bell. Ring the fucking bell.
It's only
You got a minute left, Mandrea.
Throw in the damn towel.
All right. I'm gonna be in there crying.
When he hit Mandrea, when he hit that Mandrea with that first body shot, I'm gonna say, "Oh,
hey, real shit." Any of y'all ever been fighters before?
I've been in a fight.
Yes,
Huh?
sir.
Me and JT.
Yeah. Does being in a fight count?
So you ever sparred with a pro?
No.
They're different. They're different, man. I promise you, it's the reason why they pros. They're different. Like everybody in the gym can rumble, but everybody in that gym knows that pro nigga is different than them.
Let me tell you something. I thought I was a bad man. I walked in there. My brother was in there in the gym, and the white boy kept talking about, "Oh, anybody can get it." I said, "Man, niggas, hey, give me them gloves. Wrap me up. See, I'm gonna show this bitch nigga today." Shit. Didn't nobody tell me that motherfucker was an amateur fighter finna turn pro. Man, I got in that motherfucker. They rung that fucking bell. I told my brother, I'm finna knock that motherfucker fuck out. That white boy said, "Let's go." I said, "Ooh, I'm finna peel his fucking head back."
He dog walked you around that ring.
I hit him, and I think I pissed him off. And that motherfucker hit me, y'all, my body. This is the sound effect that when that motherfucker hit me with that first body shot. That motherfucker said, I said, damn. I said, fuck. So I tried to retreat. That motherfucker came, hit me with a 10-piece. I said, ring that fucking bell. Get me about this motherfucker.
He said, ring the fucking bell.
I told my brother, go get the gun out the car. This nigga's not going to live today. Fuck this shit. That nigga beat. That nigga hit me. He hit me so hard in the body, both of my arms went numb. My arms went numb. They dropped down. That motherfucker, they dropped down. I just looked at him. I was like, man, please don't hit me in my face. That motherfucker hit me in my face 2 or 3 times. I said, God damn.
Hey, yo, listen. There is magic in a good body shot. And I'm talking some real shit. Like I've hit a nigga with a body shot before and had him back up and square up and dance around for like 3 seconds and it just dropped to the fucking ground.
Yeah.
In a street fight.
Didn't that just happen in a fight?
It just happened with Tank. It just happened with Tank. Tank
yeah. Bernard Hopkins against De La Hoya.
De La Hoya too. Yeah.
De La Hoya. That shit was beautiful
too. Punch.
Listen, with a bare fist, that is a dangerous punch.
Oh, absolutely. Bare fist.
If you catch that bottom rib, that
motherfucker feel like you just cut the bottom rib. That motherfucker.
Hey, I got something. We were talking about boxing earlier today, right? We were talking about boxing earlier today on my channel, right?
Yeah,
check this out. I got a comment from I forget who this person's real name is. It's talking shit, and this person, I think it's a female, talking about YouTube is a public forum for people to voice their opinions. Like, black men are clearly out of order. It is not black women's assignment. Like, I'll stop reading right here to fix the black man. I'll stop reading right here. Okay, the show was about boxing and the day and when the title is "When Is It Enough?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, as soon as I get out of this copyright jail or whatever it is,
what?
I'll repost.
You already got a strike.
It's not a strike.
It's a warning.
But anyway, listen.
I'm gonna get on your ass later on.
No, this person's talking about bullshit.
Goddamn, Trey.
About men and women. In this show, we never mentioned women like ever. Like not one time in the whole broadcast. Like not one time. And the last show I didn't mention women there either. I have no idea what the fuck people are talking about or what they're doing.
You don't like women, do you?
And last show I was talking about
Joe Frazier. We was talking about all this shit.
We were talking about Terrence Crawford and Heauxs. We were talking about boxing all day.
Women that was in there.
Exactly. Not one time did we even mention women. And then the last week's show was about performance enhancing drugs. We're not talking about men and women over there. Okay, it's about health. The reason why I'm talking about boxers is because
she just
some
came
people just need to get.
came
I
up
swear to
and
God,
just
dog, I'm not really an advocate. I guess I am, but some people need to just get beat up again, bro.
Damn.
For real, some people just
So,
need to
man,
get beat
that
up.
video
Man.
you used today got copyright. Got a copyright strike.
It's not a strike.
I think some
JT,
people need to get punched in the mouth, dog.
JT, I told you the problem with our society is we don't have.
Man, Jay, I gotta help you with that, man.
We don't have pain.
Yeah, they say it's not a strike. They just took it down because it's using content from somebody who's licensed.
You got to stop
I
being
gotta edit
lazy.
it out.
You got to stop being lazy. Cut that motherfucker. Put some music under it as an undertone, and use your own music because the copyright gonna hit you twice: the video and the fucking music. So you got to put your own music on it to disrupt the music that's in it already, and then have it go the music loud enough to cover any voices or sound effects from the video, and they will not get you.
That's why I put music on.
You have to manipulate the video, brother.
Gotcha. Yeah, but anyway, that's what it is. But I just wanted to point it out that this person talking about clearly this is another channel that blames women. I'm like, blame women for what? Bitch, we ain't even bring up women not one time this whole show.
You don't want nobody
2.5 hours. 2.5 hours.
That's just a plant.
Man, I ain't never seen Ricky get out of pocket like that, boy. I mean, Tyrese really got under his skin tonight. Boy. He went off on his ass.
Ricky was like, I'm gonna beat his ass.
I'm gonna beat him up in real life. I'm gonna beat that bitch up in real life. I said, whoa.
Tyrese act like a woman more than a woman do.
Facts.
Ricky used to box. Okay, Ricky used to box too. Now, okay, Ricky is no punk.
Hey, Tyrese called Black David out too. He said, "I want to test your theory, saying that you gonna do something to me if I say something to your face." I said, "Oh my god."
Yo, I wish somebody would say that to me because I'll do it.
Well, see, my problem with Tyrese and people like him is they want to sit here and get on their soapbox and preach about being, passive and not being violent and shit and this, that, and the other while being violent on panels and talking shit about being violent with people.
Niggas gotta watch out what they say to each other up here, even though it is a computer though, because you can invite somebody to meet you somewhere and then they show up, then what?
Right, like them niggas from Philadelphia.
I'd rather
you
put them
don't
up
do that.
and be surprised that I made a cameo appearance. They didn't know that.
Police is not a city you want to go around.
It is all.
Well, my temper too bad for that because I tell them to come on. Fuck it.
I've already
Black man beat niggas up in church and shit. It's not cause.
Tools ain't fighting nobody, man. He gonna go hide behind the gun. He ain't fighting.
I'd like to see a fight between him and Black David.
Cry like a fucking woman.
Yeah, them dudes Philadelphia crazy.
Yeah, dumb as shit over here.
They don't play around. They don't. Philadelphia, that's a crazy ass city. You don't
just like the entire continent of Africa.
Yep.
God damn.
Shit.
God. Well, look, I've been watching this show. I've been watching this show now for
Hold on, Angus Snowman. I guess you don't watch the shows when I express my feelings about Africa, Trey, and that's no problem. I'll fill you in.
That's where your grandma was from.
I fucking hate Africa. I fucking hate Africans. Fuck off.
Damn.
They all wear.
Hey, that's my fucking movie right there, Black man.
You had a bump stock on that.
Hey, my favorite part is when he killed the whole family at the table.
Yes, sir.
Man.
What movie was that? What movie was that?
Savage, bro.
What's the name of the damn movie? Shit. It's 2 o'clock.
Y'all old enough to remember Dog Day Afternoon, yo?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
That was Al Pacino's best work, yo. He got an award for that, I think.
No, I thought Carlito's Way was his best work.
Here's the thing. Mandela is from our special forces. And he tell you, oh, African are crazy.
Trey, what was the name of the damn movie, Trey?
I don't know. I'm drawing a blank right now, too. Hang on.
Shit.
It was called Mexican.
It's 3:30 in the morning over here, Black man.
Yeah, I know. God damn it.
Mandela, can't tell them why African people are crazy.
It was what the fuck?
You can have the fucking Africans, man. I don't want your fucking resources.
Man, you can go over and get your ass whooped by one of them Africans. Though.
I would listen. I would snatch every motherfucker's birthday. You hear me?
All right.
African, yes.
They put you in one of them. They put you in one of them mud pits and have one of the big ass Africans come out there and beat your goddamn brains.
I'm not fucking I'm not playing with Africans, man, because they ain't playing with me. Okay, understand. Them niggas over there. Understand, man. Them niggas over there ain't playing.
Sicario.
Yeah, there you go.
If they could get 2 tires around your ass, it's over with.
Yeah, because they're gonna burn you in the tire. They'll burn your ass in that tire like they did. Like they did a woman.
Petrol on your ass. It's over with.
Yeah, right. They did a woman and some kids like that, and we was ordered not to do shit about it. I said, "This is so fucked up. This is the savagery of this fucking place."
And guess who gonna come from behind the building and say, "Oh, you want to come and talk about Africans, huh? Yeah, yeah." He gonna say, "Hey, burn him in the tires."
No, it's gonna be Black David. It's gonna be Black David.
He gonna say, "Send a picture." Listen, I want to tell you something here.
Black man,
send a picture to Shushu.
Black man,
and tell her the Africans.
No. Say something. Okay. Say something. Black man, I will give Mandrell. Three choices. Number one. Number one.
Let me tell
cut
you
out
something.
Your heart and we eat.
Black David is not real African.
Number two, we wrap you in a tire and we burn you alive.
Yeah.
We'll feed you alive to tigers.
Number three, I work at IT for 20 years.
Black David doesn't know Nigeria like I do know.
Why are you guys making fun of our motherland? And Snowman, why are you involved? Why is racist? That is racist. That is racist.
Hey, I'm just going back to my roots. I can't help myself, man.
Ikane will come on a panel. They don't even introduce him, and somebody can be in the middle of a conversation. 2 people, that motherfucker say, "Here's something I want to say. Listen to me. Hold on a second." I say, God
hey,
damn, boy.
Real quick, how are you guys going to all sit up here? How are you guys going to all sit up here and be racist and tell the bleach demon he can't?
When we are mocking our motherland, you cannot get involved.
Wrong.
You do not have the pigment. You do not have the pigment.
Wrong.
Go get some pigment and then you can get involved in roasting.
Hey, dude, I already proved once I was whiter than the non-white man.
Time out. Mandra and Reese's, y'all are crazy. Y'all crazy as hell.
Now we are crazy because we are in touch with our roots. Now you make fun of us.
Is that what you call that now?
As a matter of fact, I'm going to talk like this from now on. Every panel I go on, here on out.
That's what Mandrell said when he was masturbating. He was in touch with his
no longer identifying as Afro-Latina. I am now Nigerian. Fuck that. The only thing I am missing is those 2 muscles on the corner of the head that all Nigerians have.
Right. And also, you're forgetting that Trump was right. Nigeria's a shithole country.
Yeah. It is.
Damn.
Fuck Nigeria.
He said that about Haiti, too.
Fuck Nigeria. Haiti is a shithole country.
Where they do underwater basketball over there in Nut Hut.
Haiti is a shithole country.
Haiti is the proof that there's no hell. Because you can't have hell and Haiti. It's going to be one or the other.
It could be bad, Black David. If Nigeria was all that great, you wouldn't be in America.
Let me explain this.
Explain
Nigeria is kind of like
it's a shit old country.
Money.
Haiti is the proof that God need glasses, dog.
Damn.
I feel wrong laughing about that.
And his watch is fucked up.
Damn.
Black David seems so compelled to defend them savages. Okay. Why would you do that, dude? You're fucking brutal.
Well, I would rather
reason.
have Africa than Lizzo.
I don't know, man. No, I think I'd take Lizzo. I'd deal with Lizzo.
Man, they say Lizzo had that girl eating. They had them girls eating bananas out of them fucking strippers.
That's cool. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I'd rather fuck Kim Kardashian.
I think they lied about that. I think they were eating bananas out of Lizzo's pussy.
Africans are the worst. You fuckers are crazy.
But how are you 300 pounds and telling your fat dancers, ain't nobody else gonna hire you fat motherfuckers but me?
Because they fat. She was right.
But she 300 pounds too.
Hey, black man, where the lie at though? She ain't lie.
I'm saying.
She ain't lie, but I'm just saying it's like the kettle calling it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, hypocrisy.
Hey, at least she's keeping her fat sisters employed.
Yeah, look, Lizzo a hypocrite, but she ain't a liar.
Oh, girl, girl said she had us touching her titties and playing with her pussy, and then she made us eat bananas out of the strippers' vaginas. I said, God damn.
Nice. That sounds like a good night.
Is that how the big girls doing?
How does somebody make you do that though?
I think what it was they really that Lizzo really made them eat bananas out of her pussy, and they were just too ashamed to tell them that, so they said,
right. And Reese, this is how you do it. You either do it or you're
wait.
That's how you force them to do it. You tell them, okay. Either
I thought you were saying you finna suck a banana or something.
Nigga, you got your goddamn mind, man. Hell no. I don't even eat my.
Turn that fucking
I don't even eat my hot dogs.
If you turn that camera on, you ain't got no shirt on holding a banana. I'm just not gonna talk to you no more.
Don't you know, man, Joe gets pissed every time he walks past bananas in the grocery store.
Right, nigga. I only eat my hot dogs regular. I bite my shit in the middle.
Yo, I can't even eat a banana in public no more.
I don't eat my hot dogs regular. Nigga.
You said you like to bite it in the middle.
Madrell, you out here disrespecting the glizzy like that?
Yeah,
he was.
Damn. So that means the other half inside, the other half going down your throat.
No, you can't even twist that one to make it funny.
Nah, man, what you got to do is you got to take them and you got to cut them in half and deep fry them and then make them into a sandwich.
A sandwich?
That's some white.
Yeah.
I made it put the M in it. Yeah. That's the white people shit.
If you cut them in half and make them into a sandwich, dude, you no longer feel like you're sucking a dick while you're eating a glizzy.
Damn, bro. God damn, incredible, bro. Ain't it?
Y'all out here talking about beats.
Amazing.
Beta.
Y'all leave Jesse Lee alone, man. Just
Jesse be sucking dick too.
Jesse Lee's a national treasure.
Jesse be sucking dick too.
He is a beta. Are you the beta? You better put some respect on Jesse's name.
I'm gonna tell you what tripped me out about Jesse Lee.
Motherfucker, bro.
What tripped me out about Jesse Lee is when he asked people like, "So what do you think about the radical? You know, the radical homosexuals?" I was like, the radical,
love that dude, man.
The radical homosexuals. And then my dumb ass pulled.
You should be able to marry.
And then my dumb ass, I pulled 2 radical homosexuals on my panel. What the
you
fuck?
Big dummy.
What the fuck is this going
on? Drill. So you, Easy Money, Easy Money, and Tyrus are the gay whisperers.
No, I'm not. I can't whisper to them niggas, man. They don't listen to shit I say.
Easy Money out of pocket, bro.
They too gay.
What old boy said? Hey man, it must be. What did he say? He said you could tell the men on the panel. What did he say? You could tell the men on the panel that's raised by single mamas. I think and Easy. I don't think Easy like that.
Hey, look, I'll tell you this much, BMU. I've been watching your show for a little over a month now, and this is the first time I've seen a panel of men that ratchet.
Man,
for real. Usually, most of the men can actually sit here and respect each other's, time to speak and shit. But look, I was shocked when I saw Tarus's bitch ass up here. I really was.
Yeah, Easy man, Easy Money. He shocked me. Cause he's like, if his son wanted to be that way, he'd get him counseling, and he would. Tell him he didn't want him to be that way. But
that's a nightmare for a father, boy.
Yeah.
Well, see, look, this is my problem. My biggest problem with Tarus is he's a hypocrite. He sits in.
Yep.
If you ever listen to him, most of his rhetoric is all anti-white, but he looks white for one. He probably is, and he's married to a white woman and talks nothing but anti-white rhetoric. How are you going to do that shit?
He married a German woman too. At that.
Oh, his wife German white.
Yeah. Yeah, like she's a pure-blood white person.
Nerve of this motherfucker! I never knew that. I never knew that. I knew she was white, but I didn't know she was German white.
Yeah, she pure
motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, like she probably got a direct bloodline to Uncle H himself.
Fact. That's my first thought, Snowman.
Damn.
But yeah, he wants to be up here always talking shit about white people and going in on white people.
Y'all are fucked up, man.
Well, look, I can talk shit about white people. I'm white people.
You part of them?
No, I'm not.
Man, you're not bathing no more.
I don't claim
you graham cracker now.
I don't claim that part of my lineage.
You not graham cracker. That's funny.
Yeah, graham cracker.
Angry Snowman, you see my tan? I have infiltrated the black race. I ain't light skinned no more.
David laughing his ass off.
I bet you're light skin under that tank top though. Let me see your farmer tan.
Yo, that shit crazy, yo. Shit,
that's what I thought.
It is. Damn. You got a farmer tan.
I hate being light skinned.
Why? What, being light skinned is awesome.
Hey, dude, you ought to try being real light skinned.
It wasn't awesome in the 80s, nigga.
Bro, when I used to be a construction worker and was out on the roof, dude, I had 3 different skin tones. I
had to go to a boxing gym and train. Listen, I had to go to boxing gym.
You mean when you
get my hands Mayweatherish just so I can survive in North Philly? That's what being light skinned in the 80s was like. I don't even know how many fights I've been in. I can't even give you a number.
Look, I'm just saying, man. I would tan, then I would be untan under my clothes, and then the part of me that never saw the sun, my ass.
I got in 4 last year, though. Can you believe that? A 53-year-old man was in 4 fights last year.
What happened?
All on the subway. All on the subway.
Reese, you remember that video that one dude in Philadelphia at the top of the on train that he knocked out a kid that was testing him? You from construction?
Oh yeah.
Yo, I watched that video more than 20 times. These three-ass teenagers were testing this guy. They was not listening. This guy got up.
Later, JT.
It wasn't even haymakers. He rearranged this boy's face.
Yo, listen.
30 seconds.
A lot of people don't know this, but in Philadelphia, adults fight teenagers.
Yes.
These motherfuckers will, they will jump you, yo.
Was that a snake he had in his hand? Or a cat?
I carry a knife, everything.
Oh, that was a pussy. That was a pussy.
Man, see, that's what's wrong with you men up here with cats. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Mandrell got pussy at his house, too?
I can't, man.
It's kind of weird, though, because every time you pick Shiva up, he turned the camera off, so I don't know what they got going on. I don't know if he got the cat
too. What's wrong with having a cat?
I don't know if he got
everything. They're fucking demons.
Yeah,
I ain't got no mice.
Yeah, I think Mandrell.
Exactly. Ain't got no mice.
Mandrell letting the cat lick peanut butter off his chest.
Dude,
and
you
shit.
live in Philadelphia. How the fuck you got mice?
Cats don't eat peanut butter.
Mandrell cat do, goddamn.
No, she don't. No, she don't. Listen, here's the thing. Hold on.
You wait, Mandrell, because you know what's going to happen if you ever die or have a heart attack? A dog would go and try and get a paramedic for you. Your cat, they're going to eat your face off.
Eat you, right?
Cool. Okay, cool. I'm fine with that. Listen, what cats do while I'm alive
Mandrell, your face gonna like a pothole in Alabama.
Here's the thing. The folklore behind cats is that they keep away demons, ghosts, and even vampires.
The demons.
How they keep away demons when they are demons?
That's why the Egyptians like them so much. They kept
why cats guard
No. The Egyptians did not like
gates of hell. You know that, right?
The Egyptians did not like cats.
Yes, they did.
They did not.
Yes, they did.
They did not.
That's a myth.
Do your research.
The cats guarded the gates of hell, sir.
There you go.
No, they don't.
No, dude. What the fuck do you think Cerberus was?
Cerberus is a dog. That's a hound of hell.
He's a fucking hellcat.
He's a dog.
Hey, watch this. Hey, Angry Snowman, do you know who Remus and Romulus is?
I do. They're the two guys raised by wolves that started Rome.
It's fucking crazy.
Crazy.
Folklore is a bad motherfucker in Europe, yo. The story of the dragon comes from Europe. You know that, right? The evil story of the evil dragon. That's European folklore.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody thinks it's Chinese. Bullshit. The red dragon is European evil folklore. Witchcraft.
There you go, gentrifying my culture, red dragon.
I'm mixed with Portuguese, dog. We're the most evil people that ever walked the earth.
Check your phone.
Hey, do you have one drop in you, sir?
What?
Who's black? Your mommy or your daddy?
Pause.
My mom is mixed and my dad mixed.
Oh, well, fuck. You're a white guy.
Nah, man. I'm the future. I'm what's going to be left when all the bullshit goes away.
This nigga's Brazilian. this nigga Reese Brazilian.
I will be soon.
Damn.
I will have a Brazilian ID in a few years.
We probably all will.
There's 110 million black people there. 3 times as many in the U.S. as the U.S. I think I'll have more fun there.
I don't know.
That language is tricky, though.
I know Lou seems to like it in Brazil. He said you wouldn't even know it, other than the fact that you're in Brazil. He said that the culture down there is pretty much the same as American culture. It's a melting pot just like here. Yeah. This is coming from a guy that lives in Brazil.
Brazil ain't what people think it is, man.
He said the only thing different down there is the dollar's worth more in Brazil. You can go down there with $10,000 and be pretty wealthy starting out.
They try to make it seem, the gynocrats try to make it seem like the whole fucking country is just chicks selling pussy on the beach and all. It ain't even nothing like that, man. That's such a tiny part of that shit. It's 110 million.
I thought it was a third world country, and he said, "Nah, sir, not at all."
Fuck no, man. They got some of the best beaches in the world over there.
Brazil is not what you think it is.
He said they got the same
people who work night who don't know.
Yo, there's a chick on YouTube named Renata Lopez, right? There's a chick on YouTube named Renata Lopez. Her whole channel is just like breaking down Brazil in different parts and what you could do and stuff. She jumped up to 1,000 subscribers in like a few months.
Really?
Hell yeah.
I'm finna head out, fellas. Y'all take it easy.
Me too.
All right, let's shut it down then. I want to go to bed too.
I'm gonna shut down the show. Everybody's bouncing already. Black man.
I'll make you a... Hey, it was nice meeting you though, Black David.
Oh, I'm a cool dude. I'm from Brooklyn. I keep it simple. I keep it real. The only thing I got worked up the fact that when Taru and Easy Money, if I make it seem like that's not an agenda, and I live in New York City. Everyone who live and grew up in New York, you know that they've been pushing the agenda for more than a decade.
If you can't see that there's an agenda behind this, then you're very blind and you're letting them indoctrinate you, because there is, and it ain't that hard to see. It really isn't.
It's too open in New York City in public school. It's way too open.
Well, the fact that they're allowing pornography in libraries now. You know,
Ooh.
I mean, come on. That's basically what that shit is, Reese. I mean, any book you have in school that has graphic images of people penetrating people and just going in great depth and description of how to have gay sex and shit, that's pornography.
Yo, we used to make little nasty jokes about the naked body that used to be in science class with that pin up his ass.
Dude, we used to, you know, sit and giggle about finding those Nat Geo books that had, you know, half naked Africans in it.
Laying right in the principal's office.
And this is why I said
I'm out of here, y'all.
My main agenda is to move back to Africa. That's why I said that's my main agenda, because they're allowing this thing to go on for too long. When they got too much chaos here, people like me who see through what's going on, it's about that time to make that exit move. Because if you cannot stand firm and fight against what is going down the pipeline, you got people supporting that narrative. It's not much of a big until it hit their doorstep. Imagine you have black women supporting this nothing. Now suddenly, who would defend us? I'm like, oh.
Well, there's not enough men that have been standing up against this that, you know, to be honest with you.
No. A lot of women have been leaving the country for more than 2 decades. You want to take note of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've been leaving rather than standing up against it.
But they realize what was going on, and since no one wants to come together and stand against it, they yeah, complicit. Time for me to leave.
Well, that and you got the female population, a good half of it that, you know, they're starting to push back now, but they're the ones that were the biggest arbiters and defenders and advocators of this.
It's already too late. This is my logic. You can't push back something when you got too much investment in it already.
They've already let the genie out of the bottle, man. Pandora's box has been opened, and that's the truth of it. And look, I'll be honest with you. I didn't have a problem with any of this, and I think most normal people didn't have a problem with it. They all the way up until they started coming after kids.
No, we didn't have a problem. It's when they stopped putting New York City with the testing ground. Information Man had done a few episodes explaining what's going on with the Board of Education. I remember I was doing security in Midtown Manhattan, and there was a high school that would put up the first high school of its kind that allowed gay students to attend, because they were getting put back from all the regular public schools. It was in Midtown Manhattan. And slowly but steady, they have training teachers who will go to these multiple schools and push that agenda. When my own stepdaughter was attending a particular middle school in downtown Brooklyn, with an all-girl middle school, she explained to me, this was my own stepdaughter telling me when she first started going to that school, it was mostly 75% straight. We had some few gay female here and there. By the time she graduated from the middle school, it's almost 75% of the school is already gay already. All girl schools. So they make it out in the bathroom. Do all kind of, you got a female teacher pushing it. You got gay male teacher pushing it. My own stepdaughter was afraid. She was telling me this, book it out in detail. So when I see that going on in an all girls school, and slowly but steady, you have a lot of public schools where you have teachers who they got trained to this, and they've only been in this field for like maybe 4 or 5 years, putting that agenda going on, doing all type of activity, and the drag queen thing that we're talking about, it started here in New York City.
Look, I've been telling people
that was in Manhattan. That was in Manhattan.
Any grown adult, sir, that wants to sit and talk to a elementary school child, even a middle school or high school child about that adult's personal sexuality, and about their kinks and this, that, and the third. And anybody who wants to do that, they're a child predator, plain and simple. And they need to be.
And that's why I have my pushback, because Midtown Manhattan is the hometown for all that matter, called the Village. And for more than a decade, if anyone would have been there during the summertime before the Pride Parade came into effect, see the activity that takes place in Midtown Manhattan. They have been going above and beyond. There's one that happened this past June. It was all over the news. I showed a clip to my Black Panther photo from the New York Post. They're having a parade chanting, "We're coming for your kids."
Yeah.
Chanting that thing loud and clear. The thing they were doing in that parade, you would think they would get arrested for doing that. They were not getting arrested. They allowed them. The police were at the street watching. Some even turned their head. They didn't do nothing about it.
No, now they're arresting like people that are out there protesting it.
And I know those would have been arrested. But you have men exposing themselves to little kids in the parade. It happened this year. It happened last year. For the past 4th, they've been doing that a lot. They take an inch, they take beyond a yard. And for someone to come on the panel and say, "This is anecdotal," and I live in the more crappiest city in the country, and I'm in Brooklyn. I'm in the hood Brooklyn, Brooklyn that have no respect for such things, because for the simple fact, it's so hoodie, you have to live outside the ramification and live downtown Brooklyn, which have been completely changed. I grew up from downtown Brooklyn. I know what Brooklyn was like back in the early 80s. And what it is right now is not the same anymore. The schools are changing, the system is changing. People are concerned. Now, the fact that most of the parents who got fed up with New York City and their education, they're leaving the city, and they find out either they homeschool their kid or find a state or a city that's not supporting that they'll feel comfortable. You can't homeschool in New York City, to be honest, because some kind of law they put in place to prevent that from happening. New York City is very, very difficult to live. They put it like that.
Well, look, the thing is a lot of I think the reason why things are so open and out in the open now is them. It started in my youth with them making sex mainstream. Just sexualizing everything.
That was a mistake.
It wasn't until then. Because there was a point in time where people, even heterosexual people, kept their sexuality and their sexual life in their bedroom where it belonged. And then when they started making sexuality mainstream, when they started making it, when they started desensitizing people from it and making it part of your everyday programming, that's what brought on where we are now, to where now you
and
have.
The guy you should blame for that is the one who, the owner of the Hustler magazine. He made it clear that it's okay to promote that type of knowledge. I think that happened in the 80s and 90s, during the law between the Supreme Court, and I forgot who was going against for that. When he made it open, all of a sudden every media company was saying, "Okay, let's promote sex." The one show that pushed it out too much was the same show that Drake was starring in, that they killed his character with Degrassi. I was paying attention. I'm in the IT field, and I started to notice they used Degrassi as a pilot to see how much of the woke agenda they can push out there and let people watch it and not be much of a big issue. Degrassi was successful in doing that, and since then, everybody was following the same blue that Degrassi had. I tell people, when you have Netflix, you have Amazon, whatever, pay attention to what your kid watch. Watch what they watch with them, so you can pay attention to what's being put down to your kid's eye. When you're not watching what your kid is watching, you're not going to be aware of what agenda they're putting onto these kids. I have to sit down here, watch my kid, watch what they're watching, and see what they're watching, and see what they digest, and see what they're looking into. This is why I have my foot down. I don't like American cartoon no more. I let my kid watch Japanese animation because they don't really put too much of that woke nonsense in their animes.
Right.
I grew up in watching Voltron. Voltron for the years, another thing of the Voltron I had in Netflix, which was crazy. He-Man, the same thing too. Female was kind of questionable based on some of the outfit. I get it. I
It
understand,
was,
but I was
man.
young.
It was, but I watched it when I was a kid.
And so do I. But what they did in the present one, they pushed it very hard. A lot of our childhood stuff that we grew up watching, they took it, trying to revamp it, and put their hidden agenda. And if you're not paying attention to what the kid is watching, you get caught up in the mix. My own son, I have a friend who come over here a couple of times, like 4 or 5 of them to come here from time to time. My son is telling me, his friend are telling him that we the straightest kid in the classroom. And he acting why? Because you're how your dad is. My son's friends see how I am.
My 8-year-old doesn't get to watch whatever he wants on TV. I mean, for one, we don't even have cable at our house. All we have is internet. And his TV programming time is limited. Like his tablet has a time limit on it. Even his Switch that he plays has a time limit on it. He gets like maybe a couple hours a day on his Switch in the summer. And then during the school year, he only gets an hour a day on it. But the rest of it,
hour a day?
Well, the rest of it, yeah, an hour a day.
Wow, I thought I was bad.
But the rest of his time, we actually found this program. It's called Scratch. It's a coding program for kids that was made by MIT, and he spends most of his time on that, learning how to code already at 8 years old.
Whoa. Time out. Your 8-year-old son learning coding.
Yes.
I was trying to teach my stubborn ass 13-year-old son to get into coding, get into something that would challenge him. But some parent reading, he would make excuses for me. I say, I'm telling him right off the back. For a guy who's in the field for more than 22 years and counting, the demographic is changing. The only people who are monopolizing the IT arena are the Middle Eastern and the Asian.
No, see, now this is now this coding program is called Scratch, and the website's scratch.edu.mit, and it was actually created specifically for kids that were in elementary school. And you right now he's not actually writing code, but what they have is they have these little bubbles with code written in it that he has to pick it. It's like a drop and drag thing, but he still has to understand what it is and what's within that command prompt and what he's putting in there in order to actually create. He's not actually typing the code out, but he is in essence actually choosing the code that he wants to put in to actually build whatever.
You know what? He being familiar with the fundamental behind it and the
Yes.
functionality behind. That's
Right.
what some and he the person who pushed for that first. It was kind of ironic. Obama put for that program, and you know why Obama pushed it in his first term? He said it kind of strained that kids from other countries are far more advanced than the kids here, which is totally true.
My
Kids in
son,
China-
my son's 8 years old, and he's doing math. He starts 3rd grade this year. He's doing math at like a 5th grade level already. He's reading at a junior high school level. Like he's reading 7th and 8th grade level novels right now. Like his books don't have pictures in them no more. They haven't since he's been in probably about midway through 1st, 2nd grade. So and he's the one that wanted to actually learn coding. He asked to learn, if there's any way, any apps or programs that we could get on his computer. So his mom went out.
It's because you expose them. That's what sometimes I'm trying to tell a lot of parents. When you expose the kid in things that is outside of them or what they're showing in the public school, you open their eye to think they need to grab onto it and grow with it. What I was trying to do with my own kid. The problem with my kid, I like to be a little lazy. It's probably
Right.
a little too strict.
Well, I've always told a lot of people that I think that if you're actually a parent that is involved with your child, that by the time they get to graduating high school, that there shouldn't be no sitting and questioning what he wants to be or she wants to be when she gets out of school. That should already be well established.
And I'm glad you said that because I used to work for the Board of Education in Dell back in 2004, 2005. My job in that IT arena at that time was to go to all the elementary school, middle school, high school, and adult learning center to replace the computer they had in the school. I've been to over 300 schools within New York City within that 1 year period. What I saw and what people don't understand is all the schools are not built the same. Certain schools have higher funding than other public schools. There are certain few schools are considered to be specialized schools. Brooklyn Tech is one of the best high schools in New York City for more than 2 decades. And that school gets the most funding ever because all the top colleges in the United States in the technical realm, in the science realm, come out to Brooklyn Tech to recruit students. I hope somebody listening to this, recruit students from Brooklyn Tech they get scholarship because they have robotic program. They got IT program. They have all type of scientific and technical program running in that particular school. The other school that compete with Brooklyn Tech was Fort Hamilton High School, which is close to the MEP office. Trade when I'm talking about the MEP office is the military office location near Battery Park. What do you call it? I forgot. That place is where you have the U.S. Navy, the Army, the Marine, and the Air Force stationed at. And that school gets most of the funding from the Board of Education, from the MEP, and other private businesses as well. They had a joint GRT program as well, too. So I've done a lot of competing in that school as well. When I've been to multiple schools throughout New York City, I've seen all the specialized schools. There are not that many. But not a lot of parents understand this school exists. The regular school don't get the same kind of fund that these specialized schools are getting. And only the demographic of some of these special schools, for example, Brooklyn Tech, is mostly Middle Eastern and Asian students that occupy that school the most. About 75 to 80%. The remaining 20% we are the minority, that including the white, it's about maybe 10% or less. Then including the Latinos. Then after Latino, between the African and African American. We're at the bottom. The majority of people are mostly Middle Eastern and Asian.
Well,
these are the things I see because in all these specialized schools, it's based on what parent did their homework to make sure the kid could get into these schools.
That's
and
what I was
I've been
gonna say.
aware of these things for more than 15, 16, 20 years to this moment. And I pay close attention to detail. The more you know, the more you read, so you start to realize what's going on in the educational system.
Well, all you got to do is look at the LeBron James school that he helped fund and put his.
I heard it's not doing well for what I heard.
Well, dude, it's a prime example that you can funnel all the money, all the resources, and all the programs that you can think of into a school and have that access to the kids. But if they don't have the home life that's going to help nourish that and help bring that up and help help that kid prosper in life, then you're going to get the same result. You got to have parents at home that want to see you succeed just as much as everyone else. If your parents don't want to see your success and aren't willing to invest in you, then you're not going to invest in yourself.
And that's the number one point with the United States. The education system has been watered down for the longest. I've done research on the education system around the world for the past 20 years. America is now in the top 20 and come to the most competitive educational system ever. To be honest with you guys, which is sad.
I agree.
I study in Nigeria under the British standard of education, which is 10 level or 50 level above the American level. They have two type of level of mathematics under the British standard. You got the ordinary level, which is surpassed the American level, and you got the advanced level, which is much harder. Those people are meant for bookworms. And what I noted among African students, when they finish graduating from high school, they're taking an exam to hopefully, you know what I'm saying, hopefully get admitted to Oxford University, one of the greatest universities in the world. But that's hard to get in. You got to be an extreme bookworm to get into Oxford University.
This is how dumbed down our school system is now. I dropped out of high school when I was 18 years old in 1998. All right. I was 18 years old. I dropped out of high school. Back in 2000 and it was 2018. 20 years later, I was trying to get a job. And in order to get this job, I had to show proof. I had to get my transcript and show proof that I graduated from high school. I hadn't graduated. So what I did is I went to take my GED test. And what I was going to study for it, went and bought the book to study. I opened up the book and I was like, well, I don't know what to study. I need to know what I need to study. That way I make this worth my while. So I went to the college. I took the GED test just to see what I would fail, because I assumed that I would fail something. After 20 years of not being in school, I went and took the GED test and passed it without studying. After 20 years of being in school.
I know. And when I tell people we don't have that system in Nigeria, okay, here's the problem. The education level in our country is very hard, very competitive. Another thing is there's no room for a GED program. If you drop out from the 5th grade and you're in your 20s, you will end up going to that same 5th grade wearing the same tiny uniform that your little kid have one. And I saw that firsthand. While out in the 11th grade, but we don't call it 11th grade according to the British standards. We got a junior secondary school and senior secondary. I was in senior secondary school 2, which is considered to be 11th grade. My peer was telling me his older brother was in the 5th grade wearing 5th grade uniform. It was a major shock to my mental capacity. And I looked at it, I was like, I thought he was joking, but he wasn't joking with a lie. I saw his big brother, who was 23, 24, wearing primary school uniform, attending class.
Wow.
I could not scream. I could not shout. I could not make a mockery of anything.
That's crazy.
Africa don't play games with education. Wherever you drop out from, you go back and you continue from, you wear that same uniform.
Wow. You see, I couldn't imagine.
So when I saw that firsthand, then I understand why they don't play game around with the education. But my country, even when you want to call it the shithole country, not really a shithole country, it's a political disaster because there are 3 major clans that are fighting for power in my country. That's why when people who have never lived there understand the backbone and behind what's been going on for so long, they can say what they want to say. But when you live there and understand what's going on, they understand it's a much deeper issue than what you think it is.
So what you're saying is Africans already understand what the effect of American news propaganda early on, because that's what honestly that's where people get most of their information from Africa.
Way more than you can imagine. How would I say this? It within the local, there's a pure-seated hatred for Americans for a lot of reasons. So that's why a lot of American people are targeted when you go to Africa. You got to blame your media for that.
I am in no hurry to go to Africa. I already know I'm hated there.
That's number 1. Number 2, it has been documented that the American government have interfered along with the European on a lot of African elections to make sure certain people don't want to get into office that may block them. That have been known. Number 3, the present climate of
America's gotten involved in too many foreign affairs.
I know. And number 3, what's happening today in today's Africa is the byproduct of their interference. This is why when I tell people what Kamala Harris did is nothing new because she was doing she's round 2. But one came from Obama. Obama went to Africa and they promote that nonsense before. In the former Nigerian president, good luck, whatever his name is, he passed the law, he signed it. The Congress passed the law and they signed it. It's illegal to practice homosexuality in my country. And a few others. Other countries, I hope people listening to my voice, consider the death sentence. Out of a few other countries. To check around, Kamala did the same exact thing with Ghana and Uganda. They were not playing that game.
Well, they see what's happening with Western culture and that shit.
Oh, they watch it. They be aware of it. The Prime Minister of Ghana called Kamala Harris the bee. He was not playing it.
Well, she ain't the smartest cookie. Look, everybody knows she slept her way to the top.
Uganda is a whole different ballgame. You have Oshidu Jack, who's living in Uganda. He did a podcast called Kinganda, which is going on right now for the past couple of years, which is doing great. Did an episode he was talking about how the state of the locals in Uganda don't play well with foreigners, bringing their stupid agenda over there. If you're trying to start a business in Africa and you're promoting that alphabet community agenda in their country, the local will shut down your business. Not the police, not the government officials, not the executive in the government. It's the local. Once they shut down your business and tell you you're not going to run business in that area, the police, the government, they keep their hand away. They don't say nothing.
Let's keep
the local run their territory. This happened all across multiple African countries. That's why the issue with South Africa when there's a bunch of lobbying point out there. They say Nigeria peddling X, Y, and Z, which is not the case. And they did have issue with foreigners because the ruling power that's in South Africa abused their power for so long. Even some of the people who used to be a part of that particular political party, they stepped away from because they realized they're destroying the country and what they were doing. This is why you have to live in certain African countries to understand what's going on with the dynamic. It's like saying we foreigners who've never been to the U.S. and you say U.S. is so after F1 debate won't be seen in the media.
Well, see, that's the thing. What I believe what you're saying, because it's kind of like that in America. You got to live. look, California, New York, places like that, they get more of the spotlight. So, the rest of America is seen in that light. Whereas like the Midwest, they don't live like that. Those aren't the type of people that live there. They have more value, and they still have morals and integrity in a lot of places. Whereas
and they don't get the limelight. They don't get the news most of the time
at all.
Unless it's something dramatic like George Floyd or anything else, then they pop up all over the world. Other than that, they don't get the limelight. That's the same issue we have within Africa.
I believe
that Africa is a shithole country. Now, if you go to this person YouTube channel called Wademaya, for the past 5-6 years, he dispelled that nonsense. It's not really a shithole country what people think it is. It is thriving. It's entering the industrial age right now. But it's the problem why the U.S. is scared because of the Chinese have been investing heavily for the past 10 years since the Obama election, where people don't pay attention to details. They have been making sure they have their grip in Africa solid, whereby no matter how much money you invest from the U.S. to the Africa, they will turn down your investment and take the Chinese investment instead.
I mean, with all the resources Africa has, they really have the potential to be the leading first world nation. I mean, there's a lot of natural resources that are only found in Africa.
And I've been saying that for more than 15 years. The only problem is it's leadership. Leadership is the key issue. When you have crooked leaders in position who are building the resource and building the power, you have a downfall of a country. Now, also, one of the senators in my country also dispelled a nonsense that was going on. There was a time back in the early 1960s, 1961, 1962, the Nigerian currency to be higher than the dollar. It's been documented. No one knows their history these days. Somehow, one of the senators back that time decided to listen to the American to devalue the Nigerian currency to make it less than a dollar. And that's been going on for more than a couple of years to almost a couple of decades. Now, if you look online with the currency rate between the Nigerian currency to American currency, it's a huge margin, which should never be. But Nigeria have a lot of natural resources. Now we have a huge disposal of lithium, which Elon Musk and Tesla want to get hold of, but they can't get hold of because Nigeria is not playing that game. They're not going to let no foreign company that's not based in Africa to come in and just, okay, we're going to get your resource. No.
I thought Elon Musk was from Africa.
Technically, he claimed he was from South Africa, but he's more of a immigrant of Africa. He's not an original of Africa.
Okay.
But if I understand South African history, there was a time when the apartheid was taking place. People, I'm not sure what the UK, but I think one of the European countries, it was running Africa at the time during the present 80s, during the Mandela era, whereby they had the apartheid. It was going out of hand. So a lot of European white people migrated to South Africa and had kids in South Africa. So technically speaking, any white person who claimed to
they were like missionaries and shit there having kids as well.
Bingo. So in technical aspect, any white person who claimed to be an African from South Africa, you're more of an immigrant. You're not well African to begin with.
Oh, I gotcha.
Everybody gotta know their history. This is why I take history very, very serious. I don't do Google. Now Google changing everything just for the sake of agenda or wokeness. So you can't trust what Google is doing these days. Which is
history is an amazing thing if used properly.
It is a great tool, like I said. But as long as the people who's running it choose not to do it properly, you get all kind of nonsense. That's why you gotta go back to the books and start doing your history.
I believe history is meant to teach us the errors of our past, but I honestly feel that there's still too many people in today's day and age that rather than using history to learn from the mistakes of our past, they use it to live in.
And that's what I'm trying to push. I'm trying to put that with my kids. You got to study history. You got to understand what really happened in the past. Learn from the mistakes so you don't make the same mistake they make, individually and collectively. The problem with today's society, we choose not to learn from past history. We choose not to listen from our elder. We think we know better than we end up repeating the same exact mistake they made a couple of decades ago, and we wonder why it's like a repeat on a record player.
That's why we got people like Tarus who will sign up for the military, swear an oath to a constitution, and not know anything about the paper or document that he swore an oath to. And that's really kind of sad. How do you swear?
I almost joined the Navy, but the only reason I'm trying to join the Navy is use the Navy for my advantage, because at the Nigerian we use anything for our advantage. I wanted to join the Navy, hoping I could get a high level of education and experience. Instead of someone use me, I use it for my own personal agenda, meaning I will acquire much knowledge, and much understanding, and experience to climb to the next level. That's the main thing that most African people do when they come here. They're coming from a country whereby there's too many ruling class that put people down, don't want to climb up the rank unless you have something to share with them as resource. So what people do, either come to the United States or the UK or any other country that have a civilized system, go through the system, go through what they need to go through it, even though it's harder than most people.
Right.
Have to educate the system, get a job there, build a name for themselves, build a reputation so they can take it back.
And take advantage of the opportunities.
Bingo.
And I don't have a problem with that, you know.
And that was going on in the early 80s. I knew that because my father was helping people to come out here, but I won't be surprised. My father knew Sugar Mike's family, because that was the same thing they were doing. People were coming here, take whatever opportunity they can over here, build a name for themselves, get a proper education, climb out the rank. If they could build a business here, that'd be great. That'd be a plus. You can transfer that business from here and bring it over there to Africa, wherever you go, and build upon that. That's what was going on. The problem is that American and European people like to interfere with politics in Africa. As long as you keep them divided, you can abuse them and rob them from their natural resources instead of on a low cost. As long as you're not paying the full price for it. Right. Some African country caught on to it and said, never again. That's going to stop. Look at Ghana, for example. When they woke up and said, we're not doing that again no more, what happened? That IMF trying to mess up their economy. But the economy is now actually being hurt because they have natural resources to control the other African countries. When they have raw natural resources they can make money off and to the other African nations who need their resources, how are they losing them? There's no really total loss in that. The problem is these European nations are pissed that they can't make money off Ghana no more like they used to back in the day. Certain African countries are catching on to that now. This is why China made that deal. So we're not going to do what the European did to you. We're not going to do what the American did to you. We're going to do business with you. Okay. We give you our resource and our money. You share your resource with us. Like a trade.
I think China's been making very specific and meticulous chess moves for quite a few decades now in order to be where they are right now.
They've been doing that for a long time. I used to study Chinese history and see why they did that for a reason. A lot of people sleep on them for that reason. So,
yeah, nobody took them serious. Nobody took them serious because of what they were doing, and now they're wishing they would have took them serious. Because look at where China is now.
They aired a advertisement that no one paid attention to doing the big money in Obama. I watched it on live TV. It was on Channel 7. And I saw that commercial. They only aired it one time, and then they aired it again with the Chinese speaking their language being translated, and they're making a mockery of the U.S. to call that country United States of China since our wealth is paying off their debt, which is actually true.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. When you're a consuming country, not a producing country, you lose. I ask people the same question. When the last time you have a TV or anytime they're trying to say actually made in U.S.?
Shit.
The last TV that I ever made in U.S. would be the Zenith TV back in the 80s. Yes, I remember my history.
Zenith and Magnavox. Magnavox used to be made in the U.S. too.
Bingo. So I asked that question for 15 years, and no one can tell me the answer what was the last TV that was built that say made in U.S. That's to tell people don't pay attention in the U.S. no more. Everybody's gullible to their nonsense. If I'm a foreigner, I'm an African, and I'm an African American, but I know your history better than you do.
That's what's crazy is most immigrants do know the history better than Americans do because they're forced to, you know, if you weren't born here, you're forced to take a citizenship test to where you have to prove you know our history. That way you can quote unquote assimilate. I think that Americans should be forced to take a citizenship test before they can get any kind of anything as far as government aid or work in a government position or anything like that.
And because of that, we go much further than that. We start studying more deeper into the history to know what really goes on. So how you have a foreigner who understands your history more than you? But you're trying to put back what I'm telling you that you need to be paying attention
honestly, to. I think there's an agenda behind that, sir. Black David, I honestly think that there's a reason why Americans aren't taught their history. Honestly, I really do.
It's not that they ain't taught the history. They're trying to hide the history or trying to, how you want to call it, rewrite the history because of what is being put in history.
I don't really think they've been forthright with America for a long time. To be honest with you, I think our history's been manipulated and it's been skewed one way or the other for probably the last 150 years. To be honest with you,
and that's because they're trying to hit the truth of what atrocity they would have committed. Because if you would have found out what they did in the past, that add more on the weight of the guilt. That is the problem. Imagine.
I think to the people in power, possibly, because that's the thing is, I think a lot of people in this country need to realize that the vast majority of folks weren't responsible for that. They aren't, you know what I'm saying? The vast majority.
That is very understandable. That is a very logical argument. The problem with people don't know how to debate in that particular argument. They don't understand that it only takes a group of people who had the power to make these decisions that are the one responsible.
Right.
Vast majority is not the one responsible for that. It only takes a small group of people to push a certain agenda that everybody's going to follow.
And if you think about it, because we ain't been taught, it's the majority of the population that wasn't responsible for these things that actually are being held responsible, while the ones that were actually responsible are the ones that aren't having the onus being put on them as it should be.
And that's because accountability is not being put into the agenda. The same thing we do in my country, where you blame certain ruling class for the reason why Nigeria is the way it is right now. And not realizing there used to be a civil war, which is they were removed from the history books. Someone had to dig up what was going on in my country and find out that a lot of things was hidden. Like, for example, I remember living in Nigeria and there was no constitution, which I found out weird. Now I realized there was a constitution written out for the Nigerian Republic, but it got hidden for a specific reason. Why would you hide the constitution from the people for? For what purpose? What agenda do you have in place?
The same reason
I remember the Nigerian pledge, but I never remember the Nigerian constitution, which is kind of weird.
Well, the same reason why. Well, look, it's the same reason why America's constitution is hidden. Most Americans think that we run off of our constitution, that our first 10 amendments, and that ain't the case anymore. That constitution's been replaced with the United States Code. And a lot of American citizens don't realize that what you think are constitutional rights really don't exist anymore.
We learned that the hard way. Remember, you said we had to learn that before becoming a United States citizen. When you start to read the Constitution a little into detail, you start to realize something doesn't add up. Like, okay, what's going on here?
The whole, as much as I love the Constitution and I quote it, the Constitution it's more like a myth now in this country. A lot of people think it's there, but it holds no relevance to this country anymore.
And that fall into what's going on today time, going into Donkey D. Trump. I call him Donkey because nobody in New York City love him. He's hated in New York City, even though he's from Queens, Jamaica Estate. What he got himself into, I called it out years in advance. I'm like, only if you knew.
Trump did good things and he did bad things. Trump is a person. Yeah, he's probably a horrible person. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't like everything he had to say, but I will say this much. Him being put into office did two things. It showed the American people that you didn't have to be a politician to run anymore. That anybody could actually run for any of these political offices and actually have a real shot at winning. And the other thing that it did is it showed just how corrupt our government really is. Because look at it, it's going on 3 years now since he's been in office. He's still being blamed for everything that's going on right now. Okay, with our economy and everything else, and they're still trying to basically get rid of him through they're trying to use the Justice Department to get rid of him. They haven't stopped going at the man.
I would say this. I hate to say it, me being a New Yorker, I'll tell you this one, this is the truth. They've been going after him since long before he went in office.
Oh,
I've been watching the guy for over 30 years.
But not to the level that they are now.
When you're a private, no, the reason why that happened, it's like playing chess. he made a bad chess move.
Yeah, he went up against the establishment.
No, not that he went up against the establishment. He didn't mistake he made. When you're a private citizen, you were in the defense. They couldn't get to you, which is a good thing. The moment that they decided to run for public office, your status changed. That means you can't hide nothing no more. They have every right to pry into your history, which they actually did, because according to the law in the book, they couldn't pry into the history with a private citizen.
But what I'm getting at though is, you tell me what he's done that's any worse than any of these other politicians that basically exonerate themselves, or say that that they're not guilty of anything because
it's similar.
They have the protection of the halls of Congress.
It's similar, but he sponsored them,
and I agree 100%.
It's similar. He snitched on himself. You say, what I do is no different what they do. Different is I sponsor both sides, which he did.
But look, the thing is if he's got to go to prison, or if he's got to be charged with shit just to expose, if he's got to be the martyr, for lack of better words, do the same things they're doing and get charged with it to expose what's really going on for the American people, to really open their eyes and see what's being done to the American people, because there's some nefarious shit being done to our population here right now. This whole divide and conquer thing is out of control.
It's been going on for 3 decades. The problem is people don't want to pay attention to it. If I say we're in the present state whereby whatever they do to him, either protect the country or doom the country. Based on how you look at it. I look at it as a logical thing. I don't base on emotion. I think my emotion a long time ago.
If you go by what the propaganda machine's saying, you and I shouldn't even be on YouTube having this discussion right now. The way they have the way they label the country as polarized as it is, this shouldn't be happening. It really shouldn't. Not by the way they're pushing everything, but the truth of the reality is this is going on, and it's happening more and more and more.
Let me tell you why he got real polarized. The moment they let the black man work in the White House, it went downhill from day one.
Nah, I will say this much. I do believe that when Obama got elected, it was into a second, or it was once he got into a second term, that the race relations, America suddenly became more racist than it's ever been out of the blue, which caught me off guard.
I would say it started when he won the first election, because all the
reason why the reason why I say second election is because he might have started it, but it was a slow, gradual thing that you didn't see until the second election, because he wanted to win that second term. Once he won that second term, that's when it was, basically balls to the wall,
You're right. The introduction was when he won the first election, and he had all the magazine print talk about his wife like a gorilla, X, Y, and D. They were ridiculing him because he wear a tan suit, but Ronald Reagan wear a tan suit too, but he didn't get criticized. But because Barack Obama did it, it was a problem. There's a lot of nonsense that didn't fuck with the part of that mess too, though. They would attack him and his wife about his first term. He won the second term, like you said, with ball to the wall. But I totally agree with you. But
the fact that he won his first term was really kind of it was weird, because he was an unknown senator, and not only that, it was only his second Senate term that he had ever had. He was an unknown from Chicago, and that's why there's a lot of people like myself. I say that Obama was the literal Manchurian candidate. He was groomed for that position.
He was, because his level of charisma was unheard of. And I predicted it would be a landslide. I did mention that. No one didn't believe me, because here's the problem. What was the data quote about black people when it comes to power? What did they always say? We don't have that charisma, we don't have that job, we don't have that it factor. It's not so.
Right.
He succeeded where Jesse Jackson could not succeed.
Right.
Remember,
and Jesse Jackson ran 3 different times,
and he didn't get in. But also, Jesse Jackson also shitted on him on live, when the mic was live, and he said something very disrespectful about Obama, but everybody over the airway caught it. I still remember that. A lot of people don't remember history. They kind of like stuck on stupid on social media.
Well, Obama he sold himself good, and he sold himself with that slogan, a change you can believe in, even though we never got told what that change was going to be.
Bingo. Excellent marketing skill. And it was one of a kind.
It was
one of a kind. You never seen it for the past 10 years before him. So he able to do something that was very, very unique, that everyone was shocked.
Well, if you think about it, when Obama got elected, he was basically the Trump of that first election cycle.
You go.
Nobody thought that he was going to win. He was the last person anybody expected.
Who helped him over the hump? Also, the American favorite talk show host who got
Oprah.
American heart. Bingo.
Yeah, the evil witch herself.
Bingo.
I mean, she's done some evil shit, man.
Not surprised. Not surprised. Like I tell you, I look at things for what it is, logical. I don't
have to.
I don't really. This is why I have an issue when men get too emotional, but can I think logical and look at the big picture? Take emotion out of the situation. Look at the big picture. What is really going on that you're not paying attention to? What is happening before you in plain sight that you're not being aware of? It was my high school teacher in my country was teaching me before I left Nigeria. He told me straight off the back, don't let your emotion guide you to make the wrong judgment call. Take your emotion out of it. Put yourself back into the shadow and pay close attention to what's going on around you so you can understand the big picture and understand how things actually being run and working. Then from there, you understand how to play the system properly. But when you don't do that, if you think you know it all, life have a way of really humbling you.
Yes, it
put
does.
you in your spot.
It sure does. That's a fact. That's a real fact right there. You know,
this is why sometimes I don't like to talk the way I talk like this, because sometimes I try to ask myself, do people have the level of comprehension to understand what I'm trying to push out there or what I'm trying to get you to see? Because if you can take off the blender out of your eyes and stop being so stuck on stupid, do you start to understand what's going on around you? You have to be aware of what's going on in your own community. You have to be aware of what's going on in your kids too. Like, you're not being naive. You're not being stuck on stupid. Like, no, I'm seeing it. I've been seeing it. I've been observing. I've been taking note on what's going on. I see the pattern. So you can't play me and think I don't see what you're doing until that's not what it like. I'm gonna look at you like, are you stuck on something? You drinking chlorine? Did I jump in your forehead?
Well, first, there's a lot of people that they don't exhibit the ability to be able to listen objectively. For one, when they're sitting and they close their mouth, they're listening for keywords just to get them incited back into speaking again.
And this is why I would suggest everybody to take a debate class.
Well,
taking class in debate, learn how to argue your points, learn how to defend your argument, learn how to pick apart what may not sound logical and call them out and explain why this don't make sense. Explain to me why 2 + 2 is not equal 4. Why it should mean 2 + 2 = 5. Explain why you think it should be that way. Break down your argument properly. I learned that in high school. I learned that in my country. We learned how to debate one another.
I took debate class in high school too. I took debate in high school too, and one of the things, there's an old saying that I remember that my grandpa used to say is, "The wise man will sit in silence and let the fool speak."
Bingo.
You know, the other thing that I see going on is there's too many emotional people that really have no business on this platform speaking. In all honesty, there's too many people that think that their voice needs to be heard when really they need to listen. You know,
that's what I like. Well, you just said right now in Nigeria, they had the parable. An empty barrel make the loudest noise.
Yep.
And what you mean by that? Look at it, an empty barrel. When you have the empty barrel with no water in it, you start to bang. It makes the loudest noise, right? But when you put a barrel up with water and you hit it again, it's quiet and it's subtle, right? It's filled with water. You know what I'm trying to say? When you are empty with no substance, you make the loudest noise.
Right.
But when you fill with a lot of substance and insight and wisdom and understand, you don't have to make noise. They will hit you. They're not going to hit a sound. They're not really like you watching and you're observing. This is why a lot of people who think they're highly intelligent are highly stupid.
I'll be honest. Look, man, that's why I have a hard time, and why it shocked me tonight when I clipped over to us. I got some stuff done, finished eating dinner, and I clicked over here to see what was going on, and I saw all the chaos and commotion going on the panel. I was like, what's going on here? This is crazy.
The chaos happened when you have certain men who don't know how to take out their emotion, put it to the side, listen with a logical and perspective ear. Listen to the argument from start to finish. If you hear anything that comes out illogical, take mental note of that so you have your rebuttal against that particular fact. When time for you to speak, then you debate that issue and explain to why this doesn't make any sense. The problem with a lot of people who come on these platforms never take time out to take debate classes in high school or learn how to argue their point in a much logical fashion so that they don't come up as they come up stupid.
Well, they're all
This is
pushing
why
talking
this is why when people want to argue me about something, I'll let you speak. I will ask if when you done, when I'm about to speak, don't interrupt me. I
That
will
pisses
paint the
me off.
picture. I'll paint the picture and let you know why I said this doesn't make no sense, and I break it down to you. People want to say, "Oh, you're long-winded." The reason why people say you're long-winded because they adapted to the Twitter nonsense. When Twitter first started, it dumbed down the American society to have everything under the 180 characters. If you want to express your point under the 180 character, you have to be the most dumbest individual on the planet.
Well, in 1 minute clips, man, you got to be able to get your point across within 1 to 3 minutes.
That's because you have dumbed down the American society whereby their level of
Attention
attention is
spans.
very, very short, which
Yep.
is sad.
Well,
Only the highly intellectual people don't pay attention to people who take only 1 minute to express their point, and their point it means nothing. It have no weight. It have no substance. It's weightless.
Well, see, and that's that's aggravating to me. It's one of my pet peeves. It's one thing when it's just one or two guys or two or three guys that are sitting and having a discussion, you know, and they, you know, politely, engage or interrupt to or interject, you know. That's different than when you've sat here and you've listened to some dude sit and whine and cry and hoot and holler for a half hour, 45 minutes straight, and then when you finally get to make your point, you get like maybe 2 or 3 phrases in, and they're already wanting to talk over top of you. That's why you heard me tonight telling him, dude, shut up. You had your chance to speak. Let me speak. Don't make me sit here and play microphone wars with you, because I promise mine will win.
And here's the problem: when people do such a thing, they're saying back in my country, when a person who come up like a loud, empty barrel trying to argue their point, just to let you know, there's no need to argue, because the noise they make, it let you know there is no substance in it. Let him run his mouth. Let him throw his nonsense, because by the time you put it on the scale and you want to weight it according to a feather, you find out the feather have more weight than its words.
Right. And look, I'll be honest with you. There's this other thing that I hear thrown around all the time. You know, all I hear you doing is up here whining and complaining on YouTube. What are you actually doing to help fix things? How are you fixing this? You know, because that right there is a logical fallacy in and of itself. You know, because part of actually fixing things, changing society, changing what's become societal norms, or altering societal structure, is first you have to engage with people on an intellectual level. You have to have dialogue with them, and you have to have people understand what it is you're trying to present. You have to get people on the same page. That way we all see, okay, this is the problem that we're trying to broach. This is what we're trying to correct. And you can't just go out by yourself willy-nilly without anyone else knowing what's going on and try and correct anything if no one else knows that this is going on. Dialogue is the first step. Being up here on these platforms is actually making a change. It's making a difference. If it wasn't making a difference, you wouldn't see the outcry and the outpouring right now of all the people that have now opened their eyes and realized what's going on. It started with all of us that have been out here telling people this for the last 5, 10, 15 years on social media platforms.
And I've been doing that because it is joke though. Before the chickball girl incident happened in my country, I was getting a lot of pushback from people from my country actually not talking negative about my country. But I've been doing it for a long while in Facebook until the chickball girls incident happened, when they kidnapped all the girls from the high school up in the north of Nigeria and they take them across the border. Everybody thought, oh, bring our girl back, bring our girl back. And what people didn't realize is to pay attention to close detail. That wasn't an all-girls school. That was a mixed school with both boys and girls. What people did not understand, but it got me pissed off to this very day, that these Boko Haram, the Islamic terrorists, broke into a school, murder every single male student in that school. It was a boarding school. It wasn't no regular day school that you go to school and go home. It was a boarding school. They murdered every single male student in that school.
That sounds like the shit King Herod did in the Bible.
Every male student parent did not get justice. They kidnapped all the girl students from that school and took them across the border. Even though they got some of the girls back, maybe 80% of them, still, the parents of the boys who had their son murdered on site, deleted on site, erased on site, did not get justice, did not get retribution, did not get anything to make up for what happened for them losing their son. They got brushed to the side. Like the deletion of their son did not matter. When I hear people talk about justice for the cheekbone girls, something came to my mind. What about the boys? The boy was not important. Why was it okay? Why was it okay that the Boko Haram came and delete?
Because you know, men and
boys in that school,
men and boys have always been expendable all throughout history.
I know, but this is where it made my blood boil to the point whereby I tell people like me don't play nice with fools. We just don't. We stick on facts. If you don't understand the pure ways behind that incident, to this day right now, there's still no justice for the boys who have, my point exactly.
There never will be.
That's why we have division in our country today. There's still no justice for the boys that got deleted in that high school. They took the girl over the border, got them pregnant, got them married to somebody else, and brought some of them back. Some of them they brought back were pregnant with kids. Whether that the parent was still pissed off for the fact that they devoured their own daughter for no apparent reason. But yet, the parent of the boys, till they get no justice, and the government did nothing. That's why there's a major division within Africa whereby people are not sticking to their clans, to their tribe. They're not hearing no more excuse from anybody anymore. And some of it didn't happen due to influence. That's what I tell people, unless you know what it's like, Mandrell know what it's like because he's with a part of a particular team that went to a particular country and they made some mistakes and they left before it got worse. So when you don't understand how country and government work, how negative international influence can deter a country direction, or it can create certain things, unless you're aware of what's going on, it's best for you to shut the hell up and keep to the corner.
Yep, that's why
where I speak this way is because I was exposed to a lot of information and insight of what was going on while I was in there. I was privileged and honored, but also humble myself so I don't go above my mean. They act like I know. I don't know everything, but what I've been able to observe and experience and what I'm able to witness allow me to know why I have disrespect for people who are in power and they abuse their power.
I will say this. I thought I knew a lot of things about other countries just from what, I was taught growing up here. Mm-hmm. The last 4 years, specifically the last 3 years of engaging with people on YouTube panels from other countries, other nations, I found out and I've learned that I didn't know near as much as what I thought I knew. To be quite honest with you, I mean, that's just keeping it real with you. And
no, that's being humble. That's called being humble.
And it took me being willing to sit back and listen to people and hear what they had to say in order to learn these things, because I think that's a lot of reasons why a lot of adults that should know a lot more and should conduct themselves a whole lot different than what they do. I think that's why they are the way they are, because they have the inability to sit and listen to people. They want to sit and try and tell somebody that they know the experience that they've been through. They know the life that they lived through. They know the country that they lived in better than the very person that had that experience or lived that life or lived in that country. And they want to sit and try and tell them that their viewpoint on whatever that person's going through is the fact, and what that person's telling them is the facts is a lie.
And I'm glad you said that, because I took 7 years of my time living in Nigeria trying to understand why I did a division between the African in Africa and the African American and those in Europe. Why did the division between those groups? I've been trying my best for so long. Why are they afraid they will bring you that it's based under the Yoruba language to the great African American, and why it was based on? What was the history behind it? I trying to find out, because there's so much information that unless you do your digging, you will not know the root cause behind that. And people who don't know the root cause like to come on the platform and make it seem like it's an agenda right now. People don't come on YouTube and make all kind of fake assumption, but you're not there on ground zero to do the investigation to find out the fact why it happened. This is why I find it stupid when people want to comment on Andrew Tate and what happened here in Romania. Unless you understand Romanian law, unless you understand Romanian judicial system, unless you understand Romanian culture and custom,
or even took the time to even look into the indictment and see what, like you said, you don't even have to have lived there. All you got to do is take the time to look into the law and the crimes that he's being charged for, and you'll find out the truth of what's going on over there with him.
We have a bunch of jabroni idiot baboon. I call them baboon because they were baboon that like to make loud noise and not do anything with substance. You're making all type of commentary about what's going on with the person in a country you have no idea of. No, you understand their system, know their law, or how things run there. And you want to make it seem like it's similar to in the U.S. Last I checked, no one copied the U.S. and come to their law and their custom. They have a different way of ruling.
Actually, if you want to get technical, the U.S. copied other nations, because people forget that the U.S. has not been around for thousands of years. We're only 247 years old, folks, and we just turned 247 this year.
People don't want to do their history research no more. They're so full of themselves. That is where I have my problem. When people want to talk about my Africa at the whole continent, I say, first and foremost, before we have 50 plus countries, it used to be 5 kingdoms.
That's interesting. I never thought about that. Africa has 50 countries. America has 50 states.
Yeah, but at one point, Africa was under 5 kingdoms. Again, it was a full traditionalist. Here's the part where people don't understand. We from Africa, when we have a person we call a traditionalist, we told them that person is true to the core of the African essence. They're not Christian, they're not Muslim, they're full traditionalist, meaning they stuck to their root, they never diverged from it. This man was able to give a masterpiece about the history of certain kingdom. And I remember there was a show on, I think what, Amazon Prime, whatever, about there used to be a black queen of England. But that black queen of England was an African princess who was made the queen of England at one point.
I know that there's been a lot of there has throughout the history of Europe, there has been melanated royalty, and there's been melanated noblemen and women throughout that country and throughout their history. You know, so for people to say that it never existed is a fallacy. I mean,
there you go.
The black and white dichotomy is, you know, it's just stretched the entire globe. You know, there's been both all throughout the world.
It would happen when people never want to do their homework. I had to ask people who know the traditional history behind it and how it started off, what year to what year. And again, who know it better than most of us, because not only is he traditional, he able to get access to those information, broke it down at one point, which is very educational, because as he broke it down,
the problem
he let me know a lot of. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the problem that we have, though, is we live in a day and age where there's such an overabundance of information. Nobody knows what information is the real information. It's very hard to discern between what is truth and what is fallacy now.
The reason why no one take their time out to do the proper investigative journalism.
It's getting harder because they're eradicating books. You know that they're getting rid of written books. They're trying to convert everything to basically digital. Everything's on the internet, and we see how quickly that can be changed and erased and removed. And
that is why pretty noted that a few more tech YouTubers who bind all these books, shipping them to Africa so they can have a library in Africa. At first, I thought that was a great thing to have a bunch of books being bought to build a library in Africa so people can read and learn. But not realizing, I was like, hold up, there's another undertone agenda behind that. When they're trying to get rid of books here, some say, let's get most of the book over there instead. So this way we keep track of the history and the information.
There it is. Look, I'll be honest with you. I've been building a library myself because I intend on trying to have my own library for my own children and grandchildren to pass down to them, because I really do fear that there's going to be a day to where, books may potentially even be illegal in this country.
And that's why I say my agenda is to move back to Africa to kind of avoid that nonsense.
I mean, I don't want to see this nation fall, but the writing's in the sand anymore at this point. Lines have been drawn, and that line's getting closer and closer to everyone's doorstep, and nobody wants to stand for what they think is right.
Here's the problem. When you have people who lack strong foundation, these people are foundation are either built by sand or clay or putty or mud. They'll build their house on these weak foundations and will not care less about it as long as they can build their house. And when they build their house on these weak and crappy ass foundation and not think twice about it, so when the storm do hit, what do you think will happen to the house?
It's going to crumble just like they will.
And this is biblical principle, mind you.
Absolutely. This is it's truth. It's real evidence that when you take faith and God out of society, that you lose morals and integrity as well.
I knew that because I attended elementary school back in the early 80s. And before we go to class, we had to say the national anthem. We had to do a prayer back in the day, in the 80s.
I remember that.
And after we do the prayer, after the national anthem, we go to the class. There was much chaos during that time.
Right.
I went to PS 20. I went to PS 19.
Hey, dude, I'm with you. I remember doing they play like you said, they play the national anthem. We'd do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'd say a morning prayer over the announcements together before the day started every day. And see, that's the thing, is a lot of people have a misunderstanding of what separation of church and state is. Separation of church and state was never intended to get God and church out of the schools and out of government. The separation of church and state was intended to prevent government from controlling God.
Sure.
That was the whole point of it, to prevent government from telling people what kind of religion and what kind of God they could worship, not to keep God out of schools and out of politics, because that's where God belongs.
Bingo. I remember the time the school back in the day to be a little more stable. Well, not much chaos, but the moment they move God out of school, something had to be replaced. It's like you can't take something off the scale and think the scale will stay balanced. Something had to be replaced. This is why people don't understand that fundamental logic behind it. You can't take something out and just leave it empty, like nothing going to take its spot. So it ain't going to take its spot, but it would take without you being known.
Well, I think this is what led to and allowed the churches to become corrupt like they are now too, because you can't even trust the church anymore.
It been known, but I mean the Bible talked about that,
right? And I think that what you see going on is part of what led.
In the book of Matthew, I forgot what chapter was it. Christ just said there will be many false teachers, there will be many false prophets who will come behind me and claim they're of me, and he'll give you a different doctrine. He gave a keyword what was going to happen. Too many people
will be the son. They'll claim to be of God, but they will be of what the earth, be of man. They will claim to be from the house of David, but they will be misleading you.
And it's funny how people say they read the Bible, and black men offended to my some stupid ass. Not within a stupid scripture, they email them a scripture, taken completely out of its content. This is why I tell people, not many people are going to understand the Bible. And the way I said that, I was reading the Bible since the age of 7. I understood the King James Version, so it's never difficult for me to understand. And it's not a simple scripture just to read it like it's a story. No, it's not a story.
It's hard to read cover to cover. I've done it.
The book have multiple meaning in certain scriptures. One scripture can have 7 to 12 meaning. You're not even going to realize that you take the time out to read it slowly but steady and try to digest it. It's not easy to digest. It's not. That's why I tell you the Bible is the most unique book in the world that has surpassed the age of time.
It's the biggest selling book on the face of the planet. Still to this day, there's not another book that outsells it.
And the biggest book that people trying to say it is credit, like it's not true, but yet you have scientists saying that some of the prophecy is coming to pass. It's actually telling the truth.
If there wasn't any real credence to it, people wouldn't be going out of their way for centuries, like you said, to discredit it and make it false. And look, the truth of the matter is one thing that people do have right is man did write it. It was written at the hands of man. But I am here, and I firmly believe that God is infallible enough that he already knew that. He knew that man was going to try and twist and put their own spin on his word and his doctrine, and he still was able to put so he made it so he was still able to put his message in there for people to receive the message that it was intended for. I mean, even if you look at it just as a simple book of tales, that simple book of tales gives you everything you need to live a peaceful, faithful, and successful life if you follow the tenets that are in it. It really does.
And here's the problem. People want to attack the Bible, but what it does, it gives you a set level of principles. It was far more than a book of morality. It was more of a book of principles, how to guide, how to condition, how to construct yourself, how to discipline yourself, how to walk a certain way. It's like saying, to be a man of excellence, to be a man of character, to be a man of integrity, it requires certain things. So there's a particular formula you have to fully grasp and understand. If you don't understand that formula, you don't know how to execute it properly. It's like saying you trying to work on a particular chemical. You don't got the right formula if you work in a chemistry lab. You put the wrong stuff in the chemical in the vial, it will blow up in your face.
Yep.
That's exactly what it was. But what problem with a lot of people think they're too smart for themselves, to think they're above who God is, so they think they hide in God, and I realize, no, you never will be. You can do what he do. There are things that are beyond your level of understanding. Living in Nigeria, I saw things that there's no amount of documentary can explain what I saw, what I experienced. It's beyond your level of understanding. Just so you know, you have to understand what it's beyond the natural. That's all you have to say. It's beyond the natural. Because what is not natural, what you call it, is supernatural. It's beyond the natural.
Well, people got to realize what people got to realize is God is outside of everything that we live inside of.
Bingo.
You know, and that's hard for us to wrap our minds around. You know, we don't realize that there could be an outside of, you know, this known universe that we have, but literally he is outside of all of it. You know, therefore we will never understand or have the level of understanding that he has, nor will we. That's why people can't understand how God can even exist. A lot of these folks, because they can't wrap their mind around the understanding that we exist, but he is outside of all of that. You know,
that's one aspect. Another aspect, they don't understand why his word will reign true no matter what generation you in. That's
right. I mean, because look, dude,
about it.
I was a wayward Christian for a lot of years, dude. You know, I had a very unique upbringing. I went to a Catholic public school, and I mean, it was basically like a Catholic private school, only it was public. But I grew up in a Baptist church. So I was being taught two different doctrines at once.
And you see what the book say about that, right?
Yeah, it's not. You're not supposed to.
The book give a warning about that.
Well, it confuses you. You know, it really does, because a lot of people don't realize just within the Catholic religion and what we call, Christianity, because the Catholic religion is not Christianity, in my opinion, at all whatsoever. They hijack that term.
I'm glad the Catholic original name is Roman Catholic,
right? But
a lot of people Catholic out of it because they don't want to come to the mention Roman Catholic. Now, look at the Bible in the New Testament. It's kind of like the obvious. If you have the discernment to understand what was going on, the Roman would never was Christian to begin with. They to be into their Greek mythology. They were into Zeus and everything.
Right. So that's why they forced
the man came to see and realized what he was pushing.
Well, if you look at the way the Catholic religion runs, to this very day, you still have to go through an intermediary to talk to God, just the way the people back in the day in ancient Rome had to go through an intermediary to speak to the gods.
Bingo.
So in order to speak to God, you have to go talk to your priest and say, Father, confess your sins to the priest or the father of the church, and then he gives you commands from God on how to go home and take care of that. That's the same as paganism right there. That's the same thing as multiple deity worship that they did back in the ancient times. The exact same thing. And a lot of people really don't realize just how different the Catholic and Christianity really is. Because
the details.
Well, look, dude, that's what threw me off early on. So by the time I was in high school, I threw it all away and what it caused me to do is start researching all kinds of different, faiths and religions and stuff. And 20 some years later, it brought me right back to the same place is what happened.
It's funny that you mentioned that. I met a guy in my gym I had to work out at. He used to be a Black Israelite. He read multiple books. This guy was so well educated they got with a expert bookworm. What he explained to me was kind of shocking. He said, I have read over 1,000 of books. I have been to Egypt. I've been to Cairo. I've been to multiple Islamic countries. He mentioned all the countries, or he been to based on year and time frame. He said, all my journey going to multiple places within so many books led me back to one book that I overlooked over the years of my life. And that was the Bible. I want you guys, I wish I could record it. I was like, it's funny how you have people who will humble themselves and let you know what it took for them to realize was only one book that had all the truth, but they avoided for so many years because they're reading multiple books.
Well, look, the thing is God loves me personally. My experience, he loved me so much that he allowed me to walk away and go on my journey on my own and find my way back. And that's what he did. He allowed me to go out and gain the knowledge that I thought that I needed and find my way back to where I was supposed to be.
That is totally true. It's same thing that the scripture said, seek first the kingdom of God and the fight and all things shall add on to. We have to go on a journey. With me, it's not no race. It's like a marathon. You got to get to a place in your life where you have a clear level of understanding and clarity. You're not confused. Because when you're not confused, you're not going to argue. You go peacefully state your point without raising your voice, without getting emotional. Something I learned over the years of my life. I'm 44. I'm a granddad at my age. And
we're the same age.
I'm 44, about to be 45 in September. And I learned one thing in life. Being emotional is not meant for a man to act.
At all.
You gotta have a high level of clarity. Men, according to the scripture, are men of solution. They're not men of emotion.
You can't
be men of integrity. They're men of deep insight and understanding. You can't be so emotional. No, because
emotional men will never build a foundation for their family. They will, whatever foundation an emotional man builds will always crumble.
Bingo. I was taught the same thing back in my country.
And that's what we have. And look, that's why I say that what's going on is it's all evil, and it's been something that they've been trying to do. Western civilization, and specifically America, is still in its infancy, and the idea of America still hasn't ever came into full fruition. It's never been able to really blossom into what it could be.
And the reason why those in power
they don't want to see it.
That's the point. They don't like the idea
they're
of it.
godless. They're evil, that and they want to destroy what could be great.
They don't like the idea of it. So what they had to do is prevent it from coming to an existence. This is why we have people who are trying to bet to make it come into existence, but it came a long way. There's a lot of change being made, that I fully understand. But one thing I learned in history, if you're not gonna make amends of the crime you made and own up to it, that sin don't go away.
No,
it never does.
True. It ends up staining it'll stain the streets forever.
Bingo. If you don't address that particular sin and fully be humble about it and admit that you 100% that you are wrong, that this did happen, our people, our founding father or our ancestors, what they did was totally wrong, you will pass down that sin to the next generation. And you will continue to pass down that sin. It's not going to go away. It will mutate.
Don't children always get stuck having to deal with the sins of the father?
Bingo. The way I laugh about it, you have a governor in Florida who will tell you that, African American benefit from slavery. I'm like, okay, you want to say that? No problem. Just don't set foot in Africa if I were you.
See, the thing is with that is I don't know enough. I didn't live then, so I don't know enough about it to say anything about it, because for me, I personally don't believe that we've been taught the truth.
Because they keep you from the truth. They don't want you to remember the truth.
I don't think any of us really know the truth.
And those who remember and able to document, this is why I support this man's channel, William Martin on Filter. I know people want to attack him, but guess what? He is not perfect. I get it. I understand.
He's trying to do what nobody else will do, and he's trying to have the discussion. The same thing that they're doing to Ice Cube right now. They're attacking him because he's trying to have the discussion.
But what he did is much bigger. The guy is a true as what a journalist is supposed to be. He remind me of Peter Jennings, one of my favorite reporters from trying to tell me before what happened, and I let him force him to smoke again. He remind me of Ted Koppel. I'm mentioning two iconic reporters of the yesteryears. And funny enough, knowing people who, if I mention their name, not too many people remember who they are.
I remember Ted Koppel.
Nightline.
And then
Peter Jennings.
I do remember Peter Jennings. Wasn't he with ABC?
World News Tonight, ABC World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
And then you got good old Larry King, man. He's an iconic. He was actually a real journalist.
He was
the man to have the conversation with.
He would demand that you go to CNN to have the one-on-one conversation. They are iconic journalists.
Chris Wallace, you remember him?
Who don't? If we don't act the way I act, my uncle was a journalist back in my country. And he and the newspaper that he worked for risked their life to report the truth during the time we had military president. They shut down the newspaper because my uncle to work at. So when I see what my uncle had to go through and what he risks for the sake of the truth, this is why I respect what William Martin do. Nobody is perfect. But when you have a true essence of a journalist who's doing the job, or what the journalist is supposed to be, and the essence of it, you have to respect his hustle. He's not always going to be right, but he will make sure he fight for the truth, which is regardless. And he had to be logical about it.
Well, the problem with
some of his argument, I mean, I agree, but I get the point where he's coming from.
Today's news is not unbiased. They're trying to pass off a person's own objective opinion about something off as unbiased news, and reporting of the facts. They're taking and turning op-eds into facts, and they're discounting facts. I mean, look, we literally got people now. I don't know if you heard about this, but we've got several what they considered journalists that were labeled fact checkers. One in particular that just got arrested. The same fact checker that supposedly debunked the Pizzagate thing has been arrested himself because he was found with over 50,000 different things of child pornography on his computer, and has been indicted for multiple sexual deviance against minors.
I won't be surprised.
And this is the guy that was going around fact checking shit and supposedly debunked one of the biggest conspiracies involving child sex trafficking.
And that they haven't been stopped to this day.
Right. And look, dude, this is what I'll leave it with because I'm getting tired, but
I know I will after this we'll end the show because
I'm gonna say this.
It's why
there used to be a day and time when there's one thing that everybody in America could all agree on, and that was the preservation of the children.
Bingo.
Right? That was there. I remember there was a time, regardless of where you stood politically, what your ideology was, the one thing that we all held sacred was our children and what not to do with them and what was right to do with them. And even now, those lines are being skewed and blurred. That says a lot about the American culture in and of itself, is that we can't come together on how to protect our children.
I'm glad you see that. But if you see on the past video when I say why polygamy not going to say the Black community, it's also going to affect the children on the long run. I'm a byproduct of a polygamy family. This is why this side you're seeing right now is the true essence of who I really am. I love to have deep level intellectual conversation to pick people's brain to get level of understanding and clarity. But if we can have that intellectual conversation without being disrespectful, without being rude, without disrupting people, then we can never go to that next level of clarity. This is why I have an issue with people who don't know how to articulate themselves or bring point an argument that give me the reading. Let me see why your argument is wrong and dissect it, and I'll show to you why this doesn't make any sense, and I'll pinpoint every point that you have and break it down why, and bring my receipts why. What you saw Eliminated Revelation did, that's exactly how it's supposed to be done. If you think what you're saying is true, you bring the receipt and you break it down. You don't have to get emotional about it.
Receipts and facts tend to make people that stand on nothing very, very emotional and angry. It really does. They don't like that because then they can't sit and argue, and all they can do is argue.
In my high school, they told me when a person gets too emotional and they cannot calmly dispute your argument, they actually lost the battle already. The war had been lost.
That's a fact.
They completely lost the battle. So when a person want to attack you but not attack the argument and get emotional, which means whatever they're saying has no weight, have no substance. It's nothing more than an empty barrel.
Dude. That's a great place to leave it too, man. Hey, dude, it's been a pleasure. I enjoyed this discussion with you. I really am.
I'm that type of person. When you be around me a little long enough, I like to get to a deep level of confidence to pick people's brain and see what information of history do you have that I can learn from. I can see the time frame. I say, I understand that time. I know what happened that time frame. I can pinpoint certain things. That is who I am.
Same here, man.
I'm not. We could crack joke, but I'm all about wisdom and understanding.
Absolutely. There's a time for cracking jokes and there's a time to be serious. I agree with that. But like I said, I've had a great time actually the last hour and a half chopping it up with you, man. For real, getting to know you a little bit.
It's an honor. I'm humble. I'm not a prideful person. That you know about me. I'm not prideful.
Here. But with that, man, I'm gonna hop off here, man. Everyone out there, remember this: if you do what you've always done, you'll be what you've always been.
No problem.
I'm out of here. Take it easy, brother. I'll see you Tuesday probably.
No problem. I'll end the show. It has been a great show. We've been going on for 7 hours and 42 minutes and 30 plus seconds. All I'm going to say there at the final thought is that going forward, if we as men to have the discussion, we need to be respectful to one another and be humble about it. Don't come up for your house with getting too emotional, because that's not how it's supposed to be. Stick to our gun. If we believe what we then we believe on, do it out of respect for one another. Not calling people alcohol or something, and let's stop that. We can't call ourselves real men and we get too emotional when the real men of the yesteryear know how to sit down and break down an argument the most peaceful, most respectful way possible without all the drama. Other than that, I enjoyed the show. There's some pros and cons in the conversation, which is fine. I expect everybody to do their homework, do the research before you just spew out any information out there without having the receipt. All right? This is Black David, aka CBN Tech. So I do have my YouTube channel. I'm the engineer here on the platform. I'll start working back on my own content sooner or later. Until then, good night and God bless.
Go.
Fire by night and a pillar of vapor by day. Walk through the desert, but when you admire the light, see the villains are paper mache. I'm on the way to the promised land, no contraband. I'm an honest man, I'm coming. Have y'all met me? I'm set free, playing my part like the Red Sea. Man, I'm from heaven, I'm here with my brethren. The volume's 11, now we're getting rowdy. Swing from the scaffolding, spiritual happenings, miracles are all around me. This ain't no balcony, I'm in the front row. My spit is proud of me, they got the gusto.